Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How, period, does the FBI find people? And people's misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
Because he's the guy.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Alrighty. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Is this thing on? I think we're good. I think we're here. Good morning. Good morning. It's great. It's great to see all of you. Just like a million people just sat down simultaneously in chat. Does anyone else dance to the opening music? I do. My feet are tapping under the desk. Oh, good morning. Good morning. All right. We are getting started on. I think it's part 4 for us. Day 5. I don't know. Let me see. Hang on. Let me.
Not a camel.
Not a camel. I'm running solo today. You know that? I'm solo. Everyone else is gone. They've all gone to different places for the entire day.
I'm not a cat.
So it's awfully quiet here. I can have the door to my studio open and not have to worry about beep, 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 back door or anything else going on. So I'm just locked here in my house all by myself. Let's see. Where was I going? I was going to my channel. Don't play anything, though. Don't do that. Don't need that.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
We are on 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so it's our part 4, but we watched a couple days in a row. So I'm trying to number these the streams so you can follow it after the fact, and that's great. We need to I need to do some stuff here. First of all, sample user. No, just kidding. Carmen does stuff. Congratulations, you were first in chat with a hi. You won. I think you were first and second, if I remember watching correctly. Congratulations, Carmen does stuff. I'm not sure if you know this. I think you do. Either way, ignorance is not an excuse. First person in chat is punished.
Is that correct?
Rewarded with internet ownership. And you were first in chat today. So we're going to sentence you with internet ownership to teach you not to do what you did again. Actually, you're welcome to if you like the punishment. But you have to, in addition to whatever else you have to do today, you have to take care of everything internet related worldwide. So we'll just forward all the calls to you, all the help desks, everyone who has trouble with their Costco laptop, configuring their new AT&T phone. They pretty much all go to you. So imagine you're going to have a pretty busy day today, but I'm sure you can handle it. Thank you very much for being first in chat, though. All right. That being said, I'm not sure if I did not see any birthdays yet. Let's see, possibly some birthdays. Can I just interrupt here? This morning, I was going back over the
I'm not a camel.
The Murdaugh trial from yesterday. I realized we did 2 full day live streams in one day yesterday. It was like 12 hours straight of streaming with like a half-hour break in the middle. But we did these huge live streams, and I was going over because there was so much, and I was thinking it over, and I'm like, let me just see if I can find a synopsis. And I pull up.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
I pull up YouTube, and I see a gossip rumor and innuendo. Kathy on YouTube has made a little summary about what happened in South Carolina yesterday. Oh my goodness, I was dying laughing this morning. She is such a funny lady. The way she tells everything, and it's with her own spin. It's not like a news report, minute by minute, play by play. But man, she does such a great job. If you get a chance to go check out Gossip Rumor and Innuendo, it only had like 144. I think I was 145th view on the video, and it deserves a lot more. It is hysterical. It is so funny. Just great stuff. Let's see.
There's a lawsuit.
So that anyway, I didn't get to hear all of it because obviously this was starting. So I'll have to go back and watch the rest. But it's really, really good. Okay. We have, let's see, we have some courtroom audio.
During this trial, she's crying hysterically because she's going to sit with her lunch, and I asked her, I said, is Maggie eating lunch? And she's like...
It's just awful noise. It's just awful noise right now. So, Carmen does stuff. Thank you very much for being first in chat. Hot mic and courtroom, we have missed several. I'm sorry. Do we count those?
Tell Maggie that if she doesn't sit with you, I'll never buy her another Jim's birthday or Christmas gift again. I was like, tell your cousin to sit with you. So, and then I thought about texting Maggie, and I'm like, I'm not going to get involved in any drama. I'm not driving to interview in school if there's going to be drama every day. I just can't do it.
Okay.
Yes, I know, Randy. I know. All right, I have to go, but you've got to help me out. If she's going to behave like that, I can't take her to school. I've got enough going on. All right, thank you. Bye.
Jury's going to come in at 9:30.
What?
But there's still preliminary stuff. There's still preliminary stuff we need to go over, right, Counselor?
We're not going to count those sorries.
It's much more minimal than we first anticipated. It's more minimal than what it was at the end of yesterday.
Right, but I guess
this is a conversation in a public courtroom. If it's personal, they made it public.
I just do whatever they say.
Okay.
But yeah, jury's 9:30. Probably because the weather, right?
Right.
Okay, we're going to turn that off for a minute because we have to sing, and it's not talking about anything really crucial for us, getting their kids to school and stuff. That's it. Do we have any other birthdays today? Because we have to do a quick birthday song. Please tell me their shorts are the same colors as your shirt today, says Sue. Let's see. We have Reese. Happy birthday to Reese. She's 15 today. It's a big 15. Let me add this to my notes here. So we have Reese. Let's see, is there anybody else we need to sing to? I know we sang last night for one person who was yesterday, but this we don't have to catch up on that one. Let's see. Our shirt may definitely match attorney's suit. I'm trying. One day we're going to have the same thing on. It's going to be a Who Wore It Best contest. My twin sister's birthday's today. My twin sister's birthday are today. I think you said that right. It's not birthdays because they share one day. Sunset Seeker, do you want me to sing to them? Are they going to listen if we gave their names? Let me know if the twins want to be sung to. Oh, there we go. We have E. Murph. Okay, you know what's going to bug me already? The water, the tank in my toilet keeps it doesn't seal, and I can hear the water's running in the bathroom. Like it stops for a while and then it goes down and then you hear it fill up again. So it's just like trickling down. I'm going to spend like a fortune in water. I've got to fix that. So I'm going to have to run and do that eventually sometime. Okay. So Emer 42, Jim, Polar Bear Lover, and Reese. Emer 42, Jim, Polar Bear Lover, and Reese. We can do that all in one rendition, one song, one verse. Only one B in bear. There we go. All right, so we're going to sing to them. Let's see. I didn't see. Did the twins have any? Do you have any upflow toilets? I don't know what those are. It sounds bad. I like things. Toilets should go down. I don't know what an upflow is. That sounds backwards. Let's see. I think I need a new rubber drain thingy, Rudy. Okay, float valve takes approximately 15 seconds to fix. You might just have to jiggle the handle. Usually jiggling the handle works. It's funny. My grandpa, who's passed away now, was a inventor, and at one point he made a device. It was sort of like a Rube Goldberg machine, but it was a button you could push that would flush the toilet. And that would fix it and set everything. And it's basically, he invented something to do something that already exists. You can usually just push the lever, but this was an electronic button. So if the lever was too hard to push for some reason, you could push this button and the batteries cycle, flush, slow close. It was really cool. He invented that. I mean, he didn't really invent it. He sort of reinvented it. So I feel I'll channel him a little bit when I'm fixing my toilet. Is my toilet running? Yes, my toilet is running. All right, we're going to sing Happy Birthday. I don't see anyone else. We're going to sing to Reese, Emurf, Jim, and Polar Bear Lover. So I'm going to put that back on the screen so you guys all know which words to sing. Just one second. There we go. Okay. Warm up with me. La 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 la. Good. All right. Blend your voices, people. Remember. It's almost like a church hymn. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Emurf 42, Jim, Polar Bear Lover, and Reese. Happy birthday to you. I had the music down too much. I was wondering why it wasn't. It seemed like it was more me than the music. All right. Let's see. Costs a fortune. The toilet running forever. I tell you, the worst water bill I ever got living in this house was just shy. This is a monthly water bill. Was just shy of, yes, you guessed it, $3,000. That's this many thousands in 1 month. Apparently, I used more water that month than would fit in a full semi-tank trailer, like those liquid haulers. I had like 47,000 gallons of water that went through my pipes that month. And the city didn't think to tell me about it till it was all over, and just by sending me a bill. Yeah, that's how we found out our pipes were broken, but not all the way broken. So we still had some water pressure, but it was mostly just spraying under our house and washing away our sandy foundation. All right, let's see. Thank you. Happy birthday for all those who are celebrating a birthday. This is a wonderful day. Thanks for being here with us so we can celebrate with you. Appreciate you being here, and please get your free pancakes at Denny's. Thank you. Okay, where are we? Let's see. Want me to send you a new toilet in chat? I think there is a toilet emoji you can send. I think it's out there. All right. Filling my pool only costs about $100 of that. Here's the problem here. We're in eastern North Carolina, and we have plenty of water. Like there's never like, oh, it's a drought. You know, a drought here is when it doesn't rain for 2 weeks, and so there's always, it seems to be plenty of water around. But it's the treating the sewage water that is so expensive. So it's not the paying for the water itself. That part was pretty cheap. I think it was like, all that water was like, I don't know, $600 or something. But paying for the treatment of the sewage water that would go out from the house, assuming what you brought in equals what you go out. That's how they calculate it. That was very expensive. But luckily, I was able to prove that our pipes were broken and never went to the sewer, so I didn't have to pay it. They knocked off a couple of thousand off that bill. All right, this morning's show, Toilet Talk. Yes, well, from that we will transition seamlessly over into the Crumbley trial as we're getting set. We're going to start picking up some of the chatter and the activity in court here. Let's jump over. Oh, no chatter, just some activity as people are getting set up. Turn that off. Get things set up. Okay. Let's see. I missed your 3 months. Natasha, I am sorry. Let me see if I can find it here. I might not be able to put it on the screen, but I'd like to at least read it. It's off my screen there. I'll check the other one. I can go back and find it. There's a way I can do this. All right. Natasha. Natasha says, you made my daughter's birthday by singing to her and getting her name right. Thank you, Natasha. I'm glad we could sing to your daughter. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I missed your 3-month sticker. Thanks for your 3 months of support. Coffee and Crime also had a sticker that said a 4-month membership message that said, so glad to have found this community. And Weldon McDonald says, hi, Big Mac from Denver. 2 months of support. Thank you, Weldon. Kelly, I'm not missing this one. 6 months and counting. Congratulations, Kelly. Thank you so much. It seems like just yesterday we met. Wonderful. Thanks. You have a yellow courthouse by your name, the enviable yellow courthouse. Thank you, Kelly. Alternate Egger. The alternate Egger just comes in with 10 memberships as a gift this morning. Yesterday we had so many gifted memberships. It was absolutely amazing. Shih Tzu Dad, our internet winner from the other day, just was gifted a membership. Amber Jones, our good mod Cakes Boo, For Justice, Lamom James, Smiling Thrifter Pam. Lots of great people gifted memberships there. Thanks to Alternate Egger. Love the name. Crazy Cat Queen says, I've been up since 3:30 Eastern time trying to catch up on yesterday's stream. I apologize. We streamed for like 12 hours yesterday, Crazy Cat Queen. Hopefully you watched it a little bit faster. It must be crazy watching the Murdaugh trial catch up on high speed, because we were high speed already. And some of those guys talk fast to begin with. So it's a challenge to follow that. Okay, there's very little gray left. We had so many memberships given out yesterday. The majority were by Nurse for God, but most of them that was that. But we had just a host of other people who joined and gave away tons of memberships as well. So the downside of that, the good side is we're all almost everybody's in green. The downside is that that chat will go very fast because slow mode does not apply to members. So we can put slow mode on, but only people who are gray get affected by it. So really, for the next month, slow mode will be ineffective. Ineffective chat's going to fly. Bug Dugger, once again, generous yesterday, generous again this morning, gifted another 5 memberships. Thank you, Bug Dugger. Let's see. All right. We are apparently we're 45 minutes away from court starting. So I'm not sure if we're going to open the phones this morning. If you guys want to give some impressions about this case, or I guess technically we could probably allow a little bit of talk. Well, I'd rather not talk about the Murdaugh trial right now. I'd like to keep things a little separate. Jules is here. Jules, thank you so much. 48 degrees and sunny in Florida. I'm struggling with this case. It is a tough one. It really is. Hey, we've got a call from across the pond here.
Call from
toilet button enthusiast.
I didn't catch the name. This is all right. Who am I speaking with?
Oh, good. Yeah, it's Mattis again.
Mattis, yes.
Yes, I wanted to point out that there are a lot of high-tech toilets in Japan. They are fantastic. And I even saw in like 22 that I think Drake gifted DJ Caleb like multiple, like half a dozen $20,000 toilets. And they're incredible. So
that's slightly outside of my budget for a new toilet. I was hoping it would be less than 200. I don't know. Is that possible? So,
we'd have to wait and see.
Yeah.
So speaking of technology, I wanted to give you 3 suggestions for your technology for the new year. Mm-hmm. One, so beyond the possibility to take calls via Discord or international burner phone, 2 would be, have you ever wondered how many people are seated? Because when you know that there's a lot of people getting memberships gifted, and they're using the seat command, it's interesting to see how many people have been seated in one screen.
Yes. So we would have
and
to
then
do
third, I really think,
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Do you know of a way to count that?
There should be a way to do it with the bot that does it in chat, but I don't have that expertise with YouTube.
I have to check. I use Lumia Stream, and I don't think it has that built in. I know maybe Nightbot or something might be able to do something like that, but I try not to have too many bots running on the channel because I value. I mean, I like to inject a little fun using a robot on with some commands, as you guys know. But the value for me is your comments, and so I don't like everyone's comments to be drowned out by the comments from a robot. So I try to balance that a little bit. So $20,000 toilets and count how many people are taking a seat.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking the bot that says, "Oh, thank you for taking your reserved seat," would probably just do an internal counter every stream, and then maybe that's not too complicated to set up. But maybe it's a long shot, and the technology just isn't there yet.
I'm sure there's about a half a dozen people listening right now who said I could program something that does that in my sleep, but I'm not one of those people. So that's interesting. I think I probably could, and it's probably even in the log files for my Lumia stream, because it has to trigger something every time that happens, and so I'm sure there's a log entry made. If I dig through the log files, it should be able to do a grep for / dots or exclamation point seat and do a count. So I in my head I can see how it's working.
And my third technology suggestion would be, I think if you to keep better track of the names of the birthday boys and girls, if you just do like an on-screen sing-along that with a dot that bounces over the part of the name, I think that's going to help with the enthusiasm and make sure that we all hit the names in the same cadence and stuff.
I'm just sort of, this might be an error on my part, but I just expected everyone to know the words to the main song. But the words for, as far as the who's being sung to, I could do like little bouncy ball across the top of the words like I'm doing right there with the mouse. Maybe highlight them in bold. So, great ideas, Mattis. I appreciate those. So thank you very much for all three of those.
Now, if you have another minute, I want to talk to you about something that really stood out to me in yesterday's testimony.
Okay, let's hear it.
That is from the Sean Shopkins, the counselor. I thought he said at least two things that I thought were really actually critical against the state's case. The first thing that he said was he didn't encourage them to take their son home on the day of the shooting.
Right.
He said he urged them to. He said they should seek help. And you can seek help thinking, okay, this evening I'm going to sit down and I'm going to research who can provide this, like who's in the area, what time can I get an appointment, etc. It doesn't necessarily mean we have to take him to a mental hospital right now. And the other thing he said, and this choice of words really stood out to me, was when he told them, so he didn't warn them about the possibility of school shooting. He said he was only concerned about self-harm. And when he did raise this issue, he said he acted out of an abundance of caution.
Yeah.
The legal standard is ordinary care. So what would
which one's more severe? Abundance of caution
ordinarily have done?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great
and
catch.
when this trained professional says, okay, look, just to be absolutely sure, my abundance of caution advice is seek help to prevent self-harm.
Yeah.
And I think when you give
within 48 hours, he was comfortable with him doing it within 48 hours.
Yeah. And so when you're telling me, okay, so we're going beyond ordinary care to seek mental health treatment against self-care in the next 48 hours, how does the state case not just collapse with that? So I would definitely cite these two things he said in his testimony in a motion for directed verdict, because I think that's huge. That's so good for the defense that I was actually angry that she kept revisiting this in his testimony, because I thought, oh, what he said on the record was so good. So don't give him the chance to comment on anything else. Take the testimony you had. It's so good.
That's awesome, Mattis. I appreciate that. I've got somebody calling from the 46 country code. Do you know which country that is? Which one's?
I used to know that, but I forgot.
We'll
find out.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Appreciate it, Mattis. We'll see you. Bye. Okay, I missed another call. I think they called 3 times with the 46 area code. Sweden. It's Sweden, says Angela. Is it Angela? So it might be Angela on the phone. We'll try and see if that call comes through again. Mattis is a great legal mind. We need to have him take the bar exam here in the U.S. All right, here we go. Coming back again. Same call.
Call from
Anna.
Hello, is this Anna?
Hello.
Hello, this is Recovery Addict. Who am I speaking with?
Amma.
Amma?
Yes, I'm from Sweden. So it's Amma. But it's Anna.
Anna, okay. I'm going to call you Anna because I'm not going to remember the other one. I'm sorry, Anna.
You can do that.
What's on your mind this morning?
I think I totally forgot, but I think my thoughts are that it's so sad, and I feel that we should focus more on preventing crime than punishing crime. I feel that the parents would never want it to happen. And I feel the school should be more crime preventing.
Yeah. So you would be more in favor of more safety precautions at a school, just in general? Like, would you say, like, magnet, metal detectors at the doors?
It's sad that it has to be like that. I'm more thinking of education.
Okay.
About dangers of things, and education to be more open about your mental health, because mental health is so connected.
Yeah,
but I know it's a long way, but here in Sweden, it's mind-blowing, the problem you have with school shootings. And it breaks my heart.
Yeah.
And it's so sad because I don't know what's the best thing to do. And education and mental health, it's like for the long haul. But yes, I don't know. It's so sad.
And I definitely agree. The acceptable number of school shootings is 0. Okay, and the fact that we talk about them and get confused because there are so many, we can't remember which one was which. It's soul crushingly painful. The judge is coming to the courtroom right now, and I'm going to have to let you go. It looks like we're starting early. Thank you so much for your call.
Bye.
We'll see you. Bye. All right, Misty says, Jules, hang on, judge is here. I'm going to have to take your call later. Sorry about that. I learned how to fix running toilets since I was 12 years old. So you shouldn't need a new one if that's all it's doing. Yeah, I just need to fix it. Maybe a new seal, a new flapper. Check the chain, make sure it's not tangled or something.
People versus Jennifer Crumbley, case number 222799990.
She's early.
Good morning. Thank you, Mark. Case number people.
30 minutes early.
On behalf of the people. Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Sharon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley.
All right, so last night when I heard about the 55 pictures, Ms. Williams went back and called all of the jurors, all 17 of them, and asked them to not come in until 9:30, which I guess is working out well because they're also calling about the snow. So they're not going to be here till 9:30, which is good. I don't like the jury waiting while we're doing whatever we're doing. So I also believe that Ms. Smith had the opportunity to look at various pictures that were presented as evidence. I looked at all the pictures last night and I compared them to your objections, Ms. Smith, but then I thought to myself, I don't have a copy of the pictures that they agree to admit, so I can't tell if things are redundant or whatever it is.
That's why I was having a hard time, because I could see what they'd take out, but I couldn't see what else was there. But we have good news.
Yeah.
I eliminated it, and we have far less objections, and then the prosecution is also eliminating 2 more.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to make sure I have the 2 they're eliminating. And then number 215, right?
215.
Okay, so 215's out, 247 is out.
215's out.
Help me with the sorry counter in case
so
we...
I no longer have an objection to 216. So I have, I essentially have 2 very narrow sets of objections.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah,
so,
I have your list, and I looked at all the pictures, and I have your exhibit list as well. So.
Okay, so first, exhibits 22 and 23. I'm sorry, 220 and 221.
Okay.
I am asking that one or the other be admitted. Okay. It makes it look like...
Let me meet your desk here.
Sure.
So the objection is they're cumulative. If they show the same sort of thing, like showing multiple pictures of the same evidence, is often eliminated.
Is this in the same room?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's the same picture. One's just focused in, one's focused out. I would just ask that one of those be struck so it doesn't appear that there are two of what is in those photos.
Okay, who's, is this the same room? Whose room is this?
That's that's Mrs. Crumbley's son's room.
Okay. You have an issue with that? Or don't they both, they picked a similar thing? Right?
It's the same thing. The testimony would be clear that it's the same items in the same room. It's just to give perspective for the witness and the jury.
Okay, so what's the difference? I guess the question would be why do we need them both?
Just to show the perspective of the location of the room.
Well, it appears to be next to the bed, right?
If it's a focus issue, they could have changed the f-stop. Made a wider depth of field and had both of them in
Oh, it
focus.
doesn't. Maybe you can't tell what it is.
Correct.
Yeah, that's the thing. This shows where 221 shows where it is in the.
Did I miss another one?
And 220 shows what it actually is.
I only heard the one, but I added two because you said
In
to add
other
two.
words, 221 shows that it's next to the shooter's bed, and 220 shows that it's whiskey. That's the reason.
I understand that. I believe that the photo from farther away, you can tell what it is, and that's simply my objection, but I understand if the court is...
Yeah, I mean, at first
objection.
At first I agreed with you, but I don't think that... I don't think you can tell this is whiskey from a whiskey bottle from this photo.
Whiskey bottle in the son's bedroom?
Anyway, I'm going to allow them both.
Thank you, Judge. That's 220 and 221.
Correct.
Okay, and then the final argument is about Exhibits 242 through 244. I am asking that the whiskey bottle in those three photographs be redacted because the whiskey bottle is irrelevant. It's the video games were not in the Mrs. Crumbley's son's bedroom. That's from in the house in general, so the court already ruled that alcohol and whiskey bottles would not be in. So I would just ask that those whiskey bottles be redacted from those three photos.
I guess the ruling, I have the transcript of the ruling, was more that someone having alcohol in their house is not indicative in and of itself of gross negligence. So that was the idea.
Well, I feel like, the defense argues that it looks like there's possibly three different alcohol bottles, and so it's unnecessary to have three alcohol bottles in those photos.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm going to ask, what's the purpose of it aside from throwing dirt at the defendant?
It's the same whiskey bottles in the defendant's room, Judge. It's clearly not three different bottles. You can tell from the pictures that the video games were...
This isn't in the defendant's room, is it? This is in the kitchen?
No, 220 and 221.
Are the defendant's room?
Correct, it's the same
Wait,
brand.
221 is the shooter's room or the defendant's
Shooter's room.
The shooter's
room, yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I may have misspoke.
Okay, so then, Your Honor, if that's the same whiskey bottle, it's clear they put the whiskey bottle...
No, it's not. That's not what I said. It's not the same whiskey bottle, it's the same whiskey brand. The 220, 221 clearly is empty.
Okay.
242, 243, 244. That's where this bottle with alcohol in it was found. It wasn't placed there. It's just one bottle. That's where it was found.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you to redact the whiskey bottle. I don't, barring some other evidence, the only reason to admit evidence of there being alcohol in the house is to attempt to ask the jury to believe that if someone has alcohol in their house, they might be a bad parent, or to connect it to the bottle in his room like they gave it to him or something, right?
Well, he was 15 years old at the time of the shooting. It's the same brand that was routinely purchased by the defendant and her husband over a period of weeks and months, and it's the same brand that was recovered in the art studio where they were found on December the 4th. So we do believe it is relevant, especially in light of the stated argument that defense is going to put forth.
Because I'm on national television, I don't want to tell you about the things I did when I was 15 years old. But the shooter could have taken this, right?
Taken
or bought
the
it. The whiskey. Like, the jury shouldn't be able to imply that, unless there's evidence to the contrary, that the defendant and her husband were giving the shooter whiskey.
Judge, the defense counsel has stated specifically that the defendant was, if anything, a hyper-vigilant mother. And if that's going to be the argument, the people should be entitled to explore what that means and what it doesn't mean. So these photographs were taken on November the 30th, the day of the shooting. The bottle with alcohol in it wasn't placed in the photograph. Detective Stoic will testify that that's just where it was found. He will testify that the empty whiskey bottle that is the identical brand to the one found in the shooter's bag.
And I guess we don't get to hear this. I guess we can't hear the brand. Is that the deal? They don't want us to know what brand is? I don't know why. I don't know why they cut the sound. I did not hear the judge order that. The ruling that I saw was that as long as the judge was on the bench, we could film, unless she specifically said not to. Valkyrie says, I agree with the prosecutor. Even if parents didn't give it to him, they obviously didn't pay attention to see if he took it. Big Whiskey strikes again. Any do we know the brand? Do we know the brand? Do we guess on the brand? I don't even know the brands in order to do a poll to see what it is. I'm like, what is there, like? Is it JB? Firearms and alcohol at 15 is something to be worried about, especially if they were both given to the child. They cut the feed randomly. They do. They're just like, well, and now we're done. I've got the audio going. As soon as the audio comes back, we'll take the feed, but we're staring at the courtroom seal right now. Our start today is 9:30 for the jury, so we've got 20 minutes before the jury shows up. But they've got 55 pictures to go over this morning that are going to be admitted as evidence, or most of them anyway. And now we are done. Says Evangeline Light. Yes, Grey Goose, Jim Beam. That's what I'm saying to the JB. Yeah, it doesn't mean he drank it.
Wouldn't even be here by 9:30. They were concerned about that. So,
I believe we are still ahead of our initial schedule.
Okay, so you think you're going to rest sometime this week?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sometime this week, state will rest.
Your Honor, I would ask if the prosecution is not calling some of their listed witnesses, they let me know, because there are witnesses on their list I intend to call if they don't, and they're aware of who those witnesses are.
Okay.
This is the game.
You can do that, right?
It just depends on how the trial progresses, obviously.
Okay. Well, she might ask you to produce them. That's why.
Yep.
They know who I'm asking them to produce.
Okay.
I've already given the list.
All right. So we'll have a full day today. We have this, is it Stoic today? Stoic.
Well, like I said, we're working on schedules, but
okay.
Stoic, Sergeant Pesky.
Okay. I'm trying to think what else on my list. I think I sent you a set of instructions. You both set sets of jury instructions. The jury instructions went back and forth, and then I sent you what I believe is a final set of jury instructions. I realize that they might need to be changed a little bit, right? So if there's anything different or any objections to the current jury instructions, let me know as soon as possible.
I don't see any at this point, but Judge will certainly keep an eye out.
Okay.
I don't either, but I obviously will have to revisit that after the proofs.
Okay.
Also, proposed exhibit 424 was the interview transcript. I referenced that yesterday.
Yep.
We provided a copy to defense counsel yesterday. What we have marked now is redacted in accordance with the personal information that was redacted on the audio that we showed.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Your Honor, I got this last night.
Okay.
I still need a few minutes to review it.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
That's fine. It would just be, if the transcript's accurate, I'd be admitting it. The idea would be if there's something inaudible and you do not agree what was said, I didn't have to listen to it or strike it or whatever it was.
Well, it's not a transcript that was done by a court reporter.
Right.
It's a transcript that was put together by the prosecutor's office. So I just want to double check to make sure that it's accurate and also that there's not a side commentary in there that the jury should be making evaluations on. So for example, if this says who is crying, I would object to that being in the transcript.
Well, that was a transcript made before that question was asked. So just let me know when you're ready to indicate whether you object to any of that exhibit.
Sure, thank you.
Any other housekeeping issues right now?
I don't believe so, Judge.
Ms. Smith, anything?
No, Your Honor, but I just have like 2 pages left, and it looks like the transcript is actually fine. I just needed to review it.
Okay, sure.
Let me just give me 1 second, and I think...
Did you say sorry again? Leandra literally woke up a minute ago. Road so far, please. Pull the blanket over her head. You can go back to bed. Nothing exciting's happened yet. They're talking about evidence.
Okay, so I have one objection, and it would be to page 16 of that transcript.
I cannot hear her. Sorry. How many pluses is that? Is that 2 plus 1?
I don't have the transcript, but why don't you tell us what the objection is?
Sure. There's one line on here that says JRC, which would be James Crumbley, and it says in italics, sobs. And the rest of the transcripts appears to be the words that were spoken. So I believe that characterization about sobs, when that's not a word spoken, I would ask that that be struck. Also, at the time, my client was crying, although not sobbing quite like her husband. So I think it's misleading to note that James Crumbley is sobbing, not mention anything about Jennifer Crumbley crying or sobbing, and it's just irrelevant to this transcript.
Are there any other times in the transcript when it says someone is crying? Or what's your response, Mr. Keith? Is that the only time?
There were no other times when anybody was crying.
I don't see any other references to people crying, and so that makes it even more...
Does it say who's... It says JC sobbing, right? That could be either one.
No. It says JRC, so it's clear that it's James Crumbley. Can we strike
JRC? Because you hear audio of sobbing, and they can determine who's sobbing. Right?
With the transcript, Judge, if the parties agree, it's admitted. If they don't, then it's not admitted. The reason why I sought to admit it is because when I played it yesterday over the court's monitors, it's not as clear as when you just...
Yeah,
the jury's going to see it on a laptop if they want to see it again.
I get it. I get what you're saying, because some of it was inaudible, right? So
I don't have any objection to the transcript, but this mention about sobbing, the transcript doesn't contain other italicized portions of sobbing or crying or somebody hiccuping or anything. So this one line I'm asking to be objected to, I'm objecting to.
Okay, it is a sound on the audio, right? You can hear.
But it's a sound on the audio, but the prosecution's big argument is that James is sobbing and that Jennifer is not crying when she may not be as audible, but that should be a decision left to this jury, not to the transcript.
Okay, but I guess James is audibly crying though, right?
I believe that you can hear Jennifer sniffling and crying also. She's just not a big crier like he is.
Okay. All right, so what's your response? I do think it assists the jury, and if it's accurate, it can assist the jury, because it is hard to hear.
I believe it's inaccurate. It's misleading to say that James is sobbing and not mention that what Jennifer's doing.
Well, it's a transcript of what can be heard, right?
I can hear Jennifer Crumbley sniffling and sobbing. I can hear it not sobbing. I can hear her sniffling, and I recognize it to be her. So I believe that the transcript should either reflect that or not reflect either parent.
That was a good argument.
Or the jury should decide what they hear, and if they hear Mrs. Crumbley.
Greeners, I'm only going to get one if they give me a test one for free.
November 2022.
Way too much money.
It was updated last night with the redactions. Sergeant O'Brien already testified to his impressions, his demeanor. He was there. If counsel wants to make that argument in closing arguments, she's certainly free to do so. If the court has listened to the recording, it's in evidence. It's now the court can make the determination if the transcript is accurate, and if so, it'll be given to the jury. If not, then we won't introduce the transcript if there's no agreement. But we believe the transcript does fairly and accurately depict what the recording showed.
It does, but what she's saying is there's an audio portion that shows he is sobbing but doesn't note that she's crying. That's the problem. So
they updated my
counsel's
tools
interpretation that her client was crying
just easily.
Sergeant Bryan was there. He said that she wasn't, and he testified that
he said she wasn't crying.
He said that he didn't recall her to be crying.
Did he say that?
I believe so.
I don't believe he said that.
I mean, we know what Jennifer Crumbley sounds like crying. She's cried throughout the trial. This court can make the determination. And if the court doesn't believe that this transcript is accurate...
Isn't the jury supposed to make the determination?
Again, the transcript is just to assist the jury because of the audio yesterday.
Oh, yeah, I get it. I think it's helpful.
So if they look at it in the jury room deliberations, they'll have the technology provided by the court on a laptop. The audio is clear. I sought to omit it just because it appeared that it was difficult to hear all of it yesterday with the court's monitors in the store. But if there's no agreement, we don't even need to introduce the transcript. It was offered as an aid to the jury.
Okay.
So that's fine.
All right. What else?
Sorry, I'm like a kid at Christmas. I just got a
little
upgrade on my tools.
Thank you. I guess you got to determine if you want it or not.
Leandra, thank you for gifting a membership. LJ, congratulations, I received it.
I think we're just waiting for the jury and our witnesses now.
I'm hopeful that will go well. We'll come out as soon as they're all here. Okay. So.
I think we get a little break here.
She'll be brought down, but I want to make sure both jurors, because jurors are coming in both ways. So.
Your Honor, I have all the videos that are going to be admitted. I have not reviewed any other transcripts of videos. If the prosecution intends to use or admit any transcripts, I'm just asking if I could be provided with them so that I could look at them and if we have an issue, then I could raise it. I don't know if they intend to or not. So
Unlikely. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Greener's your sample super chat
we're gonna let you know, but
shows that it still isn't quite fixed. They haven't put a black background behind the lighter colors.
Because jurors could be coming in right now. Okay, so we're going to let you know when everybody's here.
All right.
Judge has grabbed her coffee cup and she is headed out.
You may be seated.
I'm going to take this down. Yeah. Okay, take that down.
I'll keep you updated.
Haley's comment says they have me sobbing because of pettiness.
I just want to make sure that there's not covered. Okay. Okay, sorry, I'm just
Vince, I've requested an update to change the color. Actually, I just want them to put a black background behind the lighter colored text. I believe the super chats choose color based on denomination, like the price that was spent on a super chat influences what color the program selects for it. Okay, I'm going to turn the sound off because she's just very, very present with her voice right now. I can't change it manually myself, but they did just upgrade. They did just update the screen so that I can see. I can put all my super chats, monthly membership messages, and everything all together, so I can find them very easily. So I won't miss them. That's the point. I won't miss them. Please check text on burner. Just 1 second. I have a lot of text on the burner. Oh, I have a ton. I've got tons from yesterday. Let's see. Oh, that's funny. Okay, I'm sending the PO. You actually, my address, the PO box is going to be the best. We need one more +1. Sorry. Okay. for the person who was asking for the address, the P.O. Box is the best address to use on that one. Testing this theory, $2 is indeed blue. Yes, it is. So apparently you can change the color, but I can't. I don't know how that goes. I've actually requested the company that produces this to update this for this very reason, and get things fixed, but they're slow. This is the first update I've seen in 1 year on the application. Let's see. Handcuffs. She's handcuffed. She's in custody. Let's see. Where are we? Angela, I have not. I was so busy yesterday. I've not gone through my emails, and I've still got stacks of text messages as well that I have not read. Let's see. Thank you for the advice. The water is low. It's running. It's the flapper that needs to be replaced. I've replaced it once already, so I'll just have to do that again. That'll just take a trip to Lowe's. Lots and lots of comments. Thank you. Good morning. Oh, awesome. Got the info from Robin that I need to send her a mug. I'm toying with the idea of making a custom mug for Robin because she counted all the 103 not sorries on the feed up through the weekend. There's the address. Thank you very much for posting that. I have updated a couple things. I've told you guys, if you listened carefully over the last couple of days, I'm trying to improve the way text works and address the issues of having chat go so fast. And one of the things that I wanted to fix was some of the sort of the spammy comments that my little bot makes. And I realized that I like you guys being able to trigger things, but I wanted to cut down on some of the items. Specifically, I've taken all the external web pages, like my wife's web page, Brandy, Ivan, I think Dr. G, I think I've included him. Everybody that has an external web page, and I've made those mod commands so they can be entered upon request.
To accept, press 1.
Hey Jules, hey, just 1 second. They can be entered on request, and then the mods can put them in chat, just so it doesn't happen like when I mention somebody's name and then 10 people request the link to their website, then it spams the chat. So we're trying to fix that a little bit better. So you might notice that change today. If you're like, hey, why doesn't exclamation point misses work anymore? And it's because only the mods can trigger it now. Let's see. K-Cat says, defense attorney playing the damsel in distress is ridiculous. She's handled big cases like Nassar and is well prepared. She's on the stage playing her role. K-Cat, I think she is playing her role. Jules, good morning. Good morning. I know this is a hard case for you. What's on your mind this morning?
It really is hard because in the beginning of this case, I took a very hard stance against the parents. I felt that they should definitely be charged. I mean, I was gung-ho. And then watching this, Thursday and Friday, I still stood by my thoughts. Yesterday was a difficult day, and I started struggling, and I had a several-hour conversation last night with a fellow addict on the phone, and we were talking, and we're both now struggling with the actual charges. I think they overcharged her, both parents. And I think we saw a big difference in the defense attorney yesterday. I mean, Thursday and Friday, I did not like her. Yesterday, I felt she did a really good job in carrying down the prosecution's case. And I'm struggling, and I don't know if lesser included charges are going to be given maybe at the end of this trial. I find that where does the school lie in all of this? After hearing what he had to say yesterday, I am now more even more against the school than I was starting at the beginning of this case.
And there will be a case against the school. It will be a civil case. There's not going to be a criminal case against the school, but they most likely will probably settle. But there is a case moving forward against the school.
And the video that they showed of the parents entering the school, the first thing that popped into my head when I saw it was, how could anybody just walk into the school like that? Here in Florida, our schools have one school is in session, the doors are locked. No, you have to be buzzed in. Mm-hmm. A lot of them now have metal detectors. So when I saw the parents just walk in, that was astounding to me. And the counselor, he was concerned about self-harm, but you gave them an option.
Yeah.
You didn't say, take him home and get him help now.
Yeah, he specifically
you gave
said
him
he
an
didn't
option.
tell them to take him home.
Right.
He just
Right.
He said I was hoping they would take him home, and they said, hey, you need to get him some help. And they're like, well, no, it's hard to get help. He's like, maybe within 48 hours, here's a list of people, and they send him back to class.
Yes. And Lori and I, we had like a 3-hour discussion about this last night, and we're both, on the same page. And we both started out on the same stance. These parents need, I was with the charges. I'm no longer with the charges. I don't know how, a lot of people in that state are angry. So I hope that when it comes down to the jury, that they're not going to, that they're going to see what I saw.
Yeah.
I just don't know.
Jules, let me tell you this. I appreciate your
intellectual
intellectual honesty coming to this. You had some strong feelings. I would say you were decided at the beginning of this case exactly where you stood, and it was, and to be able to look at this case and be able to reflect and reanalyze where you stand. That is your integrity is awesome. That is amazing. Thank you for doing that.
Well, thank you.
It's not
but it
an
was
easy
yesterday.
answer. Yeah.
No, it was yesterday. Mm-hmm. Thursday and Friday, I was still on board. Locked in. They need to go to jail. They need to go to jail for a really long time. No, I'm hoping. No, I don't see it here now. I just don't. And I think the state is overreaching. She did a great job dispelling with that counselor yesterday, and it changed my mind.
Yeah, there's some interesting arguments still, and I'm not. I mean, I've got some principle things I'm trying to stand on, and I have to stop and question them a little bit. And so it's interesting. I'm not completely decided. I've always been a big proponent of parents' rights, and the parents get to choose, and it's within reason. How one parent parents is none of my business, and this seems to be getting into how parents parent. And I would say there are many ways that these guys did it that I would not. They're coming back to court. It looks like right now. We're going to have to let you go again, Jules.
Talk to you later. Have
Thank
a great
you so
day.
much.
All right,
bye. Let's see. We've got some movement in the courtroom. I thought they were coming back to court. Jules, if I kicked you off for no reason, I apologize. I don't know what they're doing now. They're hand over the lens, apparently. That's the thing. Chrissy Bacon says, great place to be, and I thank you for that. Also, it's my birthday. Love you, Ari. Chrissy Bacon, happy birthday. We already sang the birthday songs, but I hope you have a happy birthday. If I missed anyone else as well, hope you have a happy birthday as well. Sort of an earlier start than we're used to, so I'm sorry if we missed you. Have a wonderful, wonderful birthday. Let's see. We are... Counselor did not have all the info in order to be more concerned about behavior. I agree, Mary Beth. If the counselor knew that this child who was clearly troubled had recently gained access to a firearm, I believe that would have drastically changed his decision. I think it would have changed how quickly he addressed it. I think it would have changed what tools he implemented, and possibly rushed his decision. It's another call DCFS situation. Did have limited authority following protocol. Let's see, I'm glad I went to school when I did. In the late 90s, kids have it so hard in school today. I can tell you, my friends and I, we were not troublemakers in school. We were not the problem kids with behavioral problems. But we did all carry knives just because it was just a pocket knife. It was a little locking pocket knife. And on the way home, we'd stop at this one tree and we'd throw our knives and do knife throwing in the tree. And it was normal and it was okay. The knife was never used as a weapon.
Banana.
Let's see. Meanie Banana, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing good. I just had, it's working in mental health for like 30 years, and doing assessments on mental health. I believe that the counselor should have asked about firearms, because that's one of the main things that we do when doing a risk assessment. We ask about weapons in the home and firearms.
Well, can I ask Meanie Banana, when did that become part of the standard questioning? Do you know?
It's always been that way. We always ask about firearms in the home.
I mean, was that even pre-2000?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've been doing this for a really long time, and we always asked about firearms in the home and weapons, access to weapons. So the fact that the counselor didn't ask that question, it blows me away.
I agree. It's failures all over the place, at least in hindsight. Not sure in the moment if I would have noticed or called it out as a failure, but appreciate that, Meanie Banana. Thank you so much. It's always great to talk to you. I think we're about to start back in court. So
okay,
last call. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
I did want to address some of these. People were asking about the co-counsel for defense, and if you look, I'm not sure if you can see, you got Miss Smith, Shannon Smith there. The co-counsel was actually assigned by the judge. And the reason the judge assigned co-counsel both to Jennifer Crumbley and to James Crumbley is because she was concerned because they had both selected a lawyer from the same law firm. So it was one law firm representing both of them, even though they had separate cases. And she says this could be a problem because as things progress, you might be turning against each other. Now you have one law firm, shared information. There could be problems. And so this co-counsel was appointed to each one. So they have paid lawyers and appointed lawyers. And the co-counsel is appointed for the sole purpose of representing Jennifer and informing them of the risk and of doing the way they're doing it. So the team that, or the lawyer's firm that, let's see, Miss Smith is on. I think she's one of the lawyers, and Liam or something. There's another name for the other one. They're the two principal lawyers on the name, but they've got one representing Jennifer and the other representing James, and that's why you're seeing co-counsel, and that's also why you're seeing them basically not use them, because they did not choose them. They want to do it on their own. They're handling this. It's not, it's almost an insult. So that's interesting. Not her representing both, but her law firm. So her partner is representing James, which is crazy. There's the toilet filling up again. All right. I realize calls are coming in. We're about to start, so I might have to hang up. I'll try to take this call. Just one second.
Call from
Downtown Jackie Brown.
Downtown Jackie Brown. This is RA. You've got like maybe 10 seconds. I don't know when the judge is going to come in. What's on your mind?
Oh, okay. I'll try to make it quick. I'm going to give more of a generalized comment without, making myself feel old. I am old. And growing
experienced.
Yeah, I'm experienced. Growing up, we knew that there were consequences for our actions, and we were given those consequences. Now, was every family perfect in doing that? No, they were not.
it's a whole new world out there. Raising kids, I would not want to be doing it at this point in time, just the way the world is. I have nieces and nephews and, and their parents, and, I hear the different things that go on with their kids, that I just sit there in awe of the lack of consequences that these kids receive or that they know, or lack of respect. It just isn't the same world out there anymore. And it saddens me because I grew up in such a great world where you go out and play and, you had to be home when the streetlights run. These kids sit in front of computers, phones, and they, ever since, they could turn, my son said to me one time, he said, I'll call CPS on you. And I said, that's fine. That's okay with me. Not that I ever beat my kids or hit my kids. That's not it. He just thought he could use it. Yeah. So I said, but just remember, when they come here and they take you, there's no coming back. So hence, he never made that statement to me again. Therefore, he knew there was consequences. And without ranting, and I hope I'm not sounding that way, I just feel that this is a changed world, and kids nowadays, really, they don't feel the effects of the consequences. So why not do what I'm doing?
So Jackie, let me ask you this: is that our fault as parents? Are we too much looking at our kids and saying we want to spare them the painful lessons that we learned and make things better for them growing up? Is that on us? Are we doing this wrong?
The hardest job in life is being a parent. And I always say that. There's no book. There's no, every child is different. Every parent is different. What I find is that parents nowadays want to be best friends. Okay, you want to be friends with your child, but first and foremost, you're a parent. And you have to teach them right from wrong. And if you don't, and they don't realize that there's consequences, then you're not doing a good, without sounding judgmental, I don't feel like you're doing a good job. And you're doing them a disservice.
Yeah.
Because one day you're not going to be here, and how are they going to get along? Like I have a niece who enables her son, and we all sit by our phones saying, it's just a matter of time before we're going to get a call that he has done something, because she has said, I want to be his friend. That's first and foremost, and buy some pot. I'm like, what?
I tell you,
it just doesn't add up.
The social medias, especially you go to TikTok, you go to Twitter, you go to Instagram, YouTube, the short videos, they're full of examples of kids that have been raised this way, who think that they can do no wrong, and if they do wrong, that they can be sheltered from the consequences, or there won't be any consequences.
Absolutely.
And it's sad. We watch these videos. We've got videos of people that just go in public places and just scream just because they can, and there's no respect for other people. There's no sense of community or duty to be a good citizen, or it's all those lessons are gone. If you ask a group of teenagers nowadays, why they should respect people around them, just as a general rule, they'd look at you with a blank look, like, why would I?
What is that?
Yeah, what's that? They should respect
what
me.
What does that mean?
They should respect me. Respect me and what I want to do.
Exactly, and that's what they do. They they think they're owed something. Somewhere along the line, these kids are growing up where they're owed something. And I mean, I may be old school, but that's just my opinion. I feel like, I'm not judging these parents. There's a part of me that does not think that they should be charged. I don't know what their circumstances are, so I'll reserve judgment. Yeah. But I just think this is not the same world that I grew up in, and I feel bad for the kids nowadays because they're not being taught. Their parents want to be more their friends than they want to be their parents. And that doesn't teach them.
Jackie, great input. I appreciate that. I realize what we're talking about doesn't apply to everyone. There are some amazing parents out there. There are some amazing kids out there. And so if you're listening to this and saying, no, that's not true, you might be the exception. You might be the exception. You might be the great exception that we hope everyone is like. But Jackie, thank you so much. I appreciate your insights this morning.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate your time and what you do. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll see you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Call from
Witchy Mama.
Good morning, Witchy Mama. How are you doing?
Great. How are you doing, Scott?
Great. I will tell you, your voice does not sound like it goes with your name. I can't see you as a Witchy Mama.
It's the COVID. It's the COVID.
Oh, okay. Normally you sound.
So I have raised 9 kids. My youngest one is 16.
Okay.
All right. And I do agree that there's a lot of times that kids today don't take consequences for their actions. But on the flip side of that, there's so many rules that, parents don't do this, parents don't do that. So where does that line get drawn, and who gets to draw that line?
Yeah.
I mean, do we need a parent's bill of rights, or, do kids need to, one of my kids said the same thing the previous lady said, I'm going to call CPS. I dialed 911, handed her the phone and said, go ahead.
It's like, I think that the story is told, the kid says, I'm going to run away from home. And the mom's like, okay, do you want a peanut butter sandwich? Because you're going to get hungry. Do you want me to pack you? It's that we treat things differently nowadays. But
if I would have said that when I was a kid, my mom would have been like, bye.
Yeah.
Come back when you're ready to clean up chores.
Yep. Get your chores done. You're welcome back. But no, it's, I don't know, tough love. What's the right measure, balance between tough love and a little bit of, sheltering.
Well, exactly. And someone was saying, I can't remember who I was watching the other day, what they were saying, Florida is coming up with a parent's bill of rights.
Mm-hmm. I've heard some rumors about this in a couple different states. I know some
think
states.
That's interesting.
Some states, when it comes to education.
Thank you, Denise.
Yes,
I'm really not that young.
Some states say that when it comes to education, the parents are in charge in the school and secondary, and it's like spelled out in the Constitution. Like this, the parents have the primary responsibility and are the decision maker when it comes to education. The school's there to help.
Exactly.
And other states are very much, the child must be in school, and the parent, if they don't comply, can be arrested.
I know nannies that get paid more than school teachers.
Oh my goodness, that we opened that door, and why do we take the people who we trust our kids with and their future and give them the least amount of support, training, financial incentive to do their job or anything else? It's the same with police officers. It's sad when the people who are on the front line defending us are getting paid less than the people who are serving them their fast food lunch, and it just doesn't make sense. I don't know why we came up with this. Oh man.
Alrighty, I just wanted to say good morning and throw my 2 cents in. And Denise, you are so sweet for saying that. I'm in my 50s.
That's awesome. Thank you, Witchy Mama. Good talking to you.
All right, we'll talk to you later.
Bye-bye. All right. I realize we have a lot of diverse opinions on this, and I appreciate everyone bringing that and the respectful way you guys are able to handle the comments and the discourse, even if it doesn't agree with how you feel. Thanks for sharing. First of all, thanks for sharing your opinions. Thanks for calling when you don't agree with me. I love to hear that. I love to be corrected. I love to learn more as well.
Call from
Melissa.
Melissa, how are you doing? I keep saying the judge is going to be here any second now. I've kicked like 6 people off the phone because the judge, I swear, was coming into the room. She's not
here
I keep
thinking of calling and then they're coming, and then they're not.
Well, we'll see. What's up, Melissa?
Yeah.
Melissa, sorry.
Yeah, I kind of agree with the previous caller. I think one thing is we're really quick to judge individuals, and I think part of it is that it seems simple if one person's responsible. And we kind of forget that all the other elements that go into it. So, like the counselor's load he had too large of a load, and
there might not been enough services in the area watching out for kids, or the gun laws, or just so many things that go in together to these things that it's easier to blame one person than look at the big picture.
It's also easier to look at someone else's kids and see how they're being parented wrong, and not see any problems with our own. Right? It's very easy. If everyone else would just parent the way I did, their kids would be perfect like mine.
Right.
So
well, and then I do have to ask, and this isn't blaming, but who parented the parents is one thing to think of as well. Somehow this built up. So yeah.
Great input, Melissa. Thank you so much. I'm going to try to take one more call.
Right.
We'll see if this works.
Okay.
We'll
Thanks.
see it. Bye.
Bye.
I will say I'm hearing somebody walk around my house, which is a problem because I'm the only one here. The ghosts previously have been quiet, but I can hear this one. Should I go check it out, or are we good? I think somebody's at my back door. Hang on just one second. What? You ready for a little bit of music? I'll put it on quietly in case the judge comes in. Let's see. Hang on.
Call from
Nicole F.
Nicole F as in Frank. How are you doing?
Good morning, R.A. How are you?
I'm doing great. I've got somebody in my house, and I probably should figure out who it is, but everyone's like, go check. It turns into a ghost hunting podcast. Nicole, what's on your mind? I keep saying Judge will come in at any moment, but let's see. Get some calls in.
I just wanted to call real quick and let you know that I made a storyboard for this trial, and I emailed it to you.
Oh, I saw the text, and I was about to respond, and then a call came in. That is awesome. I will check the email. You said you made it in Canva, right?
I did.
Awesome. I love Canva.
Yeah, so if you want to edit it, or if you don't even want to use it, that's fine too. But I kind of had fun this morning. Was
it just sent as like a PNG or as a Canva file, or is it shared Canva doc? Trying to find it here. Just one second. Oh, here it is. Oh no, that's an advertisement from Canva. Storyboard. Boom. Downloading PDF. Okay. All right. Ooh. I see it. I see it. Your skills are much higher than mine. I don't know. I like it, but I'm not sure if I can use it. Does that make sense? I'm really sensitive in this case where we have a school shooting to use any sort of cartoon to depict that sort of thing. I love what you do here. I might hire you. You've the no cell signal, everything else. This is great. You've got the two horses, one with a bad leg with medicine. I might show this. Is that all right? Jen, did I lose you? I lost her. I'm sorry. I lost you. I've got the email pulled up. I apologize. I lost you here. Let's see. Hang on one second. One second. Let's see if I can send as a PDF to my MacBook. Wait for it. I'm just going to make it full screen and show it as a picture because I can't seem to load it into my graphics tool. Might be too large. Okay, ready? This is what we have right here. This is what she made. It's Jennifer Crumbley trial. You've got lots of I'm sorry's in the cloud. We've got a cell phone tower with no signal. We've got a barn, couple horses with medication, the farrier, the horseshoes. let's see, what's this one here? You got the pizza delivery. That's at the Uber Eats. You got the reporter with the stack, or the lawyer with a stack of papers on the desk. The school with the clock that doesn't change. This is really good. Lots of cell phones. The burner phones are all up there. The homework drawing. Great work. Very, very good work. What's the cell tower with no signal about? The rumor was, what we've heard was that there's no signal down by the shops, down by the barn. So they might not have got the text. We had DoorDash in there. That is really good. I'm sorry I hung up on you, by the way. I'm not sure. I think when I moved my phone, it lost connection because I can't get it to gain connection again. Let's see. But Nicole, that is really good. Thank you very much. Let's see. All right. Going back to court just briefly here. I'm going to stand up and go just do a quick walk through my house. And make sure it's just me and we don't have a special guest, an unannounced special guest in here. I'm just a little curious. Okay, so I'm going to play a little bit of music, and if court starts, I'll hopefully be back in time to stop it. But let's see, here we go. Give me 5 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, I made it back, and I'm alone still. All right. We're going to turn the music down. Thanks for being patient. I have water. I did not find what was making the noise, but I think it's just me. So, I mean, it's just me in the house. The kids and Mrs. R.A. are on a field trip to Raleigh. Son's gone as well. So, yeah. Red Pen said you went to jiggle the toilet handle. I probably should have done that while I was gone. Let's see. We've got another international call. Looks like Sweden.
Call from
Angela.
To accept, press 1. To send.
Hello, Angela. This is Scott. How are you doing?
Hello. I'm doing good. Sorry to call this late. I know the judge is about to enter. I just wanted to first apologize for yesterday because I was so nervous when I called.
You did great.
Okay, and I just wanted, I had actually planned so much to tell yesterday, but, I forgot a lot. I think that after I went back and listened to what I said on the phone, and looked at the chat, and I think some people did not completely understand what I meant with misconceptions.
Okay.
because it's not rarely used name unless you're in certain field. And what I meant is that the prosecution wanted to get rid of any reasonable doubt, possible reasonable doubt,
Yes.
I don't know, could anyone else have prevented it, like that, so that the defense does not come back and stab them in the back and take that up. Like, could anyone else?
I think they're going to be.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I think they're actually prohibited from doing that by rule, so they can't blame the school or blame James directly, or say actually there was a third person, a police officer got the text and got the warning and didn't do anything. I don't think they can do that. They just have to see if on her own is Jennifer to blame. So
because it felt like that yesterday.
They can sort of get into it, but I don't think they can really point the finger of blame. We'll see how much the judge allows.
Yes. And also regarding the counselors testifying yesterday and how the teachers did alarm the school, I have worked. I am in a writers community online, and the things I have seen, which I presume are written based on the language written by teenagers, I sometimes need bleach to scrub my brain. How ugly it is.
That's awful.
And, yeah. And if I call police or, for stuff like I see, I would be on the phone 24/7, because, and just because someone's fiction is dark does not mean it is alarming to call CPS and stuff like that, which is why I sort of understand the counselor's position and why they did not escalate it before, and some people might disagree with me here, but that's just what I think, because I have seen, unfortunately, worse than what they said yesterday.
Yeah.
So,
Angela, thank you so much. I appreciate that. A few more people are appearing in court here, so we might be starting any minute now. But
yes,
I have to ask you.
Thank you so much. I just want to. Yes.
I have to ask you, what's the temperature in Sweden right now?
It's 2 degrees, and it's about 2 degrees Celsius, so about 36 in Fahrenheit.
Yeah. Okay. That's cold. It's cold.
Yeah, but it's no snow, thankfully.
No snow.
I think at least, thankfully.
Oh, wonderful. I would love to visit Sweden sometime, but I think if I do it, it will be during the summer. So.
Yeah. Oh, and if you come to South Sweden, you can actually swim in the water, in the sea, even though it sounds, unlikely, but it is actually warm to swim in the sea.
Yeah. When I was a child, I went to Norway and swam in the ocean. So I imagine it's similar.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't hear it.
Yeah, it's similar temperature. Well,
depends on where in Sweden you are, or where in Norway you are. So, but here where I am, which is southeast of Sweden, it's warm water to swim in. It can be warm as, I don't know, lukewarm. So yeah.
Yeah.
So
sorry.
It's really warm.
Angela, thank you very much. I'm taking a call on my home phone at the same time. Can you give me? Thank you for your comments. I'll let you go, and let me take this call at home, and I'll.
Thank you so much, and I'm sorry for.
Oh no! Don't apologize.
Yes,
you did
thank
great.
You, bye.
Thank you. Bye. All right, hold on, chat. I've got a call.
Bye.
All right. Sorry, I'm the home receptionist as well when the family's away, and that ringer is super loud. Two phones is too much for me to handle. Okay. All right. I think. I don't know why we're waiting. The judge left the courtroom, said the jurors were going to be back at 10:30, but she also said some jurors had been calling because of the snow. So I think Michigan's probably got a little bit of snow overnight that might be causing a delay. We've got 17 jurors who have to make it to the courtroom successfully before we can begin. So if one of them did not, that would be the delay. I know what I was going to do. There we go. My mug is now full. Thank you, DMD. We will mind the laptop. How was Pickles? Pickles was doing great this morning. Although last night, very, very much wanting attention. The water was loud. That's called ASMR. I should make another channel just for pouring water. Let's see. It was 45. Everyone's giving their readings. Let's see. Oakland County's 31 degrees. 30 degrees, too cold for my liking. It was 45 here yesterday, says Reverend Beasy. And now it's snowing. There's ice under a thin layer of snow. Extra treacherous. That is so slippery. Falsumi, sorry. I should have given you a little more warning. Luckily, there's time for a quick bathroom break. So Pickles is doing well. Purple Haze. I appreciate the asking. There's a lot of... Oh, we've got courtroom sound. Let's see if we can take a call still.
Call from
Mel.
Hey, Mel, we have courtroom audio, so we might not have any time. Do you have a quick thought?
Oh my gosh, I didn't think I would get an answer, but yeah, this total scenario kind of happened with my daughter, only our guns were in a safe. No clue whatsoever. School called, went in, had a meeting, said she was having suicidal thoughts but didn't have a plan, gave me a list of psychologists to call or whatever, got her appointment, asked her in this meeting whether she wanted to go back to school or not, and she did, so we all let her go back to school.
Wow.
And then, but I was on the phone, as soon as I got home, making the appointment. But, and I had no clue. The kid went out every weekend, had friends. I'm like, how is she depressed?
Yeah.
If,
for you, there was no indicators.
Yeah. Not at all. It totally hit me out of the blue. But I did, get her help or whatever, and she's fine, but it was just out of the blue. I'm like, how is this kid depressed when she has more of a social life than I do?
Yeah.
But
it seems to me that, at least with the hindsight we have here, that the Crumbleys had some signs. They had some signs of some issues.
Yeah, and my thoughts on that too. I mean, I don't know if my kid was seeing demons and texting me this stuff. I'm not so sure I would text. I would want to talk to him in person, but I'm old. So
you're old-fashioned. Sometimes kids prefer the electronic method of communication to in person, which might be a problem in and of itself. But Mel, thank you for sharing that perspective. Obviously, you're looking at this and see similarities and can see how easily some of these things can happen.
For sure. It's crazy. But thanks for answering.
Not a problem. Thank you, Mel. We'll catch you again.
You're welcome.
We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, now the judge should be here any minute now. It's only the jurors that we're waiting for. The judge will come out as soon as the jurors are here. So we have, looks like all of prosecution. No, we're missing one attorney on prosecution's side. I do not see co-counsel anymore. And here's the judge. Here we go. And we froze. Video froze. We'll see what's happening here. Give me just 1 second. Let me get another feed going. Okay. Let's bring this one in right here.
I'm going to ask the jury if half an hour is enough for lunch, okay? But it gets delivered right there, so I don't know why not. So.
Give me just a second. I'll have a picture for you.
When that's going to happen, can you give me a heads up? Because then I can have Elena go downstairs and grab me something, because otherwise I don't have enough time. Yesterday it took 25 minutes for us to get through the line to get something. I need to eat, Judge. I'm eater.
I have some bagels that were just delivered to Judge Callahan.
I have to have soup because nothing goes down my esophagus.
Homemade soup that I made.
She brought homemade soup?
I can have her run down if you just give me like a little heads up.
Okay, usually the lunch is delivered on noon, so.
You know what I like? Soup. I definitely like soup. I'll write it down for you.
Okay, get you just 1 second. We're going to get to reconfigure some things. Box source 2 is going to be 3.
I'll tell you. Because she's just going to half an hour. I'll eat and then we'll run back up. Sounds good? Oh, here. And you get whatever you want. Of course. No.
Camilla Barclay, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. Content Lazzani says they immediately decided to sell our house and horse in order to fund his legal defense. Not something parents who don't care aren't trying to do. Not sure what the holdup is here.
Just a just one that's not like one that's easy to swallow. Probably the frosty one.
Did she say a frosty? Get me a frosty. Shout out to hashtag Wendy's this morning, I guess.
Thank you. Elena is going to get me.
That's the juror seats right there. They look fairly comfortable. Armrests. I do see some notes or some paperwork at least on the chairs. Looks like they're allowed to take some notes maybe. Also looks like some of the chairs are a little torn. You seen that? What part of Michigan? They're in Oakland County, Melanie. Oakland County, Michigan. This happens to be, I believe, the 6th Judicial Circuit Court with Judge Cheryl A. Matthews is presiding here. I think she's going to be presiding over both trials. Is that in the Upper Peninsula? I do not know. I'm not big on my Michigan geography, so I could use some local input on that. is who is sobbing still in the transcript will be given to the jury. I don't know how that ended up. Obviously, there was a fight over it. There's audible transcript. I think did they leave it saying they weren't going to say who it was that was sobbing? They said the jury gets the evidence. The state said, well, if you're not going to get the transcript, if we don't agree on the transcript, I'd rather nothing goes back and the jury will just get the video. I think that was the last I heard. Vince, you should only focus on the jury box when they're not there, and possibly just as realize this photographer, this cameraman is gathering video for both news agencies as well as for live stream. So a lot of times the news agencies who are part of the pool will say, look, can you get us some B-roll, some footage that's a little different, something we can cut up and splice and have in our, in our little story as we lead into the story, or something that gives some variety instead of just the same view from the back of the courtroom. So it's common for them to get some close-ups of a few things. You might get the judge's bench or the witness chair or things like that. Just to give them some variety to edit. How long did Murda go last night? 2. Kevin, it went too long. We were here till almost 9 o'clock. Southeast Michigan. Thank you, Sylvia. Appreciate the input. Not far from Detroit, southeast. Detroit Metro, north of Detroit. Rejected juror says, I think the defendant sobbing the other day was planned and intentional. They are literally arguing about which parent sobbed more. That's the captain. Have we rented out the Airbnb? We're in talks with some people who want to rent it right now. So. If you guys missed what happened in Murdoch, I'd recommend, if you just want a quick synopsis, go watch Kathy over on Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo, her YouTube channel. She has a quick little story that she does where she sort of gives you a synopsis on the whole thing with full of personality. It's amazing. I loved it. Watched most of it this morning. Vins, thank you for the super sticker. Appreciate the lemon head with the wave. Pontiac's a mess this morning. It sounds like a lot of traffic was the issue this morning for the jurors. 17 people who had to get to the courthouse. Nancy, I don't want to put words in Jewel's mouth, but she had a conversation with a fellow viewer here for a couple hours. And some of the testimony yesterday, specifically with the school counselor, I think was impactful for her on that a little shift in how she's thinking about it. You haven't missed anything this morning. There's a little bit of pre-trial work that went on regarding exhibits, about 55 images mostly, I think. And I think most of them are related to pictures taken at the Crumbley home. So we'll probably see some of those in some of the upcoming witnesses. If not with Jennifer herself when she's on the stand, especially on cross. Kathy does a good job. She has some of the funniest scenes ever.
I'm sorry, I only brought you out through today. I didn't just say this snowstorm. Hey, Dash, are you at home or are you out this question mark? I need to bring it out to the jail. Get over. No, I understand. But I can have her parents take it because they're in town. I can get them, Dash.
Sorry, counter +1. You can almost read her texts. That is good thing it's only 1080p, because 4K you'd be reading those texts. Another sorry. Hey, let me say this about the sorries. If you hear a sorry,
I ordered some end caps on Amazon.
Now we're hearing her text to speech.
Miss Smith? I'm not positive we're not taping.
The audio's not on, right?
Yes, it is.
The audio, they turn it off.
Sorry.
Oh, well,
he had it off, so
The judge is like, Miss Smith, you're live, and there's a screenshot for you. Instead of saying +1 or +2, can you just type the number it should be? Because some of us, when we're watching, I'd say us, but sometimes people are watching this and they're a little bit behind. And if I get a +1 from somebody who's 5 minutes ago, it's confusing. But if instead of you say 129 or 128 or 130, that will help me understand where we are. So thank you. I appreciate that. That'll be easier for me to do than the pluses. All right. And I'm going to go with like majority rules. So here we've got Bob has a 130, but everyone else is at 129. So Bob, I'm going to go with 129 for now. I think that Danielle says 130. This has to be accurate, says Melissa. This has to be accurate. EJF, I see what you did there. All right. That's funny. The cameraman. I've never heard the cameraman talk so much in court as we have right here. Jill Higgins, welcome to the gallery. Brand new member. Jill, I'm not sure if you know, but being a member has its perks, its privileges. You get to type !seat in chat, and we have reserved seating, virtual seating for you. Seeing a lot of 130s. We're going to say 130 is where we're at right now. And we'll go from there. There we go. Okay, so we've got some lip readers that called us out on that one. 29.5. We'll do decimals. There was a half a sorry. All right. Anyway, !seat will get you a seat. There, you took your seat already. That's wonderful. And then help yourself to the emojis in chat. Members get access to special emojis that are only available to members. Also, you're now out of the gray jail, so out of slow chat jail, and now you can talk just as much as you want in chat. Appreciate that, Jill. Welcome. It's good to have you here. Also, you can never leave now. It's a one-way door, so I hope you like it here. Someone is in my seat. Did anyone understand what Shannon student? Yes, we did. We heard that she's texting someone about getting change of outfits for Jennifer to wear during court. The jail is not providing the clothes for the defendant. Maybe her law firm is, or maybe I don't know if there's family or who, but they're providing a change outfits for her to change into, because it would be prejudicial for Jennifer to come into court wearing like an orange jumpsuit. For the jury to see them sitting there, it just looks like they're guilty, right? You saw Alex Murdaugh in trial yesterday in that South Carolina Corrections Department shirt on, or the jumpsuit, and it looks like an inmate. So because of that reason, the inmates are afforded the opportunity to change and are almost forced to, but sometimes, they can fight back and choose to appear in jail outfit if they want. Peggy Riordan, welcome to the gallery. Thank you as well. Also good to have you here with us. Same applies to you. Thank you very much. !seat works. No space, just !seat. Take your seat and you'll be ready. I don't know. I haven't heard what the smell comment was from yesterday. Looks like we might have the jury here and probably get audio in just a moment. The judge has already been here, so I believe we're standing for the jury right now. Jen, I think it's Javier. Thanks for keeping me company during my oil change. Thanks for getting an oil change, Jen. That's something I oftentimes forget to do. I'm great at filling it up when it needs more, but changing it when it's old, not so good. Yeah, you don't want to buy a used car from me. Kiki D, happy birthday to me, 129, good to be among my peeps. Or you have been an outlet to many, thank you. Kiki D, thank you very much. Happy birthday yesterday. Appreciate you. 7 months of support as well, that's huge. Wouldn't be the same without you. Thank you so much.
All rise for the jury.
I haven't heard the updates. Javier, oh, it's an H. I'll probably get that wrong again.
Good morning, you can see it. Are you guys okay with having all that? Okay. Yes. Yeah, okay. Prosecutor, who's next on this?
Mr. Nick Ejak.
I'm sorry, can you say it again?
Nick Ejak.
Nick Ejak.
Not sure what that signal was. Nikki Jack. Tina sent me a little picture that shows basically if you were to look at Michigan, I guess you look at it like this, the thumb. Oxford's like right down in this area. If it's like a big mitten, it's down on the thumb, on a thumb joint down there.
Good morning. Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please step up and have a seat.
Nick looks like he borrowed his suit from the famous British fighter.
Sure. Nicholas Ejak, first name
Notorious.
Nichol.
I guess he's Irish, isn't he?
Last name Ejak, E-J-A-K.
You guys know who I'm talking about?
Thank you. Sir, I want to direct your attention to the fall of 2021. Where were you working at that time?
Oxford High School.
Okay, and what were you doing there?
I was the dean of students.
Bingo.
How long had you been employed at that time with the Oxford School District?
That was my first year.
I'm sorry?
That was my first year.
Okay. And you're with a different school district now?
Doesn't that suit remind you of Conor McGregor?
Tell the jury, please, what exactly the Dean of Students at Oxford High School did.
So the dean of students is responsible for all of the student body, behavior discipline, attendance, academic intervention, behavior intervention.
Okay. So walk us through a typical day as the Dean of Students at Oxford High School, at least in the fall of 2020.
Sure. So in the fall also we were, in 2021, we were dealing through the COVID-19 pandemic. So in addition to those responsibilities, due to the health order, part of my responsibility was ensuring that everybody was masked up. So that was part of the job throughout the day too, was to ensure students had access to masks, but they were also wearing them. Students being referred throughout the day from teachers based on behavior they're seeing in class, students coming down to report stuff going on in the building, conflicts they're having, conflicts they're hearing about, attendance issues where kids aren't coming to school or they're showing up late frequently to class. At the time we didn't have an attendance policy coming out of COVID, so it's also part of my responsibility was to put together a policy that would work for the school.
Okay, so yesterday we heard from Sean Hopkins, who is a school counselor, and he said that there were 4 counselors. How many Dean of Students were there?
1.
Okay, so will the responsibilities of a school counselor differ from the responsibilities of the Dean of Students?
Yes, that's correct.
How so?
So counseling, they oversee, to my understanding, they oversee college and career planning, class scheduling, mental health of the student body, planning events in relation to like extracurricular activities, the Oakland Schools Technical Campus. There's a lot of responsibilities that has no relation to the Dean of Students role.
Okay, so if I'm understanding you correctly, you would be called in when there was a discipline problem in class.
Correct. That was the main function of my responsibility.
Okay. And as you said at that point, the county health department mandated masks, or is that the state order?
I believe that was Oakland County.
Okay. And so it was your responsibility to also mandate compliance with that?
Correct.
Okay. So November of 2021, all students and staff were wearing a face mask?
Correct, with the exception of anyone that had a medical exemption.
Okay, thank you. Now, how long have you been in that role as of November of 2021?
That would be 4 months.
Okay. So when you started that school year?
Yes.
All right. And where did you work before? What did you do before?
So prior to that, I was a long-term substitute teacher for Lake Oregon schools. Once again, coming out of COVID, I had been laid off as the dean of students out on the west side of the state, where I was running an alternative high school program. And so I had returned to this side and was able to obtain employment as a long-term substitute teacher.
Okay.
With the idea that it would be temporary
Sure.
for that school year.
So in November of 21, how long have you been in education?
9 years.
Okay. Now we heard a little bit about Power School yesterday, at least through the Oxford School District. What does that mean?
So Power School is a student information system where essentially a bunch of data on students is stored and accessible for teachers, administrators, students, and parents. Everybody has a different view of that, but it's the same system. So if you're a parent, there's a parent view where you're able to see specific things to your child as a parent. For students, it's the same thing. You can see stuff for your students, which includes your grades, missing assignments, and then like my view as a part of the school staff administration would be to be able to see all of it.
Okay.
And input information to them as well.
And as an administrator, you're able to input, is that what you said?
Correct.
Okay. And that came with every student in the district, would that be right?
Correct.
That was Jennifer Crumbley's son, a student at Oxford High School in the fall of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to November of 2021, did you have any interaction with him?
I did not know.
I want to direct your attention to November the 29th, 2021. That's a Monday, the day before the shooting. Did you receive an email regarding Jennifer Crumbley's son?
I did, yes.
Okay, I'm going to direct you to the screen that's in front of you. This was admitted yesterday as People's Exhibit 158. This is an email to you and Ms. Pam Fine.
Correct, yes.
Okay. It was sent from whom?
From Jacqueline Davina.
And is she a staff member at Oxford High School?
Yes.
Okay. In what capacity does she work?
She is an English teacher.
Okay. And go ahead, and this is already admitted, go ahead and read us the email you received.
Good morning. I had a student during first hour today, Ethan Crumbley, who was on his phone looking at different bullets at the end of first hour today as I was walking around the room passing out their essays. I didn't get a chance to investigate it a bit further since it was the end of the hour. Now that he's on my radar, I'm also noticing that some of his previous work that he's completed from earlier in the year leans a bit toward the violent side. I could bring down these things later today during my 5th hour prep if he would like them.
Okay. And this email was sent at 9:32 a.m. to both you and Ms. Fine. Please give the jury an idea of who Ms. Fine is and what her responsibilities were at that time.
Sure. So Ms. Fine is the restorative practices coordinator and the anti-bullying coordinator for the district. However, her position is housed at Oxford High School, but she does work in all the other buildings throughout the district. And she had previously been, before my employment, the dean of students there. And so due to her role with anti-bullying and restorative practices, her and I would often team up together to handle the behavior and discipline throughout the school.
Okay.
So that's why both of us were sent this email.
So when you received this email, what did you do?
So by the time I had actually...
Well, let me ask you this question. When did, if you recall, when did you actually receive the email? When did you actually read it?
When I received the email, it was probably around 11 a.m.
Okay.
I was aware that there was an email.
And tell us what happened with the situation.
So when I was made aware of the email, it was coming from Ms. Fine, who had overheard me returning to my office from a meeting that I was in when this email was initially sent.
Your office was in the administrative section of the Oxford High School?
Yes. Okay. My office was right next to hers.
Next to Ms. Fine's?
Correct.
Okay.
And so we often would just like kind of yell out if we needed to talk to one another, and then one of us would walk over to the other's office.
Okay.
And so she had heard me returning to my office, and I remember her saying, "Hey, do you remember that email we got today?" And I said, "What email?" And that's when I had walked over to her office and pulled it up on my phone, and she began to explain to me that she had read the email and knew that I was in the meeting, and I believe she even responded, got it to the teacher.
Okay.
And walked me through the steps she took, which was calling the student down.
And Mr. Hopkins was with Ms. Fine in the meeting, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. The meeting had since ended, and so like she was just walking me through what they did.
Okay. So she updated you on what happened in the meeting?
I'm sorry, what?
She gave you an update on what happened in the meeting?
Yes,
with
correct.
Jennifer Crumbley's son? Okay. After you received that information, did you determine if you had to take any steps regarding discipline?
It wasn't necessary that I did anything further. She did everything that I would have done.
All right. Did you have any additional interaction with that student at all on Monday the 29th?
No.
Okay. Now, moving towards, did you receive any emails later on in the evening, Monday the 29th, regarding the student? Anything at all with him?
I don't remember if I did or not.
Okay. November the 30th, Tuesday. This has already been admitted on your screen here as Pickles 160. This is an email from Miss Morgan. And who is she and what does she do?
Miss Morgan is a math teacher at Oxford High School.
Okay. So she sent this email to you as well as Mr. Hopkins Tuesday, November 30th at 9:32 a.m.?
Correct.
Okay. Up until this point in time, did you have any conversations regarding Jennifer Crumbley's son?
Prior to this email?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that, please.
So I was in my office Tuesday morning when Miss Morgan had walked down to the front office just looking to share some information about a student that had drawn inappropriate things on a piece of paper. And I was the only person available to respond to that or to hear her out.
So let me ask you this. This is People 74. It's already been admitted. You said a piece of paper. Is this what you're referring to?
That is correct.
Okay. So prior to the email at 9:32 a.m., Miss Morgan showed you this, which has been admitted as People 74?
She showed me an image of that on her cell phone.
On her cell phone, okay.
Yes.
Do you recall about what time that happened?
I don't know.
Okay.
I just know that it was during our second period of the day. However, I don't remember what time.
Okay, that's fair. Tell us about that conversation when she came and showed you this picture.
She had said she just needed to share that a student had written some inappropriate things on an assignment. And so I told her, I kind of waved her into my office since everybody else was occupied. And she had turned her phone around and showed it to me. And I had noticed the name on the top that I recognized from the day before.
Okay.
Ms. Fine had shared that information with me. Mm-hmm. And my response to that was, I need to go get his counselor. And her response was, I need to get back to class.
Okay. So that was in the second hour, you think?
Correct.
Okay, so obviously it was before the email sent at 9:30?
Yes.
All right. Now, what was your initial response in seeing this, Exhibit 74?
That I needed to alert his counselor.
And why is that?
Because it seemed like he might need somebody to talk to, or we might need to figure out how we could get him some additional help.
Okay. Now, when you first looked at this drawing, what's the first thing that jumped out at you?
The statements.
Which one?
Blood everywhere is what I noticed first. The world is dead. My life is useless. Those were the things that stood out to me.
Okay. So when you were shown this, were you thinking of a lens through discipline or through his counselor?
Counseling, 100%.
Why do you say 100%?
Because I don't notice anything on there that would rise to the level that there would be any type of student discipline.
Okay. So what happened next, please?
So Miss Morgan left my office, and I left my office. She returned to her classroom, and I walked down to the counseling area to alert Mr. Hopkins.
Okay. And did you show this drawing to Mr. Hopkins?
I did not.
Okay. When you say you alerted him, what do you mean?
So when I arrived to the threshold of the doorway in his office, before I even said a word, he said to me, Ethan Crumbley, and my response was, yeah, how did you know? And so he had shared that he had received an email that morning from another teacher regarding Ethan Crumbley. And his understanding was that's why I was there. And that's when I had shared with him that I had received a drawing from Miss Morgan with those statements on it.
Okay, this drawing right here, Exhibit 74?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Now tell us what happened next, please.
His response, Mr. Hopkins' response to that was, "I'll go get him from class right now." And he stood up from his chair and walked down to the math class and grabbed Ethan.
Okay, did you go with him or did you stay?
I remained in his office.
Okay. And did Mr. Hopkins bring him back to his own office?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and what did you do?
I sat in there and mostly listened to the conversation.
Okay, let me stop right there.
Sure.
So, just so we're clear in the chronology, Mr. Hopkins retrieved the defendant's son from class, brought him back to his office where you were waiting?
Correct.
Okay. And then was a conversation ensued between Mr. Hopkins and the defendant's son?
Yes.
Okay. Now, he testified yesterday, so without telling us what words were actually said by each other, tell us what you did and why.
I just sat there to listen for one, to be an additional adult for support. I feel it's important in my job to know that there's more than one adult in the building that cares about the students. And so it was important to me that I was there for support, but also there in case there was a reason that there was behavior that rose to the level for discipline.
Okay. And during that initial conversation, did your opinion ever change to look at this as a counseling lens or a discipline lens?
No, it did not change.
Was a decision made to call that student's parents?
Yes.
Okay. And who made the decision?
Sean had made that decision.
Okay. And were you there when he made that phone call?
I was, yes.
All right. And we have evidence to suggest it was at 9:24 and 9:27 a.m. when phone calls were made. Does that sound right to you?
Yes.
Were you in the office when the calls were made?
I was, yes.
Okay. Were you in the office when a portion of the phone call was on speakerphone?
I was, yes.
Tell us what you recall from that conversation.
So I recall Mr. Hopkins putting the phone on speaker so that the conversation could be had collectively. And so Sean Hopkins had introduced myself and said we were there with Ethan. And during that conversation, he had forwarded the email that we got of this assignment to his mother.
Is that the defendant, Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
So that she could see it in real time while we were having the conversation.
Okay. Did the defendant make any statements regarding that?
I believe she said, "What were you thinking? Why did you do this?"
Okay. And that was while on the speakerphone where her son would be able to hear it?
Yes.
Okay. Were you there when, well, at some point the defendant and her husband arrived at the school?
Correct.
Okay. So in the time period that elapsed from that phone call to the time period when the defendant and her husband arrived at the school, what did you do?
So once the conversation had ended, we had already changed class periods, and it was now our third hour of the day. And so his backpack was still remaining in the math class. And so it's a common protocol that our security or a hall monitor or someone will go retrieve the students' belongings if they're still waiting on a parent meeting or still having a conversation. That way it's not left when other students arrive.
Okay, so what did you do?
So I left Mr. Hopkins' office and walked down to Miss Morgan's classroom to retrieve his backpack.
Okay, and did you give it to him?
Yes, I did.
With the firearm inside.
At that point in time, with the COVID protocols in place for students using lockers?
Not at all.
Okay, so every student had a backpack with them at all times?
Every student had a backpack.
Okay.
Ooh, hindsight.
Now, what was
Hindsight.
your expectation of what was to occur at the meeting with James and Jennifer Crumbley at the school?
So my understanding was that we were going to discuss what would be best to move forward next for getting him some additional help, and that would be happening that afternoon.
Okay. As in happening that afternoon, what does that mean?
That he would be leaving from the parent meeting with his parents.
Okay. Were you in the counseling office during the meeting with James and Jennifer Crumbley?
For most of it, yes.
Okay. And who led the meeting primarily?
Mr. Hopkins did.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about how that meeting progressed.
So when I arrived, Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley were already in his office, and they had already began talking about the events that led to the parent meeting. And the drawing, the edited drawing.
Yeah, you said, so this is exhibit 123, so is this what you're referring to as the edited drawing?
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
That was on the table because Mr. Hopkins had retrieved that from the teacher when he went to get Ethan from class.
Okay.
So that was on the table, and for them to view, although, like I mentioned before, Sean had emailed a copy of the original document to Mrs. Crumbley. And so they were kind of discussing what was next, and she had a pamphlet or a packet of resources that the district provides.
So who gave her that?
Sean, Mr. Hopkins.
Okay. And when we say resources, what do you mean by that?
Different counseling resources available in the area, and it's like a standard packet that the school district would have on hand to provide to anybody that needed it.
Okay. Have you been involved in meetings where that sort of information has been provided to parents in the past?
Yes.
And you said it's a standard list of information? Or
it's
resources?
just a general list, yeah,
okay.
of stuff in the surrounding local area.
Does that include facilities or organizations that allow same-day counseling appointments?
That I'm not sure of.
Okay. Are you familiar with Common Ground?
I am familiar with Common Ground.
And what is that organization?
So that is, they offer a couple different things. So they offer mental health resources. You can call a hotline to speak to somebody. You can even go there for like day of intake screening assessments. And that is the organization that in previous districts I worked in that a lot of students that have been seen for mental health had went to day of.
And they're here in Oakland County?
Correct, yes.
All right. All right. Now, clearly your expectation of what was to happen at that meeting was not met. Tell us about that, please.
So, throughout the conversation, I had overheard his parents confirm the things that Ethan was sharing with us in his office that were kind of explaining the drawings and the words that he had written that supported him feeling sad. And so he had shared that a dog had passed away recently, a grandmother had passed away, and then one of his close friends had moved within the last month or so. And then that he was very interested in designing video games, and that had led to a argument the night before that he should be more focused on his academics rather than the video games.
Did she provide any details about that argument?
No.
Okay. Did she provide any details about how the circumstance in which when his friend moved away?
No.
I'm sorry, please continue.
And that he really struggled through the pandemic with the virtual learning, as many students did, and that they felt like he should put more focus on his academics than spending time working through the video game design.
So at any point, did you see this as anything different than your initial perception, which was a mental health issue?
No.
Okay. You said you had the backpack with you and you provided it to the student? Okay. At any point, did anybody request to search the backpack?
They did not.
And did you search the backpack yourself?
I did not. It wasn't necessary or rise to the occasion that I do that, because I didn't have any reasonable suspicion to do that. And
Explain what that means, please.
Sure. So reasonable suspicion means that there needs to, by law says you have to have some type of reasonable suspicious activity that would lead to searching student belongings. And so typically that's like a report that someone has a vape pen or a weapon, or that they're securing something they're not supposed to have at school, or nervous behavior when you have their belongings, which is very typical of students that we have searched in the past. They usually, their behavior will change when you're in possession of their stuff, and none of that was present at that moment.
Okay. And again, it's a lot of details. Well, have you ever met the defendant before, Jennifer Crumbley?
I have not.
You ever met her husband before?
I have not, no.
Prior to this day, you ever met their son before?
I did not know.
Okay. And was he wearing a face mask the entire time?
He was wearing a, yes,
okay,
a COVID mask.
Now, was there a desire for him not to be left alone at this point?
That's what Sean had stated during the meeting when we were discussing what to do moving forward. And so his recommendation was that Ethan received outside counseling as soon as possible today, if possible, meaning the 30th. And the response to that was, we can't take him anywhere today. We have to go back to work.
And who said that?
Mrs. Crumbley said that.
The defendant did?
Yes.
Okay. What was your reaction to that?
It seemed a little odd based on my experiences in previous similar parent meetings when students are being seen for mental health.
Tell us about that.
Could you rephrase that? Tell us about
So
it.
why did it seem odd to you?
Because typically...
Your Honor, objection as to relevance, what he's experienced with other parents.
So it's similar to Mr. Hopkins' testimony yesterday. We can lay a foundation that he's been in these meetings before.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, sir, you've had the opportunity to be in these type of parent meetings before with mental health issues?
Yes.
Okay. And could you put a number for the jury and how many you've been a part of?
Between 5 and 10 of them.
Okay.
Across the time of my education.
Okay. So calling in a parent for an immediate meeting, that's not a regular thing that occurs, correct?
It is not.
Okay. So that's something that something has to cause the school administration to do that.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now, you testified earlier that it was your expectation that the defendant or her husband would take the defendant's son home, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And this did not meet your expectation, but you found it to be odd. So, comparing what happened November the 30th with everything in your prior experience, tell us why you felt that to be odd.
Typically, when it's recommended that parents take their children to seek out mental assistance immediately, they follow the direction of the mental health professional, and that's been my experience every time.
And in this case, that would have been Sean Hopkins?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Now, what was your impression of how that meeting ended on the 30th?
It sort of seemed like it ended abruptly. It was a very short meeting. I want to say it was somewhere near 10 minutes long.
Okay.
And once it was determined that they were not going to take him home, it was stated that he would end up having to walk home if he was going home and then be home by himself.
And who said
that? Ethan had said that.
Okay. In front of his parents?
Yes.
Did either Jennifer or James dispute that?
No, they didn't.
Okay. Please continue.
And that's when Sean had responded that he really didn't want Ethan to be home by himself alone, and that he thought it was best that if he wasn't going to leave that morning with his parents, that he remain in school so that he could be surrounded by other people, and that he would monitor his attendance and check in with him.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Cross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. In terms of your experience, I understand prior to becoming the assistant dean, you were a long-term substitute over in Lake Orion.
That is correct, yes.
And you have a degree in what?
I have a master's degree in education and human development, and a bachelor's degree in sociology.
And did you ever have any training specific to disciplining students or discipline issues?
Yes, on-the-job training.
When you say you had on-the-job training, where was that?
So my job previous to being a long-term substitute teacher, I was the dean of students for an alternative program in charge of behavior and discipline. And then I spent 3 years for Brandon School District as an intervention specialist. And so I specifically dealt with student behavior.
In the trainings you did, were you taught signs of things to look for in students that would have discipline issues?
Yes, I was.
I believe you mentioned that one of those signs that you would know to look for in terms of thinking about what, if you need to search their backpack, would be whether they seem nervous when you're holding their materials, correct?
Yes.
Now, in this case, there was a time where you walked down to the classroom and retrieved Mrs. Crumbley's son's backpack.
Yes.
And you carried that backpack to the office where you were meeting with Mr. Hopkins and Mr. Crumbley's son, Mrs. Crumbley's son.
Yes.
When you carried that backpack back to Mrs. Crumbley's son, he did not appear to be nervous at all that you were holding his backpack.
He didn't appear to even care that I was holding his backpack.
And so based on him not caring or showing signs of nervousness, you had no concern there was anything in that bag?
I had no reasonable suspicion to search his belongings, no.
You did make the observation that that bag felt unusually heavy.
That is not correct.
Did you ever make the observation about how heavy the bag seemed?
I made a joke to Miss Morgan at how easily she picked it up and then handed it to me and my arm dropped. And so it was more of a joke of how strong she was compared to handing it off to me.
I see.
Wow.
So you had training through your employment with the Brandon School District? Is that
Correct,
right?
yes.
You had training when you were working on your undergraduate degree?
Correct, yes.
You obviously have your advanced master's degree?
That is correct.
You have the experience from working in the school across state?
That is correct.
And you probably have attended other seminars and things to keep up to date on any recent developments in this area?
Yes.
How many additional hours would you say you've spent in those additional trainings?
I'm not sure.
Are you required to do a certain number per year?
No, I'm not.
But you do those trainings?
Yes.
Have you done more than one training?
Yes.
More than 5?
No.
So your main job or responsibility at Oxford High School was to be in charge of discipline issues with the students.
That was one of them, yes.
And when you were looking at any situation involving Mrs. Crumbley's son, there was nothing that you determined required a disciplinary action.
There was nothing that had required discipline in that situation, no.
So we talked yesterday about how Mrs. Crumbley's son was caught looking up bullets during class time.
Yes.
There was no discipline needed after he's looking up bullets in a classroom?
That doesn't reach to the level where there would be a consequence.
And with respect to that issue, there was a phone call and a voicemail left for Mrs. Crumbley.
That is correct.
You were present when Ms. Fine left the message?
I was not present when she left the message.
Mr. Hopkins was present when the message was left.
I can't speak to that.
Thank you. As far as you knew, Mrs. Crumbley was not asked to come to the school regarding the bullets?
As far as I know, she wasn't, no.
And Mrs. Crumbley was not asked to call back to the school, as far as you know?
She was asked to return the phone call if she had any questions about what had occurred.
But not asked to return the phone call no matter what?
No, we often just give parents phone calls when we meet with students regardless of the issue, just to keep them informed on what we talked about, without a request to return phone call.
Now, when you were speaking with the prosecutor, you were shown exhibit number 158. I'm going to pull that up on the screen. Okay, so I've got 158 up there. And this is an email chain that went between Miss Kubina and yourself. Is that correct? I'm sorry, I'll back up. I can see that this went between Ms. Kubina and Sean Hopkins. Were you made aware of the contents within this email that's in Exhibit 158?
Yes.
And in Exhibit 158, Ms. Kubina wrote, not only was he looking up the bullets, but that when she reviewed his previous work that he's completed, it leans towards the violent side, correct?
That's what it says, correct.
Did you go and ask Ms. Kubina to provide you some of the work he completed that appeared violent?
I did not do that as it wasn't necessary.
So it was not necessary for you to specifically speak with Miss Crumbley in any way about the bullets, drawing, or research?
It was not necessary.
And it was not necessary for you to look at what were described as violent side indications in his prior work?
It was not necessary because another staff member had already taken care of this issue, so I didn't need to get involved any further.
And you did not mention to Mrs. Crumbley at any point in time that a teacher had described prior work of her son to be on the violent side?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. Did you ever talk to Mrs. Crumbley that there was an indication from a teacher that her son had prior work that leaned on the violent side?
During the meeting that we had on the 30th.
You're saying you discussed...
We discussed that during the meeting we had on the 30th.
But at that time, you didn't even have the violent leaning materials, correct?
That is correct, yeah.
And you didn't show her any of the examples that you would say would be violent leaning materials?
I didn't have those to show her, no.
And as far as you were aware, well, I'll ask if you were you aware if anyone ever discussed violent leaning drawings or violent leaning work in the past with Mrs. Crumbley? Are you aware?
I'm not aware of that, nor there was any documentation prior to this that would describe that.
Now, on November 30th, we know that you were told inappropriate things were being drawn on the math paper. Or I'm sorry, you testified that inappropriate things were drawn on the math paper, correct?
That is correct.
And when you're talking about the math paper, you're speaking about what we see in Exhibit 74 that has drawings and writings by Mrs. Crumbley's son on the paper.
That is correct.
You're aware that Mrs. Crumbley's son was drawing these things and writing these words during class time when he was supposed to be working on this review, correct?
Yep.
And that did not create a discipline issue to you?
When he's seen for mental health, that supersedes any type of minor violation that this would potentially rise to, but this doesn't violate any of the code of our conduct. So there wouldn't be discipline, and as I mentioned, because of the fact that he was being seen by his counselor for mental health, that's what takes precedence in this situation.
That was explained to Mrs. Crumbley. This is not a discipline issue. Your son is not in trouble for this drawing, correct?
Yes.
And you explained to Mrs. Crumbley, we're concerned about mental health, not disciplining him for this drawing.
Yes.
And during that meeting, it was a conclusion by you that this was not, you and Mr. Hopkins together, that this was not a discipline issue, but a mental health issue.
So I was there for discipline and behavior, so that question was posed to me to make that call as part of my job.
And what was the call you made?
The call that I made was that there's no discipline warranted, that I'm more concerned that he gets the help that he needs.
During that meeting, were you aware that another teacher had reported Mrs. Crumbley's son was looking at a violent video in class?
Yes, that is why Sean thought that I had come to his office that morning. So he had shared that he had gotten an email from the other teacher.
Did you ask to see the violent video that Mrs. Crumbley's son had been watching while he was in class?
I did not ask to see that, as it wasn't necessary.
You found it to not be necessary to take a look at the video that he had been watching?
No.
You didn't even ask Mrs. Crumbley's son, hey, can I see it? Take a look at that video.
Well, since it was described as not like a live event, and due to the fact that most teenagers are watching violent movies, video games, pre-recorded on YouTube, it doesn't rise to the occasion where you would be concerned.
And it also didn't rise to the occasion that you felt he should be disciplined for watching a video during class time.
That also wouldn't rise to the occasion of a violation of our code of conduct. That would be more of a teacher-managed behavior. You would never be suspended for that, or that wouldn't rise to that occasion.
Okay. I went to school in a different day and age where you had to do school during school. So it sounds to me like during school, Oxford High School allows more freedom than what I experienced. So it was okay that he was looking at the bullets. That's not a discipline issue.
It's not that it was okay, it just doesn't rise to the occasion that you receive a suspension as a consequence. We have to rely on restorative practices instead of going right to suspension, as you mentioned that you might have experienced when you were in school. And we have to consider how the student's behavior interferes with the day and discuss that with them and talk about how we could move forward. And that has to be considered for all minor violations before you would ever consider suspension. And that's something that we have to do by law.
So, when you're considering all of these things, you're ultimately concluding these are minor violations, if they're violations at all, correct?
That is correct.
The looking at bullets in the classroom.
Yes.
The looking at a video, violent video on his phone.
Yes.
The drawings on this math paper.
Yes.
The drawings on the amended math paper where Mrs. Crumbley's son made other marks on the page.
So the drawings at the moment were not as important as a standout as the statements were. So when you have the explanation of the desire to design video games, and that's how he was practicing the drawing, and you have the parents confirm that information, it lowers the level of concern immensely.
So you took into account the context of what you were understanding, and that was part of what helped you conclude this was not a disciplinary issue.
That is correct.
Now, in terms of any disciplinary issues with Mrs. Crumbley's son prior, would those show up on Power Schools?
They would, yes.
It's fair to say that when you look at Power Schools, you don't see any history of disciplinary action against Mrs. Crumbley's son.
There was no history of discipline for Mrs. Crumbley's son.
All of his grades are available to be seen. Mrs. Crumbley's son, while he may not have had the best grades, had overall passing grades. Is that fair to say?
Pretty average for a student at the time, yes.
And when you're on Power Schools, you can also see attendance records and be able to tell if the student was in school often or missed school often, correct?
Yes.
And it appears from Power Schools that Mrs. Crumbley's son had very regular, very good attendance.
He did have regular attendance, yes.
So when you are looking at Mrs. Crumbley's son, it's fair to say he comes to you with no history that would cause you to be on higher alert.
That is correct.
And when I asked about prior incidents of discipline or things along those lines, you did not see anything from the 2020 to 2021 school year documented regarding discipline.
No, we would be able to see anything that would be in the history of attending Oxford schools, and there wasn't anything.
When you heard the phone call to Mrs. Crumbley where she was asked, or it was suggested that a parent come to the school, her immediate reaction you wanted to see her immediate reaction to seeing the paper from math class, correct?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure, and I apologize. You testified that you wanted her immediate reaction when she saw the math paper you were dealing with, correct?
I wasn't looking for her immediate reaction. It was more, we're going to send you this that he just drew so you have it in front of you.
But you did end up getting her immediate reaction because
Yes.
she was on the phone at the time?
Yes.
On speakerphone?
Yes.
And you testified that her first reaction was to ask her son, what were you thinking? Why did you do this?
Yes.
When you call parents and say, I need a parent to come up here for a meeting, oftentimes one parent or the other comes to the school.
That's not necessarily true.
Well, there are times where both parents come to the school together.
Yes.
There are also times where one parent or the other parent come to the school.
Yeah, fair statement.
And when you're asking for a parent to come to the school, you are not specifically saying it has to be mom or it has to be dad or it has to be both, correct?
It just has to be whoever's legally allowed to, yes.
And in this case, legally allowed to would be both mom and dad, Mr. Crumbley and Mrs. Crumbley.
Yes.
So according to your request for a parent to come to the school, it's perfectly okay if it would be Mrs. Crumbley who comes, Mr. Crumbley who comes, or both parents.
Yes.
In this circumstance, both parents came to the school.
Correct.
And they had both attended the meeting that lasted approximately 10 minutes, as you said.
Correct.
Now, this was the first time that you ever had the Crumbley parents come to the school regarding their son, correct?
That I was involved in? Yes.
And that you're aware of.
That yes.
You would have seen on Power Schools if Mrs. Crumbley had been up at the school many times the year before, or the year before that, or the year before that, correct?
It depending on the type of meeting, potentially. If they're meeting with a teacher, it probably wouldn't be listed in Power School.
So discipline meetings would have been on there, and you didn't see
Correct.
any history of Mrs. Crumbley coming to the school for discipline.
That's correct.
So she was a person that when she arrived, you did not know from prior occasions with, you had not had many communications or any communications with Mrs. Crumbley where you would know who she is or how she is.
That's correct.
During the meeting, Mr. Hopkins, supplied Mr. Crumbley and Mrs. Crumbley with the sheet of resources, including many therapists listed.
That's correct.
And on that sheet, there's also Common Ground is listed in some other mental health facilities.
I can't speak to what's included on this.
During that meeting, you indicated to Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley that you wanted them to get counseling for their son.
I did not indicate that, no.
Mr. Hopkins did.
Yes.
But you agreed with that.
I do.
And when that happened, there was not any specific direction, you need to go to Common Ground.
No, the direction was as soon as possible, that day if possible.
As soon as possible, that day is possible, if possible, but it's okay if it was going to end up being on a different day.
I can't speak to that. I can speak to the statement that was made that Mr. Hopkins would be following up within 48 hours to ensure that they had made arrangements for that, which means they had 48 hours to secure some type of counseling.
And by secure some type of counseling, you mean scheduling an appointment, making steps to get mental health counseling, correct?
Correct, after they said they were not going to be taking their son out that day.
Now, during the meeting, well, as the Dean of Students, you're aware that there are some circumstances where children or students at Oxford High are not permitted to stay at school, correct?
There are situations where students wouldn't be permitted to stay at school, yes.
If a student comes to school and is positive for COVID, you would not allow the student to stay there.
That's a fair statement, yes.
If a student has a temperature and is sick, you would not allow the student to stay there.
We would request that they were picked up.
And if the parent said, no, I'm not going to get them, they're fine, the school would still say, no, you have to take them home, correct?
We've said that in the past and it still hasn't happened.
It hasn't happened where a parent hasn't taken the child home. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is, in that specific case where students have had a fever and parents refuse to come pick them up, they remain at school. I've been in those situations before where parents were refusing to come pick them up.
So you end up letting parents, so there are times then where you want the child picked up, but they don't get picked up, and the school doesn't do anything about it to force the parents to come.
There's nothing that we have the power to do to force parents to do anything.
If you said, if there was a discipline issue, if you had looked at this as a discipline issue and told a parent, your child cannot stay here because of this discipline issue, you do have the authority to say you must take your child home, correct?
I have the authority to recommend that. However, I can't force them to do that. If it doesn't reach to a level where there's any type of illegal behavior, I wouldn't be able to do anything further than recommend that they get up there because the child cannot remain at school. But I can't force them to do anything.
Okay, but in this circumstance, in this particular circumstance, there was discussion where ultimately it was okay in your mind for Mrs. Crumbley's son to remain in school.
From a discipline standpoint, yes. There wasn't a reason to suspend him. There was no violation of our code of conduct that reaches the level of suspension.
And if you thought Mrs. Crumbley or Mr. Crumbley were neglecting their son medically, you are mandated by law to report that, correct?
Yep, absolutely.
So it's fair to say that even looking at it from a counseling mental health perspective, you did not find that Mr. Crumbley and Mrs. Crumbley were meeting a level of being so neglectful that you needed to call to report that, correct?
No, because I wasn't made aware of all the additional information that they were withholding.
It's important for you to have all the information you can, correct?
True. I can't force people to share information with me.
You would also agree that the school had information they didn't share with Mrs. Crumbley.
We had shared all the information that we had with her at the time of the parent meeting.
You would agree with me that there has been claims of prior disciplinary issues that from your documentation in Power Schools is not even included, correct?
I wouldn't agree with that, no.
I'm sorry, did I misunderstand? Is those prior discipline issues are on there?
There weren't any prior discipline issues.
Right, so there's no prior discipline issues listed on there. You testified you never spoke with Mrs. Crumbley about discipline issues.
Yeah, that's correct.
So you don't have any evidence that Mrs. Crumbley received all the information that the school would have or could have known.
Vonda Miller, welcome.
You
Thank you so much.
know that Mrs. Crumbley had received information about every specific situation with her son, correct?
The specific information discussed in the emails that was shared with Mrs. Crumbley.
Right. So on that day, you're discussing with her limited information compared to the whole picture.
It was the information that we had at the time. All the information we had was shared with her.
Are you saying that when they came in, you shared the emails with her too?
So the emails that we received from the teachers, correct.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I think
At
that's
no
not
point in
accurate.
time did you believe that Mrs. Crumbley's son posed a threat to the school.
He did not pose a threat to the school, no.
If he posed a threat to the school, that's something that you have been trained in to identify, correct?
Correct. We had previous threats that year that I handled completely different based on the fact that
They were
it was a
threats.
perceived threat, correct.
And when something is a threat, how is it that you handle it differently? Is the student allowed to stay in school?
Thank you, Baby Gator.
So you are the decision maker about whether or not there is a threat overall.
I wouldn't say that I'm the decision maker, but I have the power to heighten it to the level where we can get other people involved that can make a more informed decision.
And you're the one that has the training on that topic.
I'm one of them, yes.
And in this case, your conclusion was that the shooter's son was not a threat.
There was no threat present at the time, no.
You also took into account that what Mrs. Crumbley's son said made it sound like there were issues of sadness versus anything threatening, correct?
Correct, which is very typical of most teenagers.
Very typical.
Very typical of most teenagers, especially at that time with COVID, to feel sad. It was not unusual to hear that throughout the day.
Now, some of the statements on the math paper, you saw the statements that say things like, I love my life so much, and OHS, which I assume stands for Oxford High School, rocks, correct?
Yes.
Those kind of statements also...
Thank you, Baby Gator, for 5 memberships.
Would you agree those are mixed signal kind of statements?
No, I would say it looks like you have a teenager who is trying to not get in trouble, knowing that the Dean of Students is involved most of the time. When I'm involved in student meetings, the kids always think they're in trouble, which is not necessarily always the case. So I looked at that as he was trying to get himself out of being in trouble. Thinking he was going to be in trouble from this meeting we were holding.
And that was something that's not unusual for you to see?
That's not unusual, no.
That doesn't mean there's a threat to you?
That doesn't mean there's a threat, no.
In terms of Oxford and the area community, you're familiar with the fact that students at the school, there are many who are interested in hunting, guns, target practice, that kind of thing, correct?
Yes, during hunting season, it's kind of like a reminder that sort of gets put out for students that go hunting in the mornings before the late start Wednesdays to remember to not come to school in their gear and or have weapons in their vehicles from that morning. And like we've also had students that pose with guns for their homecoming pictures as well. So it's very common in the Oxford community.
Okay, so it's so common that there are students, they pose for homecoming pictures?
There have been students that will pose with guns for in their homecoming photos.
When you're talking about homecoming photos, you're talking about like the dance?
They're dressed up at home and taking photos, correct.
So they're dressed up in their, little party dresses, and they're holding guns in the photographs before they go to the dance?
Yes.
And you're saying that there are students who go hunting in the mornings before even coming to school?
Yes. So at the time, we had late start Wednesdays, so school didn't start till 10, 20-ish. So when hunting season would start, they potentially could be out hunting with their parents in the morning.
So in addition to what you did know in this case, seeing a gun or talks of a gun, that was not something that caused alarm to make you think there was some kind of threat?
No, nor was I aware that he even had a gun.
Guns at that school are very common then. It sounds like it's a common topic if they're in pictures of homecoming dresses and things like that.
I would say across many schools, it wouldn't be uncommon to see guns drawn on assignments or papers. Oftentimes there are certain books or part of the curriculum, and students end up drawing guns to represent stuff in the stories.
Now, my understanding is that you guys recommended immediate care. I'm sorry, I'm going to strike that. I was going into a question I've already asked you.
I'll talk about what she's doing here in just a
You
minute.
did not think it was strange that the parents were not taking their son out of school, specifically with Mrs. Crumbley's son on November 30th, correct?
I did think it was strange that they didn't take their son.
You've testified before in civil cases regarding what happened at Oxford High School, correct?
I have, yes.
And specifically on September 14th of 2022, you testified in a deposition, correct?
That sounds about right, yes.
And when you testify in a deposition, it's not like a courtroom like this, right?
No, it's not.
But you still have to swear to tell the truth and take an oath before you testify.
Correct.
Cheryl.
On that day,
Welcome
you
to
were
attorney
specifically
level.
asked,
Thank you.
so them not taking Ethan home that day, you did not find that to be strange and out of the ordinary. Your answer was no. There would have been no reason for him to go home.
That was in regards to student discipline. So the context, I believe, is important there.
That's in regard to student discipline.
Correct.
But that was the question you were asked that day and the answer you gave.
In regards to being disciplined or suspended, correct.
And in terms of a mental health consideration, it was not something that arose to the level where, as a mandatory reporter, you would have to report the Crumbleys for being neglectful. We've already established that, correct?
Yes.
In the meeting you had, there was no indication, and there is nothing in Mrs. Crumbley's son's record to show there had ever been a previous concern about the need for mental health to Mr. Crumbley.
Judge, I think we've already answered this question.
Didn't we ask this already?
No, I asked about prior discipline, but I didn't ask about prior notations mental health was necessary.
Okay, I'll allow it. Go ahead.
From a school standpoint, we did not have any record of mental health.
Now, when you testified previously, you testified that Mrs. Crumbley seemed receptive and willing to get mental health treatment for her son.
That was my understanding at the end of that meeting, yes.
Although maybe not that day, it was your understanding she was on board and was going to make an appointment or do something within 48 hours.
That was my understanding and hope.
When you were in the meeting and the struggle was discussed, an ongoing struggle between the Crumbleys and their son, would you agree with me that the parents were making statements about they were concerned with their son's schoolwork and grades?
They just confirmed that they had the argument. They didn't provide any context or details about anything other than what he had shared with us before they arrived.
Were you aware there was a specific concern related to Mrs. Crumbley's son having missing assignments specifically?
The only information that she provided was that he struggled with virtual learning, which was confirming what he had also shared with us. But there was nothing specific that I remember her sharing.
And you would agree with me that when you meet with parents, parents all react differently to their child being brought down to the office.
That depends on the situation.
So depending on the situation, parents may have a variety of reactions.
It depends on it depends on what the meeting is, yeah. What the meeting is about, why we're meeting with the parents and the child.
Obviously, when parents come to the school, they're showing you a level of concern to make sure to handle whatever it is going on, correct?
Somewhat, yeah.
And you're aware that when the parents are coming to a meeting, they are going to be getting information and from you and from other professionals at the school.
As well as providing information that they have, because they're the experts on their child.
Welcome,
so
perfect.
Part of the meeting is to share what we have, but also to listen
so
to confirmation or additional details about stuff that they might be seeing outside of school, at home. And that information was not provided.
There was no information provided to you that the Crumbleys had concerns over mental health issues. Fair to say?
That's fair to say.
I have nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Ejak, let's talk about the whole picture. Okay. So, you testified
he's gonna go down the list
that
of everything the
as
parents
dean of
do.
students, you need reasonable suspicion to search a student's personal items such as a backpack.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And on November the 30th, 2021, it was your perception with the information you were given that you didn't possess reasonable suspicion.
That's correct.
And you also had a perception with the information you were given on November 30th, 2021, that the defendant's son wasn't a threat to anyone else.
That's correct.
Okay. So, you had told us that Jennifer Crumbley just confirmed some items that her son had told you prior to her arrival.
Yes.
Did she ever tell you that in March of 2021 and April of 2021 that her son was hallucinating, or at least expressing that he was hallucinating?
No, she did not.
Okay. Did she ever tell you in April of 2021 that she had told her friend that she thought her son was depressed?
No, she did not.
Did she ever tell you that as early as June of 2021, she had indicated that he had obtained his own firearm?
No, she did not.
Okay, now one of the reasons you told us about reasonable suspicion, you said if you believe the student has a weapon or access to a weapon. Is that important to you as Dean of Students?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. If you had information that a student had access to a firearm in conjunction with that photograph that you saw in Exhibit 74, what would that indicate to you?
That would indicate that I need to heighten it to the next level and involve our school resource officer as well as the other administration.
Okay. And did Jennifer Crumbley ever tell you that she had given her son a 6-hour 9mm handgun just 4 days before this drawing was created?
She did not know.
Would that have been important to you?
Absolutely, yes.
Would that have helped complete the full picture?
It would have, and it would have completely changed the process that we followed.
Now, you talk about decision makers. Between parent and child, who's the decision maker?
The parent.
Okay. And decision makers as to if a student stays in school or not. Who's a decision maker? Parent or administrator?
I would object because in this case there has been discussion and testimony that the student was a part of the decision and so were the parents. And so I would say that the opinion on this question is irrelevant.
Part of the decision?
I take it the objection is on MRE 401 relevance? Mm-hmm. In response, counsel on her cross-examination specifically asked him about the decision maker, he being the decision maker, and I believe this.
Yeah, I'm going to allow it.
Thank you. Okay, so between you, Mr. Hopkins, Jennifer, and James Crumbley, who were the decision makers?
So I would say the main decision maker would have been the parents.
The parent. And you've never seen the defendant's son?
Your Honor, I would ask that the prosecution stop asking leading questions.
Sustained.
That's fine. Okay.
Sustained.
If you were given the full picture, what would it have taken for you to heighten that to reasonable suspicion to search a backpack?
Any type of indicator that the student was going to be a threat to anybody, including himself. That would have heightened it to the next level.
And when you have an
indicator that there was access to a firearm, or that he had made comments about wanting to hurt anybody, any statements written on there with names, or I'm going to do this, I'm going to, like, those would have all been things that would have changed the process that we followed.
And when you have a meeting with a parent and a student, do you rely upon the parent to provide information?
Absolutely. As an expert of their child, heavily rely on the parent for information.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I ask one question and redirect? You also, so you're from a community where guns are popular, you testified about that. You also didn't ask if the Crumbleys had a gun, correct?
I did not ask that, no.
You're aware many of the families in Oxford have guns, but you did not ask them specifically if they had one, and they didn't tell you.
I didn't ask that question.
Thank you.
No, Judge. Thank you.
You can step down in your excuse. Who's the next
Okay, so
Andy Smith.
Andy Smith's coming up. So what the state is trying to do is trying to say that the school did not have enough reason to believe something was going poorly with everything they had, but the parents do. So on defense, the defense gets up and starts, and they accentuate this, that this drawing was not enough to raise, for you to raise it to the next level. There wasn't enough here for even a reasonable suspicion to search his backpack. And so they're trying to use that as a defense, saying it didn't alarm you. It didn't alarm them either. So that's what you're seeing in all this cross-examination back and forth. Spicy. Good stuff.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you?
Yes.
All right, you may be seated. And would you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Andrew Smith, Andrew Smith, SMITH.
Go ahead, prosecutor.
Good morning, Mr. Smith.
Good morning.
Can you tell the jury what your profession is?
I work for a real estate company. I'm the chief operating officer.
But you're also a lawyer.
I also am a lawyer, yes.
Okay. All right. So you're not technically practicing law, is that fair to say? Or
Not normally. From time to time I will, but that's not my primary responsibility.
okay, what are your primary responsibilities?
My title, I'm responsible for all the operations of a portfolio of real estate holdings, commercial, multifamily, industrial, throughout the country.
And about how many employees in the company?
Approximately 700.
Okay, so you're the COO of a real estate management company that has 700 employees. Did I get that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know Jennifer Crumbley?
I do.
How do you know her?
She worked for our company. She was the marketing director at my company.
Do you know what the
Jennifer's
time
boss.
frame that was?
I believe she had been a marketing director for approximately a year or a little longer. Before that, she was on the marketing team in a different capacity. I'm not really sure when she hired in, but it was approximately 5 years, give or take, I think.
Okay. Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you tell the judge something she's wearing?
A tan, brown, luxury sport coat and glasses.
May the record reflect he's properly identified the defendant.
The previous witness did not identify the defendant.
So, did you supervise Jennifer Crumbley?
I was her direct supervisor when she was the marketing director, yes.
So how long was that?
I believe that was a year to year and a half.
Okay. What were her responsibilities as the marketing director?
She was responsible for handling the marketing of our portfolio of properties, dealing with outside vendors, social media, dealing with reviews, online reviews, helping with leasing training, all that goes into marketing an asset.
Okay, and so does your company have social media accounts?
Yes.
What accounts do they have? In general, you don't have to
In
say
general,
that.
I know they have Facebook accounts for properties, and they have, I believe, Instagram as well.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what Jennifer's work week is? How many hours was she required to work, and what were the times that her beginning and end time?
I can approximate. She was a director, so I know she was responsible to work a 40-hour work week. The start and finish time fluctuated depending on schedules, whether it was 8 to 4, 9 to 5 type scenario.
Did she have a set schedule, or did it change day to day?
It was somewhat set with some flexibility depending on what was needed. I believe she came a little bit early, left a little bit early, if I recall correctly.
Okay. Was she ever allowed to work from home?
Yes, there was occasions where she would work remote.
And so you're saying she had done that before?
Yes.
Okay. Talk to me about the company's culture in terms of families.
I think we're very family friendly, family first type atmosphere.
So do you have employees that have issues with kids or family or personal things?
Me included, sure, yes.
Okay. And what is the company policy on that?
I think we're very big on family first culture. If you need time away we have a PTO policy, a paid time off policy to cover handling of your needs, but we also are very friendly when it comes to needing time for addressing what may be a child issue or child care, whatever it may be. Routinely, people will bring kids into work because of post-COVID needs for daycare and school closings and snow days, things like that.
What happened when the pandemic was in full force? Were employees still coming in every day, or were they working remotely, or both?
There was a little bit of both, depending on the job and the ability to do so.
Okay. Does the company provide health insurance?
We offer health insurance, yes.
And do you know if Jennifer had health insurance?
I do not know.
Okay. Do you know whether or not anyone else in her family was insured?
I have no idea. On our company policy?
Yes.
I'd have to look at those records. I don't know.
Okay, so if I handed you the records, would that refresh your recollection?
I'm not in charge of HR, but it would at least, I would assume, indicate whether or not she was on our policy.
Okay, thank you. You're the COO, correct?
Correct.
Who does the human resources person report to?
A few people with me included.
Okay. And does the company regularly keep benefits documents in the normal course of business for each employee?
Absolutely.
Okay. May I approach your Honor?
Sure.
Hey, Katia, I got your message. I can't respond
A
to
portion
international
of the
texts.
personnel file for Jennifer Crumbley that the defense has been provided. What is that?
This appears to be a 2021 new hire open enrollment form for what I believe to be healthcare options, medical healthcare options that year.
Okay. And I'm sorry, can I approach? Is this what you're looking at? This is contained in there. I just want to make
Yeah, this has got this is a different document, but it's similar. Okay.
All right. And what is that document? That's also part of her personnel file, but what is that?
Okay, the document you handed me appears to be a Guardian life insurance open enrollment form for 2021 for Jennifer Crumbley.
Okay. And the previous document you just had, what does that indicate? Who was enrolled in the health benefits?
It appears to be for Jennifer Crumbley, and there were multiple options. It appears she checked, or someone checked the box. She did, I believe, for single medical low plan.
And how much was that per month, if you know?
Well, it listed as $102.55 bi-weekly, so I guess that'd be $204 or $5 approximately a month.
And do you know approximately what the cost would have been to add somebody in her family?
So on this plan, if I file it from single to employee plus one, it would have been $404. Family, $533.81.
Is that once a month or five?
These are all bi-weekly.
Okay. All right. May I approach that?
You're not marking that.
No.
So she had insurance for herself, but not her son, even though it was offered. It would have been about another $300
I want
and
to
something
talk to you
dollars.
about November 30th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Okay. As a matter of your daily routine, what were your hours?
It depends on my day, where I'm going, what's going on that day, but it's typical standard 40-hour work week. Some days can be longer, some days can be shorter.
You're also a parent, so did you come in early or did you come in late? What were you?
I remember that day specifically. I forget I was coming from that morning, but I remember that I was driving when I got a text from her that morning. I think it was around 10 a.m.
Okay. I'm going to show you an exhibit that's, I think it's been previously marked, that is from Jennifer's phone. How did you communicate with Jennifer?
In person, email.
Text message or Facebook Messenger? I'm sorry.
Oh, use text message would be primarily. Yeah, text message.
Okay. This has been marked 152. I don't know if the jurors' eyes are. Oh, thank you so much. This monitor's not on.
Your Honor, I believe it's not only been marked, but it's admitted.
It's admitted.
Just check it. Okay.
Yeah, she's noticing that the TV isn't on. So I don't know how to turn it on. Magic. It's on.
Okay, thank you. Could the jury let me know if they can't see? I have a little trouble with seeing that. But can you see on the monitor?
Yes.
These are communications that begin that morning or that day, just from Jennifer Crumbley's phone. Looking through this exhibit, is that representative of your text messages that day?
I recognize the first two texts, and I believe that I recognize all these texts correctly.
Okay, is this the entire communication you had that day?
No.
So are you saying something's missing?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to now show you screenshots that we received from your phone and your text messages between Jennifer Crumbley that same day.
Use the ones I gave you, yes.
Okay. Is your testimony that these accurately depict the entire text conversation of that day?
Could you scroll down?
Sure.
Okay. This looks accurate, yes.
Okay, so the message, the exhibit I just showed you had 4 messages, around 4 or 5. This is actually several messages. Is this your full conversation?
This would be the full conversation, yes, I texted that.
Okay. And when did you never deleted any text messages? Okay, so this is exactly what it was that you turned over to law enforcement?
Yes.
All right, thank you. The first text, if you can see this exhibit, if you go to the top, Mr. Smith, what's the time on the first text you received from Jennifer Crumbley?
This is Tuesday, 10:05 a.m.
And you said earlier, did you say you were driving to work or you were at work?
I forget, I was driving. Where I was going, I don't recall. Probably to work or coming from property, but I was driving, yes.
Assuming you weren't reading your text messages while driving, this is when you received the text. Can you read her text to you?
I have to go to my kid's school. Counselor just called, and this is what I'm dealing with. I'll be back by 11:30, 12 at the latest.
Okay, so that text came in at 10:05, and she is telling you exactly when she'll be back.
That's what it says, yeah.
Okay, so then she attaches this, a picture. Do you know what that is?
I know now what it is.
Did you look at it at the time you received it?
No, I did look at it. It was later that day I looked at it, but not at the time. I was driving at the time. I just saw the text on my phone pop up, and I just saw him.
Was it required that Jennifer let you know if she was leaving and where she was going, or was this unusual?
No, I mean, we want people to let us know if they're leaving, coming, going. She was good about that. She let me know if she was coming and going.
Sorry, is there something going on?
No, it's just, okay, thank you. Can you, the next, I believe there's some issue with a camera in the back, but I don't know. Can I proceed, Your Honor?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, it's very distracting, so I'm just asking if there's something happening.
Yeah, they're
Can we-
talking to the witness.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
It's hard to hear the witness because of the conversation.
Oh, it's hard to hear the witness, yeah. Everybody has to be quiet, okay? Yeah. Yes, thank you.
May I proceed?
Yes.
The next message, well, before we get to the next message, tell me when was the first time you actually saw Jennifer Crumbley that day?
I recall, I don't remember the exact timeline, it's been 2 years, but I recall seeing her at the office around noon that day.
And where did you see her?
It was in the copy room, which is like an open copy room, storage type stationary area.
And did she say anything to you?
I recall walking up to her asking how was she doing, was she doing okay? And I recalled her mentioning that she had to get her child counseling. She seemed down. I think she had mentioned a few things. I recall her mentioning that his dog had passed away and a grandparent or grandparents had passed away. She may have said more. I remember she seemed down. I think she said she felt like she was a failure or failing him, and she had to get him counseling.
When she said, I feel like I'm failing him, who was she talking about?
I believe her son.
Okay. And what was your response?
I remember saying, if he needs counseling, I'm glad you're getting him counseling. Get him the help he needs. I'm glad to hear you're getting him that help. Okay.
Did you and Jennifer have a friendship outside of work?
No.
Did you ever socialize together outside of any work-centered event?
No.
You said you didn't Facebook message her, your conversations were just text or calling or email?
There may have been a Facebook message where she would send me photos from a property because of the size or scope I remember, but that'd be about it. But our communication will be in person, email, phone, or text.
And before this occurred, what if anything, did you know about her son?
I knew she had a son in school. You know, she mentioned small talk. I knew he was in school. I recall something about him being in a bowling, an avid bowler, if I recall correctly. And I remember that she mentioned some vacations they went on, and camping, some family trips. I recalled her discussing, he had a part-time job, I remember mentioning it sometime in the past. Small stuff like that, nothing much more.
Okay. Did she ever talk to you about taking him skiing?
I know she was big into skiing. I don't recall her mentioning her son skiing, I don't know.
How do you know she was big into skiing?
She talked about it quite a bit. I recall, I think she like volunteered, or she was like a volunteer ski instructor or ski school type thing. I don't remember exactly.
Ski patrol?
Ski patrol sounds more like that.
Do you know where that was?
Local, one of the local mountains, local hills.
Okay. Was her son with her that day?
At the office on the 30th?
Yes.
No.
Would that have been allowed?
Sure.
What was her schedule that day in terms of what she was required to be doing?
I don't know what her schedule was that day. She's the director. I'd give her some responsibility. I do know that we had a property visit scheduled that afternoon that she was invited to.
Was that a required meeting?
No, not at all.
Did you know at that time the school asked Mrs. Crumbley to get him counseling that day? Did she ever tell you that?
No, she just told me she had to get him counseling, was going to get him counseling.
Was there any big project or assignment that Jennifer Crumbley was expected to do that day, an upcoming deadline that needed to be met that day?
I can't think of any deadline or anything bigger than this, but I'm sure she had a busy schedule as a director. I just don't recall anything specific, no.
Okay. But I guess what I'm asking is, had she asked to leave that day, would that have been a problem for the company? Or you were her supervisor?
It would have been no problem at all.
Did she have any paid time off collected?
I don't know what bank she had for PTO, but it wouldn't have mattered to me.
Okay. When was the next time you had any contact with Jennifer Crumbley after you saw her in the copy room?
We had a quick meeting with another colleague shortly thereafter, 20 minutes, 30 minutes thereafter.
Can you give me a time frame about?
I think I saw her in the copy room about noon, and so 20, 30 minutes thereafter, around 12:20, 12:30 that afternoon. And we talked about the property we were going to visit, kind of what our goals, why we were going there. And we had talked, I think, about some calls and things we had down the road a couple days later.
Okay, and when after that was your next contact with her?
I recall, because I was in a Zoom hearing at the time, about 1 o'clock, I think it was.
Okay.
I heard some loud commotion outside my office, like yelling. And,
How close is Jennifer Crumbley's office, was it to yours?
10, 12 feet away.
Okay, and you said you heard, I don't want to put words in your mouth, what did you hear?
No, I just remember yelling, like a commotion, loud noise, like yelling, screaming type noise coming from down the hall.
And what did you do next?
I stepped away from my hearing. I looked outside to see what the noise was, and I saw her like racing out of her office, racing down the hall.
Did you learn, or did she say where she was going, or what she was upset about?
I recall her saying there was an active shooter at her child's school, and I remember saying to her, go.
And so obviously you didn't have a problem with her leaving?
Not at all, no.
When was the next time that you had any contact with her after she left around 1 o'clock?
I got the text on this thread, the one on, it says 1:23, the gun is gone, so are the bullets, was the next time I received any communication from her.
Okay, so she leaves around 1. The text comes in at 1:23. Let's talk about this for a second. Did you know something about a gun prior to this?
No.
Did you know that she had purchased a gun for her son?
No.
Okay, so when you got this text, what were you thinking?
I didn't know what to think. It alarmed me.
Okay.
She just run out and I got that text. I was really confused and alarmed.
All right, and what did you respond?
I responded by saying, I'm praying everything is okay.
And then the next text was from her. Can you read what she texted you?
There was a phone call that came in before that next text, if you just for timeline. I remember that, but
Yes, I'm sorry, thank you. So she made a phone call that came in at what time? 1:25?
I don't remember the exact times. I can remember what happened.
Okay, so do you remember when you're saying the call came after I'm praying everything is okay?
I remember this because I was in a hearing. I was in a court hearing, covering hearing, and I stepped away and I got that because I was so alarmed by it that I walked down to my human resource director's office to let them know what had just transpired, to show her this text. And when I was
And when you say this text, you mean just the one, the gun's gone and so are the bullets?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Correct. Then I recalled receiving a phone call from her. I was in my HR director's office at the time, and I put it on speaker, and I remember there was a conversation.
And can you tell me what the conversation was about? What did Jennifer say?
I can't remember everything, but I remember vividly the sound of sirens in the background.
Was she in her car driving? Was she at home?
I believe she was in her car. She's in her car, I believe, driving. I remember her saying she was trying to get to her child's school.
Okay. So what did she say?
I remember her telling us she was trying to get to her child's school. I believe she said something about the gun was missing, or family gun was missing. It was me and our HR director were both, we just both said call the police, please call the police. I remember her saying that her husband had already called the police.
Okay. And were you aware that if her husband, first of all, had you ever met James Crumbley?
I never cursed him, I know.
Okay. Were you aware that he in fact did call 911?
No, I mean, just what she told us.
Okay. Did she say he had already called, or he was going to call?
I believe she said he had already called the police.
All right. What happened after that? Did you end the conversation? Did she end the conversation?
I don't remember much more. That it was short. We may have said, let us know something we can do to help, or let us know what we can do. Then I stayed with my HR director because we were trying to find out what was actually going on, and I got these next texts.
So you ended the call?
Yes.
You're still in the HR director's office, or were you in another room?
If I left, I would have left to go back to my office, which is about a minute away, to log off of Zoom. But,
okay.
Or I can't remember exactly, but it would have been there or her office.
All right. And then the next text was from you or Jennifer?
It's from Jennifer to me.
Okay. Can you read that?
OMG, Andy, he's going to kill himself. He must be the shooter.
All right, now there's no timestamp on those specific messages, which normally would indicate they're coming in along the same string. Is that correct, or do you remember there was a significant period of time that lapsed?
I don't remember the exact times, but I want to recall those being somewhat close in proximity within the same half-hour time frame.
Okay, and then the next text.
I need a lawyer at substation with police.
And then the next text.
Ethan did it.
Okay. What's going through your mind at this point?
Shock, fear, sadness, a lot of emotions. We didn't really know what to think.
Okay. And you testified earlier, after I asked a few questions, that you're actually a lawyer.
Yes.
Okay. Do you practice any kind of criminal law?
Never, no.
Okay. Had she ever asked you for a lawyer before?
I get asked that question a lot by people. She may have. I don't recall.
Okay. So it appears from this text string that you didn't respond via text right away.
No. I recall there was another phone call.
Okay.
Sometime shortly after that last text, Ethan did it. There was another phone call she made to me, because I remember I was still in my HR director's office at the time, and we were together. Maybe another colleague was there.
Was it on speaker, or?
Yes, I put it on speaker.
Okay. And what did she say?
I believe she said she was at the police station or had been at the police station, and that she needed a lawyer. Can I recommend a lawyer?
And what did you say?
I couldn't think of one at the time. It's not my area, and I just couldn't think of one. And I think I told her I'd ask our corporate counsel if she could think of someone to recommend.
Okay. What was going on at the office at this point? Were there people around? The people in the office, did anyone have any outside knowledge of the shooting?
I don't know.
Oh.
I was working with Human Resource at the time, and we were trying to figure out what was going on.
Okay. What eventually did you decide? Did you guys go back to work? Did you just wait for another communication? Did you start looking for a lawyer?
I did not look for a lawyer. As I told her, I mentioned to corporate counsel that this is what we just learned, and she's reaching out. If you could reach out back to her, let her know. I know we were closely watching the news, trying to figure out what was happening, what had happened. And I remember I left a little bit early that day to get home with my family.
Why'd you do that?
There were a lot of emotions going on. I just wanted to get home and see my family.
Okay. At some point, did you receive another text from Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes, at 3:39, this thread says I got a text that...
So that's about 2.5 hours after she left the office when the shooting occurred?
Approximately, yes.
All right, and what does the text say?
I need my job. Please don't judge me for what my son did.
What did you think when you received that text?
I was a little taken back. I was surprised that she was worried about work right then.
Did you respond?
I did. At 5:47 p.m. Let me read the text.
So at this point, were you at work or were you home with your family?
I think I was home at that point.
Okay, and your response was what?
I can't even begin to understand what you're going through. I'm praying for you. I asked Carolyn to text you some attorney recommendations, and Carolyn's our corporate counsel.
All right, and did she respond?
She did. I don't know what time, but it was later after that text. They were taking my cell phone.
Was that the last communication you had with Jennifer Crumbley?
That's the last time I can recall communicating with her, yes.
Okay, at some point, did the company terminate her employment?
Yes, she was terminated.
Okay, do you remember about when that was?
I want to say it was a couple of days. I don't remember the exact date. It was some days after this incident, November 30th. Whether it was 2 or 3 days, I don't remember exactly.
Okay. At the beginning of this, I showed you the text string from Jennifer's phone versus your phone. Was there any ever discussion or comments from Jennifer about why she's deleting text messages to you?
Did she ever talk to me about it? No, I never had that conversation with her.
Do you know why?
I don't guess. No idea.
All right, nothing further.
Your Honor, I have quite a bit of cross because there's previous testimony. Is it a good time to break?
No.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right, if we could just finish with the cross so we can excuse this witness.
Yeah, we're 2 hours left today.
I have no.
You guys aren't starving to death over there, are you?
I have no problem. Okay. All right, Mr. Smith, I just want to go back to a couple of things you
Probably
said.
for failure to
You and
attend
Jennifer,
work.
you would not say you guys were friends outside of work, correct?
We were coworkers and friendly at work.
Okay, friendly at work, you guys would make small talk.
Sure, yes.
And you, when you heard that something was going on at the high school, you would agree with me that Mrs. Crumbley sounded very frantic.
When she called us the first time I heard the sirens, she definitely sounded panicked, frantic, yes.
You would agree she sounded shocked and concerned?
Yes.
Kathy, great job on the Murdaugh video. I watched it this morning. It was
you testified
amazing.
that when you saw her at the office earlier, coming back from the school, she had appeared sad.
Yes.
It was during that time when Mrs. Crumbley was at your office that you guys discussed the meeting she had had at the school earlier that day.
Yes.
And during that meeting, she told you that the school wanted her to get her son in some counseling, correct?
I don't know if she said this. I think so. I know she said she had to get her son counseling.
She was planning to get her son counseling.
Yes.
And it's appeared you were aware she was worried about her son at that time.
Yes.
Mrs. Crumbley is not someone who had a history of constantly disrupting her day at work. Is that fair to say?
It's a tough question to answer, but yeah, it's fair. I don't remember disruptions. No.
I suppose a better question would be, she was not a parent who was constantly having to leave work to go to her child's school for different reasons.
I don't recall any other examples of that.
You never had any concerns personally about how Mrs. Crumbley parented her son.
I never had concerns, no.
And if anything, you would just hear about little bits and details about him. I think you testified about bowling, vacations, camping.
I recall her mentioning, yes.
You recalled the part-time job, skiing.
Yeah. I don't know. I know she skied. I don't know if he did. I don't remember that.
Okay. And in terms of Jennifer working at the company prior to her being terminated, you would agree with me that she was a pretty consistent hard worker.
I would agree with you, yes.
And Jennifer appeared to take her career very seriously.
I agree, yes.
She was diligent about attending meetings she was invited to or supposed to attend.
Yes.
She was somebody the company could count on to do her job.
I thought so, yes.
And there were times she took advantage of the flexibility that your company offered to allow her to go handle different matters she may have needed to handle.
I know she would have taken advantage of the flexibility to do what I don't know, but sure.
Okay. And I'm correct when I say that Kathy Poliquin, she's the manager of HR, correct?
She's what at the time was the director of human resources.
I'm sorry, director of human resources?
Correct.
Okay. I have her listed as a witness, but I may, based on the prosecution's questions, I may be able to just ask you. But if you're not the right person, can you just let me know?
Yes.
Okay, so you testified that to have a single person on the company's insurance was approximately $200 per month.
That's what I read, yes. Yes.
And you would agree, well, and I'm sorry, when you say $200...
It was bi-weekly, so I don't know you.
Okay, that's what I was just going to ask. So it's $200 twice a month.
My understanding is yes.
And if she had had another person added to the insurance, it would have been approximately $500 twice a month.
I don't have the document in front of me, but I know it went up from +1 and then went up again for family.
Okay, and when it goes up for family, are you aware of what it would have been for there to be 3 people on the insurance?
I'd be guessing. My understanding is family covers as many families you may have, immediate family. I don't know if it's 3 to 10. It covers your entire family, my understanding.
It's fair to say that in the past you have complained that the health care costs taken from your paychecks is significant.
Have I complained? No, because I'm not on the health plan.
So you're not on the health plan at Princeton, correct?
I'm not on my company's plan, correct?
But I assume you have health care through somewhere else.
Correct.
And in this case, with the Crumbleys, you're not aware if they had health care through another source, correct?
Correct.
And as far as you know, Mr. Crumbley had a job, a professional job in the past. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I remember he had a job, a career, and I think he was laid off in between jobs at the time.
And you're not aware if Mrs. Crumbley, Mr. Crumbley, or their son was covered on Mr. Crumbley's insurance?
I'm not aware.
In addition to the insurance offered at Princeton, there's also a plan through Allied that you guys can take advantage of where you get virtual doctor visits. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of that, yes.
And those virtual doctor visits are free as part of the Allied benefit.
I believe so, yes.
And you can also get Aflac supplemental insurance for yourself and your family members.
You're getting in the HR world, but my understanding is yes, you can elect those benefits.
Now, the open enrollment period is right in approximately November every year. Is that right?
I honestly don't recall when, but I know it's every year at the same time, and it's open for approximately 30 days, I believe.
And you may not be the right witness, and if you're not, just let me know.
Okay.
Are you aware that in November of 2021, Mrs. Crumbley was doing anything with her insurance.
I'm not aware, no.
Now, when you were texting or exchanging messages with Mrs. Crumbley, there was not any point in time where she said to you, hey, Andy, delete these texts, correct?
That's correct.
So she texted you over a photograph of that math paper.
She sent that to me, yes.
Obviously, when you look at that math paper, especially knowing what we know today, it's very alarming.
Yes.
And she texted you openly that the gun was gone and so are the bullets.
That's what she texted me, yes.
And when you were texting with her, you were exchanging back kind words to her, supporting her and saying things along the lines of, I'm praying for you, I hope everything's okay, things like that, correct?
Well, not things, that exactly.
That exactly. And you knew at the time that you were communicating those things to Mrs. Crumbley, she was in a high state of stress.
I saw her run out of the office in panic.
Not only did you see her run out of the office in panic, you heard her screaming when she heard about the open shooter.
I heard her like yelling, screaming that she had to leave. There was I forget exactly, but there was a shooting event going on at her child's school.
Definitely a strong reaction from Mrs. Crumbley about what was happening.
Yes.
Now, after Mrs. Crumbley found out more information, we saw the text where Mrs. Crumbley is saying, I need my job. Please don't judge me for what my son did, correct?
That's the text, correct.
Now, at that time, you're aware that James Crumbley was laid off.
I knew he was in between jobs. I don't know what he was doing at that point.
And so Mrs. Crumbley is certainly voicing the concern to you, I don't want to lose my job, correct?
She sent a text, I need my job.
As far as you knew from working with Mrs. Crumbley over time, she liked her job, was good at it, and valued that job.
I thought she was good at her job, yes.
And her text indicating she wanted to keep her job, you have no reason to believe she didn't want to keep her job.
No.
I have nothing further.
Redirect?
Nothing, Your Honor. May he be excused?
Yeah, you may step down and you're excused.
That's interesting. The defense attorney said she had lengthy cross-examination. A couple times she's wanted a break before cross, and the state has always objected. They want
We lost some time today.
They want the cross to happen right now. Make her think on her feet, so give her time.
All right,
Super loud in the courtroom. We're going to turn this down just a wee bit. She may have been fired for failure to attend. Most companies have a clause where if you don't attend and don't call in and everything, if you go AWOL, they can fire you after a couple days. But they might have had other reasons as well.
You know, could I have the prosecutor approach on an unrelated matter, actually a sort of related matter, which is the other? Are you off?
You want me to?
Yes. I just want to ask you a few questions.
And we don't get to hear what's happening here. We'll keep listening in case something happens. A couple of people were asking, gossip, rumor, and innuendo. That's the account on YouTube. Her name is Kathy. She's in chat here with us. She does a morning recap, and on her recap of yesterday's Murdaugh hearing is fantastic. I watched it this morning. Kathy does a great job over there. It's spicy. It's always spicy. She's. I think Kathy. I think it's safe for me to say you don't have a filter. You say what comes to mind. It's great. It'll make you laugh probably until you cry. So I highly recommend you pop over there. Just gossip, rumor, and innuendo. And it does definitely wake you up. And Kathy, you've got the biggest coffee mug I've ever seen in my life. I thought you were going to drown in it this morning when you tried to take a drink out of it. Anyway, thank you. Thank you for being here as well. Love you. All right, let's see what we've got from the courtroom. If we have anything. Looks like the defendant's being let out. No audio currently. No co-counsel. I've not seen co-counsel today. It's interesting that the judge said, I need to speak with the prosecutor and not, can I have both sides come up? Instead, it's just the one side. Usually the judge speaks to both sides during this. The little bars and tone, that's good stuff. Kathy's mugs are your favorite. Thank you. So I think what we saw this morning with the dean of students, the testimony, especially on the cross-examination, the state or on the direct, the state has been talking, and every time they elicit testimony, they're trying to say you had no idea, you didn't know. Here's what happens, and you walk through the steps of what happened, and had you known what the parents had known, you would have made a different decision. The defense is trying to carry that same storyline and saying what you saw wasn't a concern, so it shouldn't have been a concern to the parents. And then the state comes back on redirect and says, oh, but if you'd known what the parents knew, it would have been a concern, right? And we see that back and forth. We've seen that with 3 witnesses now. So I think the defense attorney has been doing a great job. Thank you very much, Amber, for linking the video to Kathy's channel. I highly recommend that one. It's a funny one, and it will save you like 6 hours of time. But man, watching the Murdaugh stuff was incredible. That was some great stuff. Let's see what else we have. Angela says, I have a mug as big as hers. It's a huge mug. Ours, the one we sell, this one's like, I think it's 15 ounces. So it's a good sized mug. And it's just the True Crime Addict mug with the Darrell Brooks stuff on the back. Objection overruled grounds. But I think Kathy's is like a gallon. Call coming in. Hang on.
Call from.
Hey, Wall.
Hey, Wall. How are you doing this lunchtime?
I'm doing pretty good. How you doing today, Scott?
Great. You caught me mid-drink. What's on your mind?
Nice. I understand in chat and everybody saying hindsight is 2020, right? Which is true. But we have to understand that Columbine happened in, I believe, 99. This is 21. This is 22 years later. If we are in a school, this isn't like the first time this happened. If you see a drawing like that, more care should have been taken by everybody. I'm not passing the buck to the parents. This is not an out of the random thing.
Right.
These things happen.
Columbine changed everything. I mean, I don't think you can stress that enough. Columbine changed everything at schools. The perspective on security, the training, the way police respond to these incidents. It was like a turning point in the United States. So this happened a couple years after. And so you think that they would have caught this, or the school would be more concerned. I mean, I literally was texting some people during this as I was trying to answer texts and things. Somebody was saying that I can't believe the school didn't think this was a problem, with the pictures and the looking at the bullets. And I said, I remember, and this is shortly after I was in school, but I remember post Columbine, I remember that a student got expelled from school for wearing a Marvin the Martian shirt. And Marvin the Martian had his little space pew-pew. And they had a zero tolerance policy. And that was not allowed. That crossed the line. And it's like, so here you have clearly some more disturbing stuff and history, repeated things, multiple incidences. And they said, no, it didn't rise to the level of even looking in his bag. And that's...
Right, and then when I believe Columbine was 99, I graduated 2000. The next year, you were not allowed to wear a trench coat. And I went to a public high school. Even wearing that you're not even allowed to do that. And this was back in 2000. That was the first one. So considering that multiple of these, for the YouTube channel, I would say situations.
Thank you.
I don't want to mess up the channel, but all this stuff happened multiple times. That when the dean of discipline said, "Oh, it didn't rise to the level of," then what does rise?
Yeah.
What?
when he said there was no threat, there was no perceived threat. Basically, he's waiting for a hit list with a spelled out instruction plan. Like what else could there be? Where does you suddenly start looking at this saying, I can put one and one together, and this definitely makes two. If you have to wait until you magically intercept the shooter's path, his planned route for his whatever he's going to carry out before you accept it as a threat, I think you've missed the point of all the training you've gone to.
Right, and you missed the point of all these other situations. This did not happen at a DMV where you go, oh man, this is a first. This was at a school where it happens. Like the level of I guess, or no, it's not that bad. There are innocent children here. Yeah. You should not just go about it nonchalantly and go, maybe not. It doesn't matter when it comes to a school. That's my thought. I get the hindsight, but I don't know.
On the flip side of this, with the schools that did institute some, like bag searches and things like that, the parents, we heard many situations where parents of kids who were found with some contraband, maybe a little bag of weed or something in their backpack. The parents were upset that the school was searching because they had no reason to. We've heard of parents upset their kids have to go through metal detectors because it doesn't make the kids feel safe. And there's been pushback on both sides. So the school's in a danged if you do, danged if you don't situation on one front, because no matter what they do, it's either not enough or it's too much.
And my last point, you are correct with that, because where do you draw the line? We're not going to stop and frisk every student because you just don't like what he's wearing, or so now you just can't make it a police state in a school either. I don't want my child going to a police state type of school. Yeah. But this was clear-cut evidence of, wait a minute here. Wait a minute. We've seen news about this stuff. We need to triple check this.
I would say, I would hope that in today's day and age, if this same set of facts played out in a school, that the people who are in charge of looking at this would consider this something that deserved immediate action. I'm not sure. I'm not in a legal position where I could say that legally they have the right to search the bags. I don't know. That might be state law.
Correct.
There. I don't know where that stands. Lockers for sure. Lockers are searched, but here they weren't using lockers because they were still worried about sharing areas, spaces with people to try to limit exposure to disease. But
correct. Well, I'm gonna continue to watch. Once again, thank you for what you do, and I'll clear up the line just in case.
Love your comments. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. We'll see you.
Yes, sir. Have a good day.
Bye.
Call from.
We're still worried about.
Hey, this is RA. How are you doing? You need to turn down your radio. It'll be really confusing if you have your sound up on your TV.
I was actually listening to you. I actually agree mostly with what the guy before me said. The problem that I have is that why are we not wanting to hold parents accountable for their actions? If you can buy guns, if you can pay for boarding for houses, then you should be able to get insurance for your child. It would be something different if the mother, as she claims, did not know what was going on with this child. But there was way too many signs that there was something wrong with this child. And she did nothing. So we can get upset with the dean, but not the mom. At the end of the day, this is about priorities. Her priority should have been her son, and it wasn't. And because of that, you have 4 children who don't get to wake up. And that is my problem with this. The reality is, as parents, we have a duty to pay attention to our children. And too many people are getting off without being parents. It goes back to accountability and priority. Like, I don't understand what's happening here. Well, I do agree with her charges, and I agree they should be held accountable.
All right, it's breaking up a little bit. I didn't hear your name, first of all, so I apologize. I'm not able to speak to you by name. Who is this?
LaShawn. You actually live in my state.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Thanks, fellow North Carolinian. Thanks for adopting me, first of all. I love North Carolina. This is a great question. Why aren't we holding them accountable? My question is that accountability? What are the limits of that accountability?
I think it's different. I think it's different depending on the circumstances. As parents, I see a lot of parents doing this or saying, I don't go in my child's room. I don't go on my child's phone. I don't invade their privacy. We don't have that luxury anymore. You don't have the luxury to ignore your kids. We don't have the luxury to act like things aren't happening. There's been way too many mass shootings for us not to see the examples of what happens when you are not paying attention to your children.
I have to think about the accountability, because I think there are some points that parents can be held accountable for some things. Like I teach my kids to follow the law and to drive appropriately. But my son still gave me a phone call last year, and he's like, "Dad, I just wrecked the car. I just plowed into the back of a car in front of me. I wasn't paying attention. Should I be ticketed for something he did as a juvenile?"
I think that's different. I honestly think that's different because you did not ignore. That's not the same thing to me. The fact of the realization of what is being shown to us is that her and her husband were told, not just by the school, but by the child, something is wrong with me.
I agree. They were bad parents. I agree, but
you can, and then at the same time, if you can buy boarding for horses, you can get insurance. Emergency rooms, I saw two people in the chat going back and forth about that. Emergency rooms take you whether you have insurance or not. Is that the best option? No, but it's better than doing nothing.
I hear it's easy for us to look at this and look at the parents and say, this is where you chose to spend your money, and that was wrong. Your first priority should have been your kids. You shouldn't have, spent all the money on these purebred horses and things that you clearly couldn't afford because you couldn't pay for your kids' needs. I don't know. At what point are we legislating parenthood, like legislating decisions? Like I might look at somebody else and say, why are you going into debt for something? You should save up until you can pay cash for it. That's wrong for you to go into debt because that'll take extra money that you'll need to pay for, your kids' education or something down the road. At that point, right. At some point, it's the parent's choice how they do it, and how far can we legislate and say you have to parent. Yes, you have to parent. You're a child. You have a child. You are responsible for the child. Where does the state stop in how you parent? Where do we say this is? Yeah, go ahead, LaShawn.
So I honestly get what you're saying, but the realization is, as adults, we know that there are consequences to our actions. There are consequences to our actions. So there's a consequence here of ignoring your child. Yeah. To me, the reason why I am okay with these charges is because way too many times these children or these people walk into these schools and kill these kids, and then what do the parents do? I didn't know that this was going on. I didn't know that he was feeling this way. As he mentioned Columbine, a lot of us who was during that time remembers our parents being like, how you didn't know that child had all these guns? I grew up in a house where my grandmother actually took the doors off the hinges so that she could see into our rooms.
There's no privacy. I'm the same way. I grew up in a house where you can't lock the door. It's like this is the parents' home. You're a guest here, and you follow their rules.
You're a visitor.
We can kick you out at any time. No, that was never the case. But
right. But I think that right now, the world we're living in, you don't get to be this obtuse to what's going on with your children. There are way too many children. We see it on TV all the time. They're robbing stores. They're killing people. Kids are doing too much. Yeah. And as parents, as grown people, there needs to start being some accountability for not knowing where your children are, for not knowing what they're doing, and for purchasing things that can harm them or themselves when it's already been shown that something is wrong.
I don't know. I think this is a discussion that would be interesting because we've all seen the YouTube videos of kids walking into stores and just taking what they want and running with it.
Yes.
Our parents should we charge the parents in those as well?
If it shows that they're being negligent,
I would tell
yes.
you the parents should know that the clothes that they're wearing are
Exactly.
where they're coming from. If kids suddenly ended up with Gucci bags and the best Nike shoes and you didn't buy them and they're not working, can we arrest the parent as well because we know that this is coming from an illicit source.
I think if you can show negligence, yes. There's a mother right now sitting in jail because her son took a gun to school, and I believe he shot a kid. If he didn't shoot a kid, she's in jail right now because her son took a gun to school because they deemed that she had the gun out where he could get to it. Negligence. You are participating in someone committing a crime. I'm sorry, I am a mother. At the end of the day, I have a child in college right now. Don't call me telling me you got a ticket. Don't call me telling me that you done something crazy and think I'm going to bail you out. No.
LaShawna, here's what I'm thinking. I'm with you on the negligence. I can see that. I would love to see if the Crumbleys charged with negligence. But the manslaughter part,
too much for you.
It's too many links down the chain. I can't sit here and tell you I know that they knew what he was going to do because I don't. Hard for the state to prove that they know what Jennifer and James were thinking at the time and what they knew when their son was doing what he was going to do. I just don't think that's provable. I think they did overcharge on this one, but I do see that there has to be some accountability. That parenthood is not something that to be taken lightly. It's it's something that you sign up for. It's not a pet you can drop off at the vet and say. And I'm opposed to this as well. But just you wanted it one day and next day it's like, oh, never mind. It's not as fun as I thought it would be. I'll just sell the animal to somebody else. I think that pet ownership. We think of how much we look down on people that treat it that way and don't take care of their animals. Kids are more so. That's higher on the scale for me. I know a lot of you say treat your pets good enough that it would be the same scale as with your kids.
No, I treat my children better than I treat my pets. But
okay.
I think it's a difficult thing to get to. But I think at some point we have to start holding parents accountable if you're seeing that they are being negligent, and basically by being negligent, you're participating in your child committing crimes. My grandmother used to say, if you do something, commit a crime, you're going to jail by yourself. I'm not going through with you.
I see this. The negligence plus causation equals manslaughter.
Yes.
But for me, negligence, I think you have to know what was going to happen.
I get you.
I understand. And that's the hard part that I think the state's going to have a hard time proving. But LaShawna, you've expressed yourself quite eloquently. I appreciate that. Thank you for being for representing North Carolina and being very wise in your opinion, well thought out. I appreciate that.
Continue to enjoy our weird weather.
I love it. It's great.
Have a good one.
You too. We'll see you. Bye. Great caller there, LaShawna. Thank you so much. Oh, I just lost another one. If you got 3 9s in your number, I tried to answer your call and I just barely lost it. All right. Why do they have to know for involuntary manslaughter? I don't know. I'm trying to think of another example. I'm just saying. I'm trying to think of another example where this can be brought up appropriately.
Call from
Mr. Ivan.
Here's somebody we haven't heard from in a little while. Ivan, how are you doing?
Hey, how you doing? I've been lurking all morning. I got a couple points here.
If you're done lurking, you have to type ! unlurk in chat.
Is that a thing?
It's
I didn't
a
know
thing
that
now.
was a thing.
It just became a thing this morning. I haven't announced. This is breaking
See what
news.
I've missed?
Yep.
See what I've missed? Okay. First of all, I want to know what's changed. And I know that's a broad question, but let me tell you something. I'm only 39 years old, okay? When I graduated in 2002, I remember driving to school in an old beat-up F-150, the best vehicle ever made. Everybody knows that. And so I remember driving to school with a rifle in the back of my truck, okay? Do you think I was the only one? We would go hunting after school. Nobody thought to shoot anybody. And so what is the shift? What has changed in the paradigms? And I know we could go on forever with theories about this. I know we could go on, we could have 100 debates. But something has shifted where this impulse or this thirst to retaliate in the most vicious way has occurred. And I don't know. I really don't know what it is. I wish I did. The other thing I want to say, and this won't be popular, but guess what, people? Everybody isn't fixable. Okay? There is evil in this world. You don't have to look far to see it. Okay? And I'm not going to get into a spiritual conversation, but there are people and there are minds that aren't right. I lived with them for 5 years of my life. Okay?
Some people are just broken. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. And I know it hurts to hear that maybe a kid could be broken so young, but guess what? Not everything has a black or white, if they would have done this, it would have fixed the situation. And I know the knee-jerk response is going to be, but they could have tried harder. They could have tried harder. Yeah, probably. And here's my third point. You want to start getting parents charged with every dumb thing their kid does, violent or not? Guess what happens to those kids? They get taken. Where are we going to put these kids? Do you think we have the resources?
And
to place
is the place
these
we're
kids?
putting the kids going to help them or hurt them?
Yeah.
I think
right. Like,
I'll agree.
anybody
Ivan,
who's
let me take it this way a little bit. When we grew up, I'm talking about you and I both because we both got a few years on us. When we grew up, things were different. We didn't have places where we didn't have situations where kids wanted a safe space or felt feeling triggered. That wasn't a thing, right? It was the mental health was taboo. I'll say that it was not. If you had mental health issues, it was looked down on. Society didn't treat that as something that was regular and common and needed to be addressed. I think it was even difficult to get mental health care in insurance. I mean, a lot has changed. A lot has changed.
The
since we grew up.
messaging is wrong. The messaging is wrong. Like when I see ads or posters that say it's okay to not be okay, no, it's not. That's the whole reason it's not okay. Okay, so like the whole messaging is wrong. I know it's trying to be empathetic. I know it's trying to be supportive. But telling somebody it's okay to not be okay that's not the right messaging. Okay, that's why it's not okay. And so,
how do you say it then? How do we change that perspective? I mean, how do we make it something that is okay? Without just talking about it. And I mean, we've got I see celebrities that come out and talk about it and say, hey, I'm in treatment, I'm in counseling. That is awesome.
Yeah. Well,
normalize it, right?
Great. Well, yeah. Well, forgive me here, and I'm not going to get into the political. Nobody gives a damn what a political person or what a political or a celebrity thinks. Okay, they care about how they're going to get their kid through school. So that isn't the idea either. Nobody cares if an Oscar winner stands up there with their trophy in their $3,000 suit and says raise mental health awareness. That does nothing. It does less than nothing. It insults the person who can't pay their bills and has no way to know how to deal with the problem they have at home. Okay, that is not.
I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm just saying, what is the better way? How do we treat this? How do we make progress in this? Or is it like a cause that's just it's no use? It's not worth fighting because we're going to lose?
Well, of course not. But to me, it is. There has been a shift, and I don't think the focus needs to be on the mental health. Of course, that's important. But what is causing it? Like, you can't just treat the symptom and let the roots continue to grow. Nothing will change. And so I think there's a multifaceted reason for all this, and not to be cliche, but it's the continual screen time. It is the ignoring of the kids even when they're at school. It is the parents who are more concerned with their social media than they are with their kids. It's all of this combined, and it has created a cancer where the kid somehow feels he has no other idea or no other solution but to do the one thing that will get him noticed, that will do one thing to make his problem be revealed. And I don't know. And like I said, and sometimes, and this is the hard one, sometimes there is no fix. Like, people don't want to hear that. Like, we, as humans,
I have a hard time with that. I have a hard time. It's like ingrained in me that that people can change. Okay, that's just one of my fundamental beliefs. And I realize I'm not trying to argue this with everybody, but from my perspective, I look at somebody and I even somebody that's treated me badly, and I think they might have had a bad day. Okay, how I saw them might not be their best self. They might have gone home and just felt awful, like, man, I shouldn't have done that. Man, why did I say that to that guy? I try to give people a little bit of grace and space to see that they can be better, and then I don't necessarily just, if somebody has threatened me or harmed me, I don't just, well, it's just forgive and forget, and then it's pretend it didn't happen. No, I believe that, you have to be cautious and, prior actions.
But you have developed,
future ones.
You have developed that ability to be rational. You have developed that ability to process it through and risk consequence first reward, and all of these things that I don't want to say normal, but the regular mind can do. Not everybody's like that, and it's a hard one to swallow. I get it, but anyway,
I'm still thinking it through. Ivan, thank you very much. They said your egg timer's up, so we have to let you go. Thank you, my friend.
All right, love you guys.
Bye.
Call from Danielle.
Hey, Danielle, you have been super patient. You are the one who had the 3 9s in your number that I've been trying to get through. Thank you.
You're harder to win than a radio.
Well, you're the winner right now, and the time is all yours.
Awesome.
I don't have an egg timer for you, so what's on your mind, Danielle?
I appreciate it. How are you?
I'm doing great. Help me understand this, because we are struggling here.
Okay, so that previous caller, I'm also from the South, so bless his heart. Saying it's okay to not be okay is not an okay thing. Any woman who's ever been through postpartum depression, you know how that was such a big taboo, and women weren't allowed to talk about it. You just kind of had to deal with it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And you kind of had to ride it through, and you thought something was wrong. You weren't supposed to have this child, and nobody was allowed to discuss it. Mental health is such a critical thing in our world. And I think that it's not addressed like it should be. It's obviously a big problem, and it should be held to higher standards, especially in school. It shouldn't be used as a taboo there at all. What I was going to say, though, is the difference from my upbringing versus other callers that I've heard. I grew up in the military, and old school military. So if I did anything, because we went to school on base, if I did anything wrong, I wouldn't get lectured or yelled at or handled disciplined or whatever. My teacher would go to my dad's commanding officer. So the commanding officer, which would then reprimand my father.
Oh, and it would
and
roll
then
down.
I would get it.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. So when you make parents accountable for children's actions, things change. And the fact that all of the parents were responsible for how their children behaved in school, our schools were pretty damn good. Like, we didn't have any issues. There was no fighting. I mean, it's nothing like it is now. I have kids in middle school right now, and they asked me 2 days ago if I would ever go back to school. And I said, in your grade right now? And they said, yeah. I said, you could not pay me any amount of money to go through school again with social media. I said, I'm not even like mentally stable to handle that environment. I wouldn't know what to do.
So Danielle,
yeah,
I would say a lot of us think we're okay, right? But really deep down, I think all of us are broken one way or another, right? Every single person has issues. Some of us hide it better than others, but everybody has a little bit of part of them that's broken, and we all try to hide that from everybody else and pretend that our Instagram self is how we live every day. What's the solution? I would say there are some of us that are broken to a point that they need help and can't get it themselves. But for those of us that are in a state where at least we can recognize that we have, we need some help, but we can also sort of see things clearly right now. What do we do it's easy to point the finger of blame. And when I think of pointing the finger of blame, I've got one finger going forward and like at least three more coming back at me. What do I do to help fix this? How do I change what I'm doing? What are your thoughts on that?
I think by making mental health not so taboo. I think by, the same concept of saying that you were going to a skate park or you went to go to, I'm in Florida, so Disney World, kids give high fives. You're like, hey, I'm going to my therapist, high five. Like, make it so it's okay. Everybody understands that therapy is something that should be worked on. It should be the same as going to a doctor's appointment, the dentist. It's mental health. Our brains are so complex devices, and we underestimate the power of them in general. I honestly, I don't know, but when we have cases like this that force teachers to be held to such a high standard, it's really conflicting when they raise our children more than we do. And we should be more self-aware also at home to the best of our abilities. Granted, having two teenage boys, I play borderline cool mom, but also this is how we run this place. So they
you're on
have
Call
that
of Duty
open
with
door.
them, doing raids. Is that how you are?
Yeah, but I said go make your bed and make it the right way.
Right.
Same thing, like we have structure in the house. But when I talk to these teachers at school, it's like sometimes they're hesitant to take any action because then they get reprimanded. They're not allowed to. Parents are, oh my gosh, how dare you talk to my child like that? I think it's just this full circle. If parents are held accountable, and I'm not saying like beyond this case is mind-boggling, but if they're held accountable for their children's actions, maybe they'll want to participate a little bit more in their lives.
Yeah. I think the law is going to have to change, honestly. The laws as they're written right now generally aren't favorable to what they're trying to do here in this trial. It's a stretch to take the existing law and punish the parents. So if that's where we have to go as a society, the laws would definitely need to change. I would hope that we don't have to go that route. And the reason why I say this is I think the government is probably the least effective and most expensive route to try to accomplish anything.
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
And there's I think if we could start smaller and more local. Definitely start all the way down to the family level. I think if we can implement the fix at the family level one at a time, I think that would be the most effective. Sometimes you have to go more layers up and have support layers up, but it's not an easy fix, and it's not something that we can unfortunately fix before our kids go to school tomorrow. Unfortunately,
no. And we just dealt locally with the Maya trial, and that hit home severely. My son has epilepsy, and he developed it out of nowhere. Has been the healthiest child in the world. 2 years ago, he had 2 grand mal seizures at the house and hit his head and knocked out. And it was terrifying. And we called, my husband called, and I'm screaming bloody murder in the background. I've never seen the seizure before in my life, and it's the absolute worst case.
Terrifying.
5 minutes. Oh, absolutely. But when they got to the house, I'm screaming at them to be careful with him, putting him on the gurney because we were rushed to the children's hospital. And I'm going into the ambulance with him, and I'm watching 6 officers in my house taking pictures inside my trash, my refrigerator, the bedrooms, and I'm just
and you realize that now they're investigating you.
Yes. And I'm like, I don't even know what's going on right now. And they came to the hospital and they were asking him questions and he didn't even know who he was. And it was having the government too involved is very scary. And we have rights for a reason. And I think that we should be held to a certain accountability, but also I don't want the government overstepping in my children's care or education. It's hard.
It is. It's something we need to talk about. I don't think, unfortunately, we're going to have the answer today. But I think these conversations, listening to all the sides and talking this out is going to get us closer to where we need to be. So, Danielle, thank you very much for sharing your opinion. Please call again. You're very, very eloquent. I feel smarter having talked to you.
Oh, thank you. You're wonderful. I will continue listening.
Wonderful. Thank you, Danielle. We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye.
Call from
Nurse Nicole.
To accept.
Nurse Nicole, thanks for being so patient. I appreciate you've tried many, many times to get through. How are you doing today?
Hi, good. Let me you there. You were on my headphone because I just kept redialing. I sent you a text as well. I've listened to you for a long time and appreciate it. Yes. So I'm in a very interesting position of having been a middle school teacher for 10 years, going to nursing school and then specializing in adolescent psych. So I have a view from a teacher in the schools, and I have a view from the healthcare side as a psych nursing with an advanced degree in that.
So we're gonna deem you an expert and ask you to speculate. Is that okay?
Yes, I am. I would go with that, an expert in different areas. And also that kind of made me really interested in the Maya trial, by the way, because I work at the largest pediatric hospital in my region, and that it's not all children's because I live in Colorado, but
not that one, a different one. Yes.
No, not that one. So I have this interesting bundle of experiences, and I know that you had kind of touched on this, which I really appreciated. Is from a teacher's view, we can do like what these teachers did and pass it up. And I had middle schoolers looking up guns in my class, and I worked with kids that would be considered quote unquote, difficult. And so when I sent that up higher, and then it didn't go anywhere from there, that is something where there's a systemic issue, obviously. But there's this duality of parents are the number one educator of their children, no matter what. I spend an hour a day with your child, and you have them their life, up until that point. You are the person who is responsible for educating that child far beyond what I can provide as an educator. So that's where I feel like there needs to be an accountability here. And I hear a lot of people being like, oh, if someone borrows my car and they get an accident, is that on me? And I feel like this is the parents of the kid. It's not just a friend. It's not anything else. Like, you are the parent of this child, and there is a component of you being involved. And I feel like maybe the neglect comes in where they didn't know, and it doesn't seem like they knew a lot about their child. And I'm in this duality of seeing parents not take responsibility, in a various ways. I know that there are outliers where parents may say they have no idea. I personally believe that there might be some signs, if they look back, that there were there. But the school is a small portion of the kid's life,
Right.
And so I really am concerned about the fact that I think there can be both at the same time. The school can have failed, and the parents can also. So it's not one or the other.
So the school is probably going to be held accountable civilly with a civil judgment or some sort of settlement.
as they should be, because I feel like they have a responsibility. I do feel like they're not with this kid outside of those hours, though, and that's when a lot of this potential behavior and different things can show up. If my kid called me and said, I am seeing demons, I am racing back to that child. That is not something that I'm like, oh my God, you're so silly or whatever. Yeah. That's a problem.
I'll tell you, it's important. I would think that it's important to have a communication pathway with your child long before they reach that age. That it starts young, and we do it. I mean, the way we do it is not perfect. I'm not the perfect parent, but the way we do it with our kids is at least once a week we sit down with a time where it's just one-on-one time, where we just start talking and saying, tell me what's going on, what's important, what are you looking forward to, what was the highlights, what was the lowlights, and get them to the point where they can just talk. And sometimes they just want to color with us, and just spend time. But every week they know that they can talk and we can listen, and whatever they have to say, it's a time where we can learn more and connect, where it's more than, you know, what you can do maybe with a group setting with the other kids that are there. They might be, you know, hesitate. There might be a quieter child and not want to raise their hand and say, I have something to say. But I think it's important. We're doing that in the hopes that down the road, if something does come up in their life, something big, some big feelings, even if it's depression, even if it's, you know, some mental health issues, you know, heaven forbid, we'd hate to think that would be our child, right? That has to deal with that at such a young age. That then they would be able to talk to us. And, you know, I do feel it's my responsibility to know about that if it happens. I don't want to be the guy on the news that said there was no signs. I had no idea. My kid, are you serious?
Right. And my kids know at any point in time, I can, you know, my husband and I, we have it clear. We have access and ability to go through all your tech. Like that is, they're 10 and 12. You do not get privacy in that way. And I have the responsibility to look at what are you watching? What are you prioritizing in your life? Why, you know, do you have another outlet? Are you, you know, it sounds like he was very isolated. Why isn't he potentially in sports or some sort of club or some sort of activity to get him out? And his friend was sent to a treatment center. So she knew she had somebody that she could have leaned on potentially because she knew somebody that had taken farther steps.
I don't know exactly what it was
she
for.
She knew someone. Right, but she had someone that she could have been like, hey, how did you get your kid here? I'm, you know, this and this and this. Or she had somebody that she could have talked to find out what she could try to do. And I just try, obviously, to somewhat have this idea of, you know, if you know better, you can do better. But it's, you know, the school brought it to their attention. People want to be in charge of their children's experiences. They want to take a certain amount of responsibility from the school. If the school does something, the parents will say potentially, why did you do that? I cannot search a student's bag. If I search a student's bag, they'll
call the cops on you.
They'll say, at this
point,
they'll say, I'm going to get a lawyer. My mom's going to come and do something. We're going to try to get you fired.
You're going to lose your job. We'll never have to work again because you're going to be paying.
Right. There's so much legal stuff that goes on the teacher's end of prying as well. And so it's this really, really difficult thing, but parents want ownership over what their child does. But when their child does something they don't like, they don't want ownership anymore.
I tell you, I'm looking forward to hearing Jennifer Crumbley's testimony because I don't know in her mind and I don't know what she was thinking, but I think we're probably going to get some new information there because they did lawyer up so quickly. A lot of us are making assumptions on what they knew based on what we see that they did from their phone records or from, you know, someone else who was an outside observer. It may be that they were working on something, that something else is out there. I don't know. I'm fingers crossed that they were actually trying to help the kid because it doesn't look that way right now.
Right. Well, I appreciate you taking my call. I have a lot of thoughts on this from different angles. We get a lot of kids admitted to an acute psych unit from counselors from schools.
Can I ask you something? Are you a parent yourself?
I am. Yeah, I have 10 and 12-year-old girls.
Wonderful. So you've got some insights and perspective on that front as well. You didn't list it in your resume experience. I would have put that first.
Easier to have the education and use it, and I'm finding it that on my own children, you know, it's hard. It is hard, and they're not always going to be happy with you, and they're going to have times where they're like, "This isn't fair." You know, you're not letting me be me. You know, those are things that kids say. They do not get to make that choice, though, because they're not able to make an accurate decision of what happens. You know what I mean? It seems like he had a lot of alone time and these different things. He didn't have a social network. There's a variety of things, but it's not one or the other. But the parents have the primary role of finding out what their child is going through, and that's my belief.
Yeah, I appreciate. Thanks for your thoughts. Thanks for your
Yeah.
insight. Thanks for the experience.
Yes, no worries.
Please, I
All
think
right,
we're going
thank
to
you
talk
so
again
much.
before we're done with this case.
Go for it. Yes, well, I appreciate you and everything you do, and I will continue to listen.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks. Bye.
Bye. I will. I'll tell you. You might have to turn your ears down for this, but one of the example of how we tried to have an open conversation with our kids. We were sitting around the dinner table, and my son just like mid bite says, "Dad, what does mean?" And I'm like, I'm like coughing on my food and choking, and he's like, "Because it's at school, someone said you can go yourself," and I'm like, we looked at. Sorry, I hung up on this call. Hang on, Blackbird squeaks. Hang on. I just hung up on you, Blackbird. I was trying to take it. Anyway, it was funny. We do have an environment where we say, you know what, if you're old enough to ask the question, we can give you an answer. It was a bad word, Jordy. It was a bad word. And no, Cashette. No, it's good. But hang on, let me see if we can take this call. I need to eat lunch.
Kristen.
I'm shaking. Hang on one second.
To accept.
Kristen, this is RA. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I just discovered I'm hungry. I don't know what it is.
Oh my
but
goodness.
I'm going to have to take lunch. I hear a bird in the background. What kind of bird is
Yes.
that?
I have 3 rescues. I have a Quaker parrot, I have an Indian ringneck parrot, and I just adopted a Moroccan cockatoo.
Oh, wow. Wow. My son went on a field trip last week when they had a parrot that was speaking, and my son said some word to him and he repeated it. And he's like, I taught it a word. It happened to just be, the right word. But
Well, that was like this morning. I put in the chat that when you were pouring the water, the cockatoo was imitating the sound of water being poured. It was really cool.
That's awesome. What's on your mind today?
Okay, so one, I have to disagree with you.
Okay, wonderful.
Go figure, right?
I like this because this means I probably have a chance to learn right now. So please. Go
right.
on.
Okay, so when you have a child, it is your responsibility to raise that child to adulthood to be a member of society that is, a good member of society. Have you watched the trial of the shooter himself at all?
The sentencing, the Miller trial part, is that what they call it?
The kid.
Yeah, he pled guilty. He pled guilty, so there was no trial, but there was a sentencing trial.
Yeah.
So it was sort of
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the thing with that. Even when they lived in the prior county that they were in, people were saying there's something wrong with this child, that he was a loner, he didn't have any friends, this, that, and the other. His only friend was his dog and that one kid. When the dog died, why didn't the parents sit down and say, hey, how you doing? You know what I'm saying? How you doing? Are you okay? Yeah. So, the parents did need to take more responsibility. They've been being told not for this incident, but for years that this kid was just not okay mentally.
Let me interject a little bit here. Mattis had a super chat a while back, and I wanted to bring this up, and this might go to what you're speaking about. Looking at the Michigan state standard jury instructions, which the jury is going to be told about. This is the law they have to listen to in this case and apply with this evidence. But 16.8 talks about gross negligence. Okay, and it says gross negligence means more than carelessness. It means willfully disregarding the results to others that might follow from an act or failure to act. In order to find the defendant was grossly negligent, you must find each of the following 3 things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, the defendant knew of the danger to another, and that he or she knew there was a situation that required him or her to take ordinary care to avoid injuring another. Second, the defendant could have avoided injuring another by using ordinary care. And third, that the defendant failed to use ordinary care to prevent injuring another when, to a reasonable person, it must be apparent that the result was likely to be a serious injury. To us, we like to think that we're all reasonable people here, right? to us,
Right.
looking back, and it's hard to spell this out, to separate this in our minds because we know what he did right at the school. But looking back, would a reasonable person look at him drawing on the paper, look at him, there were some other violent type things in his assignments, the looking up guns at school, calling for asking for mental help, saying those things are throwing off the shelf, and what else was there? Asking for help. Would a reasonable person say there's a problem here?
Yes, absolutely.
Then if you as a juror, then you can see gross negligence, and that's the requirement that has to be met if the parents are going to be found guilty for involuntary manslaughter.
And you know what? One other thing that I didn't get, RA, is this. Okay, so they were at the school. They were concerned, supposedly, concerned. The school did not have the right to look in the backpack. However, if it was my child,
the parents do,
and my child was acting like that, I would be concerned. Not necessarily even for the other children. Like I would be, you know what I'm saying? But first and foremost, my child. What if that child had brought pills to end his life, or something to that effect? Why didn't the parents say, "Can we?" Knowing the kid was depressed. Let me look in your backpack. Let me see what, I don't get that part.
I agree. When I look at this, I think, especially with Jennifer Crumbley, because when she first heard that there was a shooter at the school, she knew it was her son, I think, she ran home and looked for the gun.
No, he did. He did. The father.
The father did?
Yeah, he went home and looked.
Okay, so the father did, and then told her, because I was looking at the text from to her boss.
Yeah, it looks like it. I may be mistaken, but it looks like he went home and looked from his DoorDash thing, and he went home and looked, and then let her know that the gun was missing, and that was my understanding.
I don't know if it seems to me that if they ran to do that, there had to be some inkling.
Exactly.
That seems too much to. So. Anyway, I cut you off a little bit with my gross negligence thing. Was there any other thoughts you wanted to share before we?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want you to tell Mrs. R.A. something for me.
Okay.
As a homeschool mom, you're never talking to yourself. It's a parent-teacher conference.
Yep. It's. I need to be more involved in those parent-teacher conferences, I think. So, thank you for the encouragement. I appreciate that. Thanks for for sharing your opinion and doing so eloquently. Please
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, we have a super chat here from Michael Martin. Says, where does the slippery slope end? Do we go back and charge the parents of adults who commit murder? Do we charge the parents of the 17-year-old that killed someone in a car crash? Where is the line? So great question on this on both fronts. I would say the adult line is the separation.
Call from
But,
Janelle.
Let's see, just one second. Janelle, hang on. I've got one more super chat. It's from Ivan. He says, love you. I'll keep doing your thing. If I upset anyone, I'm just being me. Ivan with a huge super chat. Thank you very much, Ivan. He's a good friend of the program and gets timed out more than anyone else, but we let him stick around. So, Janelle, what's on your mind today?
Hey, great to meet you. Can you hear me?
Court is back. We need to back up.
Okay, cool.
I apologize.
Now, in these
No problem.
Hang on. Sorry about that. Sorry, Janelle. We'll take your call at the next break. All right.
Understand.
Okay. Bye. All right.
Your son's life.
Court is back.
Not as much, but yes.
Okay. Did she tell you about any of his friends?
I'm gonna see if we can back up.
And tell me about that conversation.
Give me just a second so we can back up, so I don't want to miss anything. Hang on. We've got just a couple minutes of court. Okay, here we go.
Roughly 2017 to 2021.
Okay. Up until November of 2021?
Yes.
And what was your role with this company?
I worked under the operations director, so I was his direct assistant.
And who's his?
Andrew Smith.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Make sure you keep your voice nice and loud for us. Okay? Sorry.
We're on
what
1.25
specifically did
speed
you
until
do
we
there?
catch up. About
I
4
was the
minutes.
operations assistant, so I helped him with all of his daily calendaring and
And you
projects.
fixed the
I assisted
audio
other
there.
departments, administrative work.
Okay. And what about the defendant? What did she do, if you know?
She was the marketing director at the time.
Did the two of your work overlap?
Occasionally, we had meetings together sometimes and prepared spreadsheets and things that she would receive as well. It helped with some projects of hers as well.
Okay. Did the both of you work for Andrew Smith?
Yeah.
Okay. So both of you reported to him?
Yes.
Okay. Now, tell us about the physical proximity between your respective workstations, you and the defendant.
She worked directly across the hall from me, so if I was sitting here, she was probably where you are, her office.
So I'm about 7 or 8 feet away, would that be right?
Roughly, yes.
This is a coworker.
And were you in an office or in a cubicle or different?
A cubicle.
Okay.
And her office was directly across the hall.
And the defendant was in an office?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what about Mr. Smith's office? Where was his at?
The office diagonal from mine, so I was on a corner and he was in the back corner.
Okay. So the three of you, generally speaking, were in the same proximity to each other?
Yes.
Okay. Now, specific to November of 2021, what hours would you generally work?
9 to 5.
Okay. And what about the defendant, if you know?
She got in earlier than me and she left around 4. I'm not sure what time she did.
Again, nice and loud, please.
Sorry.
Pretend I'm at the very back and you're shouting at me. It's okay. How would you describe your relationship with the defendant?
We were friendly coworkers. We talked on a daily basis, worked together.
Did you ever socialize with her outside of work?
No.
When you say you spoke with each other on a daily basis, tell us about that interaction, please.
In the morning, if you work in an office, you say good morning to people, you talk to them, you keep cordial relationships with everyone to keep the professional relationship normal.
Okay. So fair to say that you get in the morning and say hello when you got there?
We'd say good morning, ask about our days or nights, just kind of check in with each other.
Okay. Did you know that she was married?
Yes.
Okay. Had you ever met her husband?
No.
Did you know that she had a son?
Yes.
Had you ever met him?
No.
Did she ever talk about her son?
Not often, but occasionally.
Okay. And those occasional times that she spoke about her son was in a positive or negative context?
It wasn't either, really. It was kind of just, that he had bowling or he had, they were camping or, so it wasn't necessarily negative.
Okay. Now, in these conversations, would she keep you abreast of certain things that were happening in her life?
Yes.
Okay. Did she also keep you abreast of certain things happening in her son's life?
Not as much, but yes.
Okay. Did she tell you about any of his friends?
One friend.
Okay. And tell me about that conversation.
When I heard about the friend, it was just that he was leaving and she was concerned about her son being lonely with his only friend going away. That's really all I knew.
Do you recall any of the time frame when this happened?
My time frame is kind of rough. I'm not sure exactly when I'm not sure when that happened.
Okay. It was before the shooting?
Yes.
Okay. Was it a year before the shooting, a week before the shooting, a month before the shooting?
It was that year, maybe in the few months leading up to it, roughly. And I'm not positive on the timeline.
Did she ever tell you anything of a concerning nature about her son?
Just that he was lonely with his friend gone. So that's, always with teens, you always worry that they're going to be sad or lonely with that. They had a couple fights, but other than that, nothing crazy. There was one time where he had fainted at work. She mentioned that before too. But nothing that really stood out to me before the event.
Now, Ms. Allen, before we get into some of the specifics, just so we all understand, tell us sort of some of your job responsibilities as an assistant in operations.
I helped with a lot of claims. Andy was a lawyer, so he did a lot of the subrogation claims that came in through the apartments, so I worked on a lot of the claims. I worked with preparing spreadsheets and documents for other departments and for CFO and for marketing to prep his calendar. I worked in other departments and did projects for them as well. So I would kind of do audits of vendors, lots of things. Operations was kind of a catch-all.
Okay.
So I did kind of have my hand in a lot of different departments.
And how long did you work with Mr. Smith?
I was with the company for 5 years. I was with Andy probably for 4 of those 5 years. We were in the legal department for 1 year, and then I was his assistant for two or 3.
Okay. And how long did you work with the defendant?
We were close to probably for those 2 years, roughly, when I worked with Andy, and we were in the same corner together.
Okay.
So there's a lot of shifting in the company.
They said you were friendly at work, but you didn't socialize outside work?
Correct.
Okay. Did you follow her on social media?
We were friends on social media, yeah.
Did you keep that public or private?
It was public, like you could see we were friends. A lot of my coworkers, just in any company, I friend everyone that asks, but I don't necessarily follow their feed. It's just something I like to do, so I don't like to see all of my coworkers' lives all the time. So we were friends on Facebook, but I didn't see her day-to-day posts.
Okay, and that's a setting that you selected?
Yes,
okay.
For almost everyone I work with.
Okay, so I want to direct your attention now to November the 30th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Were you working that day?
Yes.
Do you recall if Jennifer was also working?
She was.
Okay. Now, do you recall if you had an initial conversation with her in the morning when she got to work?
Yes. We kind of just had the good morning, check in with each other. So we did talk briefly in the morning.
Now, you mentioned that she had talked to you about fights before. Did she tell you about a fight the night before?
It was brief. She just mentioned that they had a fight. I'm not sure who initiated it. I didn't ask questions. It was kind of just, I asked her how her night went, how is she?
Mm-hmm.
She said she had a rough night, that they had a fight.
Did she say whose day?
No, it sounded like it was all of them, but she said that Ethan was out of the house and she locked him.
She locked him out of the house?
Yes.
Did you have a response to that?
No, I didn't really ask questions. I didn't push it or anything. I just kind of let it go.
Okay.
It was the morning.
Did you give her any indication? Well, let me ask you this. What did you think about that?
I kind of just gave a look and,
What do you mean give a look?
kind of just like surprised,
Okay.
but I didn't really go into detail.
Did she react to your surprised look?
I don't really remember.
Okay. Did she say anything else about it?
I don't remember. I don't think so, but I don't remember.
Now, in the past, the 2 years that you had worked with Jennifer, you said that she would occasionally talk about her son. Is that, you have to say yes or no?
Oh, sorry, I was listening.
That's all right. No, that's fine.
Yes.
You were aware that the defendant was afraid that he would be lonely. Is that right? Is that yes? Okay. Did she ever tell you about things going around the home that caused her concern, or at least not concern to talk to you about?
Around the home, the only thing that was concerning, I don't remember when this happened. She just mentioned that he was hearing things in the house, but I didn't hear. She didn't go into detail about it, or I didn't ask questions.
Now, as far as time frame, are you able to give the jury an idea of a month, a week, a year prior to the shooting, or you're not sure?
It was within the year. I want to say within, maybe 6 months, 7 months. I don't remember, but it was definitely the year of the shooting.
Okay. Now, in regards to the conversation you had with her on November the 30th about the fight that the defendant had the night before, did the defendant tell you that she had locked him out of the house before?
I thought maybe I don't remember the exact conversation. I tried to think back at it, and I don't remember exactly.
Okay. So what stands out to you the most about that conversation?
Just that was the end of a fight and how it was handled.
And how the defendant handled it?
Yeah, I'm not sure who did it, but they just said that he was locked out. I don't know who did it.
Okay. Now, we know from other evidence that's been admitted already that Jennifer arrived to your place of employment at 9:04 a.m. on November the 30th, 2021. Does that sound right to you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember if you arrived before or after?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Usually I arrived after her, though, so I would assume that. But
okay. And if you don't remember, that's fine.
Yeah.
After you had that conversation with the defendant, are you aware if she received a phone call?
I believe so. And she received a phone call in the morning. Yes.
That morning of November the 30th?
Yes.
Okay. Were you made aware of who called her?
I believe it was from the school. Yes.
Do you know which school?
Oxford.
Oxford High School?
Yes.
Okay. Were you there when she received the phone call?
I was, yes.
Okay. Now, when I say there, in her office, or were you in your own workspace?
I was in my own workspace.
When she received the phone call, was her door to her office open?
Yes.
So if her office was about the distance between me and you, where would she be seated at inside the office?
She was probably a little bit further back, so the first row of seats was probably where she was sitting.
So maybe 15, 20 feet?
Yeah, because she sat a little bit further back in her office, and I was a little pushed back from my wall, too, so there was a little bit of distance. But
okay. And how were you able to tell who called her?
I just heard the phone call. I didn't know who called her at first, but she mentioned she had a call from the school afterwards.
Okay, so she told you about the phone call afterwards?
Yes.
And tell me about that conversation.
She received a call, and there was another call afterwards, so there was a little bit of time in between the call. But she talked to me as she was about to leave because of the call. So she came over and showed me something on her phone and said she had to go.
Do you remember what she showed you?
She showed me the drawing that her son had drawn at school.
Okay. Did she tell you how she got that drawing?
She said the school had sent it to her.
Okay. And how did she show it to you?
It was on her phone, and she just held it up and she said, "This is what I got from school today."
Okay. And what was your response to that?
I looked at it and I thought it was scary. I thought it was intimidating to see the pictures that were on there.
And what was Jennifer's response?
She was just, she didn't seem overly worried, but she didn't seem like she was blowing it off. I think she was getting ready to go to school. She was coming over to let me know she was leaving. I don't think Andy was there yet. So it was more of like if you see him, let him know.
Okay. And if I were to tell you that there's surveillance footage that shows her leaving at 10:12 a.m., does that sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. So just so we have an idea of the chronology of November the 30th. And I know you want to be accurate, so I want to make sure that this is all accurate. Jennifer arrived at 9:04 a.m. You don't dispute that?
No.
Okay. You arrived close in time, the same time?
Probably close in time. I was usually, sometimes things happen a little later, but I was usually there at or around 9.
Okay. And then you had your typical initial check-in conversation?
Mm-hmm.
Is that
yes.
Okay. And in that conversation is when she shared with you about the fight the night before?
Yes.
And then sometime later, you were aware that she received that phone call and then she left that night?
Yes.
Okay. From the time that she left at 10:12 a.m. and went to the school, before she came back, did you have any conversation with her?
I'm sorry, can you repeat it?
Did you see her again that day?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Did you see her again back at your employment?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any phone calls or texts with her from the time that she was gone to the time she came back?
No.
Okay. So if evidence showed that she arrived back at work at 11:24, does that sound right to you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you speak with her when she came back to work?
Yes.
Tell me about that, please.
She came in and it was kind of just, she has kind of a sarcastic personality, so when she came in, she kind of visibly slumped and was, said, I feel like a failure as a parent. And she said that there was a meeting at the school and that there were the drawings and they were worried about him and that he needed to get into counseling within 48 hours.
Okay. What was your response?
I just said that was, I said I was sorry. I think I said something along the lines of that, just showing concern and compassion for what was going on. She went into a little more detail about the drawing and talked to me about it. And
did she show you the drawing while she gave you detail about it?
I know I saw it before the meeting, but I don't remember if she showed it to me again, to be honest. So I don't remember if I saw it after too.
Okay.
We talked about it, and I just remember telling her that, it was scary, and maybe she should spend some time with him to make her feel better.
Did she ask your advice?
She didn't ask for it, no.
Okay. But what was the advice that you gave?
I just said that I think I would have brought my son home if it had happened to me. Something along the lines of that. I just said I would have brought my son home.
So if she arrived back at 11:24 a.m. and we know that she left at 1:18 p.m., do you recall about what time you had that conversation with her?
No, it was right after she got back. I think when she was coming in, she stopped at my desk. And
before she went to her office?
I think so.
Okay.
I don't remember though. But it was very quick when she did.
Okay. After you had the conversation with her about the drawing and you giving your advice on it, did you speak with her again?
Not until she left for the day.
Okay. Tell me about that, please.
That was when she got the call. I'm not sure who called her, but somehow she got the notification that there was the shooting at the school. And she very abruptly, very, like anyone, jumped up and was nervous, scared, ran out the door.
Did you understand what was happening?
At first no, but then she went over and told Andy, and I sit, my desk is kind of on two back walls that are full, and then kind of like this, 2 half walls, so I can hear anything that's going on. So she told Andy, and that's how I learned what happened.
Okay. And if I told you it was 1:18 p.m., would that sound right to you?
Yes.
Did you have any conversation with her after that?
No, I reached out to her just because I didn't know any part of the situation. I didn't know if it was her son. I didn't know if it was someone else. I didn't know. So I reached out to her and just told her I was thinking of her and I hope everything was okay. But we didn't talk. She didn't respond.
She did not respond?
No.
And one more here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Holland, you have previously testified in a hearing in court about this case, correct?
Yes.
And that hearing took place back in April of 2022. Do you recall that?
Was it April? I thought it was
spring.
Yeah, I thought it was maybe February.
Oh, it might have been. Maybe.
I don't believe it was April though.
I'm sorry, you're correct. February 24th, 2022?
Yes.
And that would be a lot closer in time than obviously now.
Correct.
And in addition to that, when law enforcement was investigating, you cooperated with law enforcement and did interviews with them. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in fact, on December 10th, 2021, you wrote a statement about anything you knew regarding the Crumbleys, correct?
Yes.
And the law enforcement wanted to know information about Mr. or Mrs. Crumbley and their son. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And on that date, you provided, I don't know, it looks like you typed the statement out on December 10th, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you send it to law enforcement that same day?
I sent it to the company attorney. I don't know what they did with it after.
Okay, and if you need to see your statement, let me know. I will have a couple of questions about it. So I just want to make sure I understand you're involved in this case a little bit in the investigation. You were involved?
Yes.
You wrote the statement?
Yes.
And you testified once before?
Yes.
Now, when you testified before, you were directly asked if you were friends with Jennifer Crumbley. Your answer was, no, we are not friends, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer Crumbley is not someone that you consider to be a friend to you.
Correct.
And you guys were polite enough at work, talking back and forth?
Yes.
And you were polite enough to be friends on Facebook, but didn't really monitor or pay attention to her page.
Correct.
Now, you are aware, obviously, that Mrs. Crumbley had a son named Ethan.
Yes.
And on November 30th, there were a couple of times that day, we can agree, that Mrs. Crumbley was concerned about her son.
Yes.
When she came into work on November 30th, she told you there had been an argument the night before.
Yes.
And it's your testimony, you can't remember any details about the argument, but you remember something about Mrs. Crumbley saying she locked him out.
There was an argument. I didn't ask questions or go into detail. I didn't think it was something I wanted to really engage in. She mentioned there was a fight, and she mentioned that he was locked out.
You don't know anything about him being locked out, any details beyond him that there was a claim he was locked out?
Correct.
So you don't know if he was locked out because he made an accident and left keys in the house, or if Jennifer Crumbley intentionally locked him out? You don't know the context around any of that, correct? I'm sorry?
I don't know.
Now, when she was talking to you about going over to this, when she was talking to you about Ethan Crumbley, she expressed that she was concerned specifically about him being lonely, correct?
Yes.
We're caught up
And
now.
she also said that she also appeared to be concerned about the drawing when she saw that.
Yes.
And she showed you a picture of the drawing.
Yes.
And ultimately, when she left to go to the school, she appeared to be very nervous and scared. You testified to that.
When she went to the meeting?
When she went to the school the second time.
Responding to the shooting?
Yes.
Yes, she was then.
She was very nervous and scared, and that's when you testified she ran quickly out the door, correct?
Yes.
When she went to the school the first time, there was not any hesitation expressed to you about going over to the school to meet with the counselor, correct?
I felt like there was maybe a little hesitation. I think she called her husband first. So it wasn't an immediate leave to go there.
At that time, there wasn't anything like a shooting going on or something crazy urgent, in the same way there was in the afternoon, correct? So she left the office, though, and she did physically go meet with the school, and then she returned back to the office.
Yes.
You and Mrs. Crumbley discussed the time, the appointment she had over with the school and the school counselor.
Yes.
It was your understanding that she planned to get counseling for her son.
I don't know. She said it was a requirement from the school. I don't know what her plans were.
Okay, so she said that the school wanted her to get counseling.
Yes.
And she didn't tell you, I'm not getting him counseling, or I think that's a garbage request, correct?
Correct.
We're going to jump back in time just a tiny bit to get a clearer feed.
Some advice being, I think it would be nice if you spent time with him, correct?
Correct.
And you suggested maybe they go have a mother-son experience, like seeing a movie or taking him out, just the two of them, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you know Jennifer from work,
Here
as
comes
you
the jump.
described,
Sorry
but
about
you
this,
don't
guys.
know Ethan Crumbley at all.
Correct.
It's also fair to say that you don't have teenagers of your own that you parent on a daily basis.
Correct.
So any advice you gave to Mrs. Crumbley about you should spend time with him, go see a movie, you don't have personal experience about a mother-son experience with a teenager, correct? It's also fair to say that you don't have teenagers of your own that you parent on a daily basis.
Man, we went to...
So any advice you gave to Mrs. Crumbley about you should spend time with him, go see a movie, you don't have personal experience about a mother-son experience with a teenager, correct?
I'm a parent, but no, not of a teenager. I still feel like I have instincts as a parent to understand how I would handle that situation.
Okay, so you have judgments about how you feel Mrs. Crumbley handled that situation. Fair to say?
I wasn't judging her. I was giving her what I would do.
Okay, well, right now, saying what you have your own personal opinions, that those
Actually,
are
the argument, Judge.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So you've never met Ethan Crumbley, and you don't have much awareness of how much time Mrs. Crumbley would spend with him. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Now, although you guys were Facebook friends,
The
you
sound is now
testified you obviously did not follow
not in stereo.
Follow her on Facebook and see every single post, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but you are aware on Facebook she would post about a variety of topics.
Yeah, I saw a few things, yes.
So some of the things you saw were about her horses.
Yes.
There's definitely pictures she posted, including her son.
I don't think I saw her son.
Pictures of holidays.
I don't think I saw holidays.
Pictures of. Do you recall seeing? You don't recall seeing any pictures of her son?
I don't recall. No.
Do you recall seeing photographs of the family home?
When she was working on it, but she would show me pictures too, so I don't know if I saw that on Facebook or if she showed it to me.
So one of the interests Mrs. Crumbley would talk to you about is home improvement, doing things, house projects.
Yes.
Were you aware that Mrs. Crumbley went camping with her son and on vacations?
Yes.
Did you ever see the photographs of those things and boating and things along those lines on Facebook?
I don't recall. I don't think so. But they, like I said, they might have been posted, but I didn't follow a lot of my coworkers, so I didn't see a lot of their posts unless I was actually friends with them and hung out with them and interacted with them outside of work. I didn't really see their posts. I didn't follow them. So she may have posted it, but I didn't see it.
It's fair to say you have no personal awareness of any of those things, whether they were on Facebook or happening in her life, correct?
Correct. A lot of the times, unless she showed it to me, I wouldn't see it online.
So it's fair to say that there were certainly topics going on in her life, if those topics are true, like posting pictures on holidays and things like that, activities with her son that you're just not aware of.
Correct.
You testified that you were alarmed by seeing the math paperwork when you first saw the worksheet, correct?
Yes.
The drawings on the page did not concern you so much that you expected there would be a school shooting later that day, correct?
Without context, yes, correct.
You didn't expect that some major tragedy would unfold based on what you saw in that photograph.
Correct.
And you were aware that Mrs. Crumbley had returned to work and her son had stayed in school.
Correct.
You agree with me that Jennifer Crumbley, and I believe you testified to this on direct, can have a sarcastic personality.
Correct.
So there's oftentimes things where Jennifer will say something, but you can tell because you know her that she's being sarcastic.
Yes.
Now, when she said she's a failure as a parent, you said that seemed sarcastic to you.
Yes.
It's also fair to say that while that may have been partially sarcastic, Jennifer Crumbley was certainly expressing concern to you that day about her son.
Maybe. I don't know if it was concern. She was showing me the photo. She told me a lot of stories. Maybe. But she showed me in a normal manner. She didn't seem overly upset or concerned about it. But
okay. When you've testified previously, obviously it was closer in time to November 30th of 2021. Yes?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't notice the question.
Is
Yes.
that okay?
Yes, I did.
And when you testified that day about what Jennifer Crumbley said, you were asked, what did she say? And I'm on page 136 of the transcript. You said they were concerned with his drawing, and they were concerned that he may be feeling badly, and it goes on from there, correct?
Correct.
And so, based on her saying that she was concerned, you're saying now that you don't know if she truly was concerned? Is that your point?
I think at the time I was assuming she was concerned, but like I was trying to portray now, I don't know how she felt. I didn't ask her how she felt. She didn't tell me how she felt. She came over and showed it to me and we talked about it, but she didn't say anything specific.
Do you recall being asked by Miss McDonald, I'm on page 137 of the transcript, what was her, meaning Jennifer Crumbley's demeanor when she was talking to you about this? And you testified, my initial thought was it was a little sarcastic, the way she said she felt like a failure. As she was talking, it was a little concerned. Okay. Meaning Mrs. Crumbley was a little concerned.
Okay. Yes.
It's fair to say over time, you're looking back at what happened on November 30th with more information than you had as that day unfolded.
Is this audio better or worse?
What happened on November 30th when kids were killed, people were injured, that was something you never expected in your own head, correct?
Correct.
When there was news that there was an open shooter at the school, it's fair to say that Jennifer Crumbley appeared to be very surprised and shocked that that was unfolding.
Yes.
And we can agree that looking back at the events of November 30th, you have different information today than you had now, correct?
Correct.
And over these 2 years that have elapsed, you have had zero contact with Mrs. Crumbley.
Correct.
And you have had contact, however, with the prosecutor's office.
Correct.
You had contact with the prosecutor's office about your testimony today.
Correct.
And about your testimony back at the preliminary exam, some of the testimony I referred to.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I please have one moment?
Sure.
All right.
I have nothing further.
Yes, thank you.
She is the most forceful. I have nothing further.
When we met with you, what did we tell you to do?
Like her style.
To tell the truth.
Is that what you're doing today?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to refer you back to the same page that counsel just asked you about. That's page 136, specifically line 19 of the preliminary examination. You were asked, okay, this is starting at line 9, how would you describe the writings on the worksheet? Your answer was disturbing. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And the question, okay, what was your response? Answer, I told her I thought it was scary. Question, I'm sorry, you said what? Your answer, I told her I thought it was scary. Question, okay. Answer, that he would draw that. Question, line 18. And what was her response? Line 19, she agreed. So that's, you recall that conversation with Jennifer Crumbley?
I do, yes.
Okay. Now, going back to the comment that Jennifer Crumbley made to you on the morning of November the 30th, 2021, did she tell you that her son locked himself out or she locked him out?
Your Honor, I would object because I believe the witness has said she doesn't know. Or she answered me that she didn't know.
Well, do you know do you know?
I don't know. I know that there was a comment made that he was locked out. I don't know how that happened.
Okay, let me ask you. The comment was he was locked out?
Yes.
Okay, but she didn't go into any specifics?
Your Honor, I would object to further questions on this, that the witness has already answered the question.
Well, I guess I would have to say that once he asked the question, you asked the question, I was confused.
I just want to clarify.
Yeah, but you don't know.
I know that there was the comment that he was locked out, but I don't know how that happened.
Okay.
Her exact words, the best you can recall.
To the best that I can recall was that he was locked out.
Okay, those are the words from Jennifer Crumbley.
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
But you can step down.
All right. Jennifer will testify.
Detective Storia, you should be here in the hallway, Judge.
The email address is on the About page on YouTube, but it's also MD as in doctor, but Recovery Addict. When I highlight it here, it like highlights Recovery Addict in the middle, but it's just all one word right here, MD Recovery Addict. You don't need those colons up front. We're playing with the audio, trying to get the best settings.
Yeah, she can't see it, so it's on. Yeah.
Currently, the best audio I can find is split to left and right channels in a weird way. So we've got part of the courtroom coming in the left ear and part of the courtroom coming in on the right. Audio is still low. I can bring in center channel audio like this and turn off this one, but it's got that weird ringy sound to it.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is a true self you got?
I do.
Right, could you step
I just think the other's easier to listen to.
And then would you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Adam Stoyak, ADAMSTOYEK.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Adam
Sir, how are you
Stoyak.
employed?
I'm a detective with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
Just under 12 years.
Okay. How long have you been a detective?
Just under 4 years.
Where exactly is your, well, that's a bad question. You're a detective at what substation?
I'm assigned to the city of Pontiac.
Okay, so you work out of the Pontiac substation?
Correct.
Okay. What sort of things do you do there?
Investigate crime reports that come in on a daily basis. We have periods of being on call, investigating from homicides, assaults, things like that.
Okay. Now, prior to being a detective, what did you do?
I spent some time in the corrections division. I was in the courthouse. Went to road patrol where I worked in Pontiac, different shifts in Pontiac. I was a school resource officer in Pontiac for a short period, and then I got moved up to the detective bureau about 4 years ago.
All right. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to November the 30th, 2021. Do you recall that day?
I do.
Were you working?
I was.
Were you made aware of the shooting at the Oxford High School that day?
I was.
And tell us, please, where were you when you were made aware of that shooting?
I was at the Pontiac substation at my desk.
Okay. And how was it that you came to learn about the shooting?
I had my computer screen up, which had all the pending and active sheriff's office calls in the county, and I actually saw the call at the school go up on the pending calls on the screen, and I read it.
Okay. What do you mean by that? You saw it up on the pending call on the screen?
So yeah, it has like the active calls going on within the sheriff's department, and then on the bottom it will have like calls that haven't been dispatched yet. And I saw the one at the high school go out, and I read what about the multiple callers that was going on at the high school. And I alerted the rest of the detectives that what was going on at the high school, and we all responded.
Okay. When you say we all responded, tell me what happened, please.
Initially, when we got there, it was still pretty active. So my partner and I kind of linked up with a couple different guys, and we were searching classrooms. Some of the classrooms were still occupied by students. Assisted with escorting them out of the school. Eventually, they called everybody at the front of the school, and we were tasked with searching certain classrooms.
Okay.
And we did that.
Now, what specific area of the school did you go to clear?
Initially, we went towards where the gymnasium was, towards the cafeteria and the gymnasium, which I believe is on the southwest corner of the school.
Okay. And you said some of the classrooms were still occupied?
Correct.
Occupied by whom?
Students and teachers.
Okay. So tell us how that process worked to clear these rooms.
Yeah, so in a couple of the classrooms, the teachers were kind of initially hesitant to open the door. Kind of had to go back and forth with them explaining that we were the police, and eventually they did open the door. There wasn't really a whole lot of words exchanged. Everybody just kind of looked at you and didn't really just kind of listen to what you told them to do. They were, escorted out of the school, and we would clear the classroom to make sure there's nobody else in the classroom.
Okay. And you said at some point while you were on scene, you were redirected to the office area of the school?
Yeah, they had like a command post kind of started in the front of the school, and redirected there.
And tell me what happened next.
Command officers were having us link up in teams, and they would give us specific classrooms to go search just to make sure that the classrooms were unoccupied and there was no one else inside of them.
Okay. And you did that assignment?
Correct.
At some point, were you tasked with going to 112 East Street in Oxford?
Yeah, at some point after we cleared the classrooms, Lieutenant Hicks gathered a few of the Pontiac detectives, and we were told to go to 112 East Street and secure the residence prior to a search warrant being drafted.
So why were you directed to that specific residence?
That was the residence of Jennifer and James Crumbley.
Okay. And so I take it at that point in time, the school shooter was in custody?
Correct.
And officers had learned his identity, where he resided, and who his parents were?
Correct.
Okay. So did you go there?
I did.
At that point in time, did you know what you were going to find there?
No.
Okay, so did you have any information if there were going to be other casualties or anything else going on?
No, so at that time we didn't know if the house was going to be occupied or, we didn't really have a clue what we were going into.
Okay. Who did you go there with?
My partner, Detective McPherson.
Any other officers?
Detective Peschke at the time, Detective Steele, Deputy Zajac was there, Deputy Mozak. I think eventually Agent Brandon came too.
Okay. From the ATF?
Correct.
Okay. So you're a detective on that day. Are you wearing plain clothes or uniform?
Plain clothes.
So were some of the officers uniform?
Correct.
Okay. So tell us what you see when you arrive, please.
When I got there, the James and Jennifer were being escorted out of the house by deputies.
Okay. And tell me what's at this location? Is it a single family residence? Is it a multi-unit dwelling?
Yeah, it's a single family residence.
Okay. So you told us that you went there to secure the scene pending search warrant. What does that mean?
Yeah, so you'll go there just to do an initial sweep of the residence to make sure no one's inside. You don't want anybody coming inside, obviously. It's more of a preservation of evidence thing to make sure that nothing gets taken from the house prior to the search warrant being completed.
Okay. Is that something that occurs in every case with a search warrant?
Yeah, generally, correct.
Okay. Now, a search warrant, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's authorization from a judge or magistrate to enter a person's dwelling and to seize certain items.
Correct.
Okay. And was your understanding that the search warrant was being obtained for that location?
Yes.
So when you enter a dwelling to secure it, do you actually search at that point?
Prior to the search warrant?
Correct.
Yeah, you're just kind of doing an initial sweep to make sure no one's hiding inside. There's no one inside that's not supposed to be, and just holding the house until you get the search warrant.
Okay, so your focus is looking for other individuals, but not for items.
Yeah, I mean you're looking for individuals, but I mean obviously if there's things in plain sight, you're still observing things.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been admitted and judged so the court is clear as well as defense counsel. Every exhibit we have in here we've already gone through and the court has already ruled to be admissible.
That's what we did last night when you guys left. So.
Yes, we got ahead.
So this is exhibit 161.
These are all the pictures. We might have like 55 some odd pictures that might be interesting.
What is this that I'm sorry, 162. Thank
Look
you.
for the whiskey, apparently.
What am I showing you right here?
It looks like that'd be a sketch or a drawing of 112 East Street.
Okay, so this is a sketch of the home if you were looking down on it. Would that be right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. So would you call this a small home or a large home?
It's a fairly small home.
Okay. I'm going to move on here to 164. First of all, tell us how many bedrooms were in this home?
There was 3 bedrooms and a bathroom and then a basement as well.
All right, so going back to 162 here.
And these are all admitted, right?
Correct, Judge.
Yes, pursuant to prior court rulings or stipulation.
Okay.
So if you could show us, please, tell us about the layout. So tell us where the front door is. I see that at the top of the drawing there. Is that correct?
Yeah, towards where the sheriff's office emblem, you can kind of see the indentation, which would be the front door.
Okay. And the front door opens to a living room and dining room?
Yep, correct. You walk in, there was a living room to the right. To the left was kind of a smaller dining room. You walk in to the kitchen, which is visible there. Just off the kitchen, there's a small hallway, bedroom to the right, bathroom straight ahead, then another bedroom. You walk down that small hallway, it looks like there's a, I believe there's a, it says washer and dryer. That would lead you into the master bedroom. Off the master bedroom, there's the backyard. And then off the master bedroom, near where it says washer and dryer, were the stairs to the basement.
Okay. So when we're saying master bedroom, is this a room that was added onto the home, or was it naturally the master bedroom? What was your impression of it when you went there?
Yeah, so to me it was a master bedroom. It looks like it had adult clothing in it. It had a king bed. It had just more stuff in it. It was clear to me that was the adult's bedroom.
Okay, and you obtained information what individual stayed in which rooms prior to entering? Or
Correct.
At least prior to executing the search warrant?
Correct.
Okay. So let us know as we go through some of these pictures if you need to refer back to this.
Okay.
Okay. So here's 164. So did you learn if the shooter had one bedroom or two bedrooms?
Two bedrooms.
Okay. And so which bedroom is this that we're looking at?
So when you come in off the kitchen, there was the hallway. There was a bedroom to the right. There was a bathroom straight ahead. This would have been the bedroom to the left.
Okay.
Immediate left in the hallway.
So photographs are generally taken when a search warrant is executed. Is that right?
Correct.
Are those photographs taken before or after things are disturbed?
It kind of depends on if someone at the scene is able to take pictures before, if there's an evidence technician.
Okay.
Generally, before you go in and search, there'd be pictures taken.
In this case, there was an evidence tech available. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that was Detective Bizio, I believe?
Correct.
Okay, and so these pictures were taken before the search was executed?
Yes.
So for lack of a better term, this is the natural state of the home as you found it November the 30th?
Correct.
Okay. So what are we looking at here in this photograph, exhibit 164?
Yeah, so this was, I was made aware this was the shooter's bedroom. The bed was covered with various things. There's some school books on it. There was targets visible on the wall that there was apparent to be bullet holes in them.
Okay, I'm going to do another angle here. This is 165. This is the same bedroom?
Correct.
So what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so that was, the shooter had a dresser, it looked like TV. There was things all over the floor. There was things all over the place, really.
Okay. So that boarded up window in the back, that was adjacent to the master bedroom, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so the picture that we just looked at with the targets on the wall, that would be if you were taking this picture behind you?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to tell why that window was boarded up?
Yeah, you know what? I don't know why that was boarded up. I was never made aware why that was boarded up.
And that led to the master bedroom, is correct?
I would believe so.
Okay.
That would lead to the master bedroom.
So this is one.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I would have no objection for the prosecutor to just say why that's boarded like that, just so it's clear for the jury, so I don't have to go back to it. We don't.
I don't
have
know
to
if he
go back
knows.
I asked the witness because I wasn't there.
You don't know.
Yeah,
That's not our question.
Yeah.
I was just saying that he could, Mr. Hees could say it if he wanted to.
Okay, he doesn't. The witness doesn't know those.
Okay.
So, okay, this is 166. This is the same bedroom?
Correct.
Okay, just a different angle?
Yes.
Okay. And 167 is also the same bedroom, the other angle?
Yep.
Okay. And this was identified as one of the shooter's bedrooms?
Correct.
168, same bedroom?
Correct.
And 169, this is the same bedroom as well? This is the closet in that room?
Yes.
And this is 171, just a different angle from that closet?
Correct.
Okay, 172. Are these the targets that we saw initially in Exhibit 164?
Yes.
Okay. And had these targets been used or unused?
Yeah, they appear to be used.
Okay. That's 172. 173, this is just further down the wall with one of the two targets?
Yes.
This is 174. This is another picture. This is of the shooter's bed.
Yep.
Again, 175, same bedroom?
Correct.
Now this is 176. This is the nightstand in that room. Would that be right?
Correct.
Okay. Now 177. So you had talked about that the shooter was identified to have two bedrooms.
Yeah.
Okay. Is this the second of the two bedrooms?
Yep. So that was the bedroom on the right side of the hallway, just across from the bedroom we were just looking at.
Okay. So again, this photograph was taken before the search warrant was actually executed.
Correct.
That's 177. This is 178. This is the same bedroom?
Yes.
179. This is the closet of that bedroom?
Yes.
This is 183. This is on the bed of that bedroom. Would that be right?
Correct.
Okay. 184. Same bedroom, different angle?
Correct.
185. Same bedroom. This is the TV in that room?
Correct.
All right. This is 186. Again, same room?
Yes.
This is 188. There was one bathroom in the home?
Yep, that was, when you walk in that hallway, bedroom to the right, the bathroom is straight ahead, and the other bedroom is to the left.
Okay, and this photograph fairly accurately depicts the condition of the bathroom on November the 30th?
It does.
Okay, that's 188. Okay, this is 189. Sir, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Yeah, so when you walk out of that hallway, you'd go down another hallway, and there was what was described to me as the master bedroom. When you walked in, that was the bed that was in the bedroom, and there was an open gun box with an empty box of 9mm ammunition on the bed. Okay.
Now, is this the condition that this gun case and empty box of ammunition were found on November the 30th, 2021?
Correct.
Okay. And that's on the master bedroom
Yes.
bed?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 191. This is the same master bedroom. This is on the nightstand?
Correct.
This is 192, the same room?
Yes.
Again, 193, this is also the same room?
Correct.
And 194, what are we looking at here?
So when you walk into the bedroom, immediately to the right of the doorway.
The master bedroom?
Yeah, the master bedroom was an armoire.
Okay. 195, this is the same armoire with a slightly different perception?
Correct.
196, is this still the room?
Yep, so that would be the door that would lead out to the backyard, and then a TV stand with various drawers and things in it.
Okay. And were these drawers eventually searched?
They were.
197, same TV stand?
Correct.
198, it's the same room, just a different angle?
Yep.
199, again, the same master bedroom?
Correct.
Okay, this is Exhibit 200. Sir, just so we're clear, moving back to Exhibit 197, these drawers were searched?
Correct.
Okay. Were you actually directed where to go to?
I was.
Okay. Who directed you?
James Crumbley.
Okay. And so specific to the, if we're looking at this photograph, the right drawer, I'm sorry, not drawer, you tell me, which area did you find what was located here in Exhibit 200?
Yeah, so when you're looking at that picture, to the right door there, you open that up, and there was two shelves on it, and the gun safe was on the top shelf.
And who told you where to look for that?
James Crumbley did.
Okay. And that's already been admitted into evidence, and that has a locking mechanism on it?
It does.
Okay, were you told what the combination is?
I was.
Objection. Your Honor, just irrelevant to Jennifer's case, unless the information came from her.
Okay, well.
What James would say is hearsay to this officer, so I would object for that reason.
Isn't it?
Judge, it's relevant because the firearm was found in the defendant's home, shared home.
Okay.
And it shows how the officer opened the case and recovered other weapons in the trial.
Your Honor,
okay,
the
well,
objection.
what he said is hearsay. So you had a conversation with James Crumbley.
Yeah.
And then you found that case and opened it.
Correct.
And Judge, I'm sorry, she also testified, or she also said in her statement to the officer yesterday, Joe Bryan, in an interview that was admitted as evidence, that she knew where the firearm was found. And later on today...
Your Honor, she did not say that. She did not say that in the video. Or she did not talk about these firearms.
Sergeant Pesky is going to testify later on today. We're going to admit an in-car video where Jennifer's recordings will be admitted as an exhibit, and she's asked specifically about this.
And Your Honor, I would ask that the jury wait until then, because I disagree with the prosecution's description of what that evidence will show.
Okay, but he already testified that he had a conversation with James Crumbley, and then he went to this location, and that he then opened that safe.
Yes.
Isn't that sufficient?
Well, how did he open the safe is important. I mean, did you have to crack open the safe?
I did not.
Okay. So you were given the code to open the safe?
Correct.
Okay. And were things recovered from that safe?
Yes.
Okay. So without having to crack open the safe to recover the items, you learned how to open it?
I did.
Okay. And then how did you open the safe?
Your Honor, I object to him saying what the code was, because Jennifer Knowledge had no awareness of the code, and that's what the prosecution is hoping to slip in here as hearsay that James told this officer.
He said he had a conversation with James, and then he opened the safe. He didn't say that Jennifer gave him the code.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah,
Right?
true.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So you talked to James Crumbley, and he gave you the code for the safe.
He did.
Okay. And tell us how you got in the safe.
By using the code that he gave me.
And what was it?
It was 000.
Okay. And that's the default code for that case.
Correct.
All right. Exhibit 200. Okay. Now this is 201. We're looking at the same drawer here. I keep calling it a drawer. It's better called a shelf, right?
Yeah, I'd say it's
Okay.
more of a shelf.
Okay, so we have this case that's been admitted into evidence, and then it looks like an article of clothing. And then underneath that, what did you find?
It was a holster, which is on the right there, and then 2 magazines, and there was a baggie of bullets in the back. I can't really see it there.
Okay. And this is 202. All right. You see 2 magazines and a baggie of bullets. That wasn't on the shelf when you walked into the bedroom, right? So that's what you pulled out of there?
Yeah, so that was at that point it had been removed from the shelf and it was placed into the bag, and the magazine was placed on the top of the TV stand there.
So this is 203. Again, this is the locking case. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so tell us what was found in the locking case.
So I located a 22 Kel-Tec handgun and then a 22 Derringer. The Kel-Tec's the black handgun and the Derringer is the silver handgun with the brown handle on it, and then some ear protection.
So this is what it appeared, and this is what it looked like when you opened the case initially.
Yes.
Okay. Here's 204. What is this?
That's the 22 Derringer.
This is just a closer room. We already have that in evidence. 205 is the same firearm, just from a different angle.
Correct.
Okay. 210. What are we looking at?
That's the 22 Kel-Tec that was recovered from the safe.
211. This is a close-up view of the Derringer.
Correct.
Okay. 212. When we're going back to one of the shooter's bedrooms, we saw that Packer's helmet in a different photograph. This is a close-up view of the nightstand.
Correct.
Okay. And what are we looking at here?
Those would be spent shell casings from fired from a weapon.
Okay. And that's the condition in which you observed it on November the 30th, 2021?
Correct.
I'm sorry, is that 212 or 213?
That's 212, Judge, because we just have
Okay, one of those cases, some of those casings are
Close.
different size than what firearms they have in the home.
216. This isn't a real firearm, is it?
No, it was I believe it was a BB or pellet gun. It wasn't a.
But that's where it was found, in the shooter's bedroom on November the 30th, 2021?
Yeah, on the computer chair in the shooter's bedroom.
Okay, 217, just a slightly different picture.
That's a Oxford School
218, what are we looking at
T-shirt
here?
behind it.
That would be a drawer from the dresser in one of the shooter's bedrooms.
219, same drawer?
Correct.
Those are firecrackers. Powerful.
220, what's this?
Firecrackers.
Empty bottle of whiskey next to one of the shooter's
Canada
bedrooms.
House. Who had
Okay.
Canada House on their
Now, judging by the wall color,
checklist?
would that be the same bedroom that the targets were found?
Correct.
Right. Here's 221. This is the same bottle of whiskey, correct? Or empty
Yeah,
bottle?
just at the end of the bed, just sitting on the floor.
Okay. And 222, what is this?
That was a notebook that was recovered from I believe one of the drawers in the bedroom, bedroom drawers in the bedroom.
And 223, what is this?
There were various knives that were found in the bedroom.
Okay, where were they found?
I believe right on. I think that's on the one of the shelving units in the room.
Okay, so in one of the earlier pictures, we saw a wall shelving unit. Would this be a close-up view of that?
Correct.
Okay. This is 231. Now, what's this a picture of?
Yes, this would be that door would be the front door if you were exiting the residence. When you were coming into the residence, to your immediate right was the couch. That TV was on the wall, which was facing the front of the house. So that was a view of the living room.
Okay, so the door that we see in the right-hand side there, that's the front entrance door.
Correct.
Okay. So this is what you would, when you walk into the house, this is what you walk into?
Yes.
Okay. That's 231. This is 232. What's this?
Same thing. When you'd immediately walk into the house, that's what you observe. That's the living room area, the couches. The TV would be just in front of that.
233.
Same thing, just a different view. So this angle would show that hallway, which is observed or straight ahead, would lead directly into the kitchen.
234. This is also the living room.
Yeah, it's the TV stand.
Okay. Okay. 235. What are we looking at here?
So that's the kitchen had an island. Underneath the island, there was various drawers that you could open up, or shelving units and stuff. That was a box for the 22 Kel-Tec that was recovered in the master bedroom.
Okay, and that's an evidence as well. 236 is just a different angle view of where that Kel-Tec box was found?
Correct.
Okay, was the Kel-Tec box opened?
It was.
Okay, and what was found in there?
When I opened the Kel-Tec box, it was a secured cable lock for a firearm. Okay. It was in the packaging still.
So 237 is just the side view of that Kel-Tec box you found?
Correct.
And 238, you said it was still in the packaging. Is this how it was found?
That's how it was found.
In fact, there's still keys in that locking mechanism. Is that right?
Yeah, there was the keys were at the.
That's already in evidence, I
the
think.
bottom of the lock.
Like where it looks like a black box there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And that's also in evidence. That's 238. 239. What's this a picture of?
I believe that's a PlayStation unit or a gaming system that was recovered from the residence.
So then, things from
It's got a Mr. Beast logo on it.
Crumbley home, such as video games, proceeds as well.
Correct.
Gaming system. Okay. So here's 242 with some of those.
Correct.
243 with more.
Correct.
And 244 as well.
Correct.
Okay. Were the vehicles searched as well?
They were.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
That was the back of I believe it was the gray Kia that was searched in the driveway.
Okay. That's 245.
Mr. Beast is a YouTuber, happens to be located in my town.
246. This is the same vehicle, just a different angle of that hatchback.
Correct.
This is 248. Okay, so there was no garage in this home, is that right?
No, there was behind the home or adjacent to the home. It was more like a shed that was behind the house.
Okay. Was there like an overhang type area where a barbecue grill is at?
Yeah.
Okay, so 248, does that depict that?
Yeah, correct.
And what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so those would be BBs for a BB gun.
Which ones are you looking at?
Looks like a plastic container.
Okay.
Yep, and then it looks like there's more in the which would be the original plastic container. Some nails. I'm not sure. That looks like that's probably something you use to clean a grill next
So
to it.
the bottle with the red lid is how the
So this
BBs
is now
come
going to be
when you buy them. They've been
253.
dumped into
You said
another
it was a
container as
shed?
well.
Correct.
Okay, and so the shed was searched as well?
It was.
Okay, so what are we looking
There's
at
a
here?
Red Ryder BB gun. I have one of those.
So that'd be immediately when you walk into the shed
There's
to
another
the right.
pellet.
There was multiple shotgun-style BB guns located.
Okay, and 253
Shotgun style?
depicts one of those?
Yeah, correct.
Say
Okay,
shotgun
here's
style?
254, what is that?
Yeah, same thing. So that was when you walk in. There was in the shed. There was like a tool bench. On the tool bench, visible was another like Uzi style BB gun that was visible on the bench right when you walked in.
Okay. 255, what are we looking at here?
Yeah, same thing. It was another. I believe it was a BB or pellet gun that was also located kind of behind the original picture where the Uzi style gun was or BB gun was.
256, tell us about this picture.
So that would be when you walk into the shed. It was there were some chairs on the ground. You can see behind it where like the shelving unit is. Yeah, just some chairs where it looks like somebody was sitting in the shed.
Okay. 268, tell us what we're looking at.
Kind of hard to tell, but you can see the silver in the snow there. It was empty CO2 cartridges.
Were there just one empty CO2 cartridge or multiple?
I can see
believe
two,
there's
three.
multiple. You can see it's kind of hard to see, but there's multiple in the snow there.
Here's 269, this is a better view.
Yeah, there's multiple in the snow.
Okay. Do you know what those are used for?
Yeah, for the BB guns or the pellet guns at the inside of the shed.
Okay, now, a second search warrant was executed at 112 East, is that true?
Correct.
Okay. So this is obviously what we were looking at before. It was at night. That was the evening of November the 30th, 2021. This is the daytime, so anytime you see daylight, that would be the second search warrant.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay. So is this the front of the house, Exhibit 272?
Yep, correct. That would be the front of the house facing East Street.
Okay. This is 278. This is when you walk into the home, oriented to the left.
Yep, so you'd walk in to the right of this picture would be where we saw the couches and the TV. This would be to the left, you can see the dining room area, and then kind of straight through that picture would be directly into the kitchen.
Okay. And those boxes, they weren't in the home November the 30th, 2021. Do you know if they were left on the porch, or do you not know?
I'm unaware of those were put in the house.
So here's 279. Is this standing as you walk in, turn to the left?
Yep, so you walk into the left, and that was kind of like the dining room area with the table and the various Christmas decorations.
Okay. This is 280. What are we looking at here?
Yep, so that would be if you'd be walking through living room with the couches on your right, dining room on the left, and then straight ahead is the kitchen, and where you can see the open door at the end, of the very end of the hallway. That's the master bedroom.
Okay, so earlier you testified that the Caltech box was in the kitchen island. Do you see the kitchen island in this picture?
Correct.
Where is it at?
So you can see it with the, it's got like the white board on it, the white board with the top. It looks like there's a binder, the black binder would be the top of the kitchen island.
Okay, so here's 281. Is that the kitchen island we're referring to?
Correct.
All right. Now this is also the kitchen, 282?
Correct.
283, the kitchen as well. This is the refrigerator.
Correct.
Can somebody tell me why?
284. This
Why are
is the
there two
island as well.
houses?
Yeah, so those two open, at the bottom of the island there, you can see the two doors. That's where at the bottom of that was a open area where the Caltech gun box was recovered.
It's the same house,
Okay,
just
so
during
on
the
bottom
day.
right of the screen?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. 285. This is also of the kitchen?
Correct.
Okay, so the last picture was orange to the left. This would be orange to the right.
Correct. Yep, on the outside of that would be where the driveway was, the side of the house.
286, what are we looking at here?
Yep, so when you were in the kitchen, I kind of described it earlier, you take a right, there's a small hallway. At the end of the hallway was that bathroom. To the right was one of the shooter's bedrooms, and immediately across the hallway to the left was the second bedroom.
Yeah, it's night and day difference,
287,
literally.
what do we see here?
Yep, so that'd be the first bedroom to the right. It had the bigger bed in it from the earlier pictures.
All right. 288. Now, this is after the initial search was executed.
Yeah, this was done the next day, different after the home had already been searched by detectives.
289, this would be identified as the shooter's second bedroom.
Correct.
Okay. 290, same bedroom, different view.
Correct.
What do we see to the left of the bed there, the shooter's bedroom?
Are we referring to the stand kind of to the left of the bed there?
On the ground.
Looks like a Gatorade bottle.
Was there a litter box on the ground?
Yeah, it had a litter box, yeah.
Leading question.
It's 290. 291.
It's either a
this is
Gatorade
the
bottle
same
or a
bedroom,
litter box.
Now looking towards the closet and the door.
Correct.
Here's 293. This is down the hall looking at his, what we refer to as first bedroom.
Yeah, just directly across the hall was the first bedroom.
Okay, 296. This is the room with the boarded window.
Correct.
From the hallway.
Correct.
Do we know if the picture is his own artwork or if this is someone else's?
297. Again, this is after the initial search warrant was executed.
Correct.
300. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, so this would be if you were standing directly in the kitchen, you look down, there was a small hallway, narrow hallway with a washing machine, drying machine on your left, which you can see, and then walking straight ahead is to the entrance of the master bedroom and the sliding glass door that would lead to the backyard.
In 301, you identified earlier the washer-dryer unit. Is this what you're referring to?
Correct.
Okay. 302, what's this?
Yeah, so when you were walking from the original picture, you saw the washer and dryer. To the left of the washer, and prior to getting to the washer and dryer to the left was a small little hallway that was filled with various items. And that was, what you're looking at right there is kind of like the landing leading to the basement.
Okay. We just have a few more to get through. 303, what are we looking at here?
That's the entrance to the master bedroom.
To the master bedroom, okay.
Correct.
304, this is taken in the master bedroom. So the TV stand is to the left of this picture?
Correct.
And that's where the Caltech and Derringer were found?
Yep, you're looking at that TV there. It was in one of the open doors. You can kind of see that door open. On the right side of that was where the safe was found with the weapons in it.
Okay. 305, this is also the master bedroom?
Correct. If you came into the right, it was I believe it was a king-size bed and then a couple end tables next to the bed.
And here's 306. What are we looking at here?
Similar view. To the right was that armoire, which you would see when you walk in to your immediate right when you came into the bedroom. Just a different angle of the bed with the armoire.
And here's 307.
So if you were kind of sitting on the bed, you'd be looking at the TV with the TV stand. The door in the bottom right there that's semi-ajar was where the safe was.
Okay.
The weapons in it.
And here's 308. What are we looking at?
So 308 would be what I referred to. 308. I believe that's to the landing area that leads to the basement.
Okay.
It's a different.
Here's 309.
It's a landing area that leads to the basement.
Here's 316. So we had already looked at the picture of the barbecue grill. You identified that there was no garage but a shed. Where would be the shed in this area here?
Yeah, so this would be where that door, the landing was. You'd walk out and there was this little area with an overhang with a grill that's visible there. If you were to walk straight past that grill into the yard there, to your left would be the shed.
Okay. And here's that 317. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, it's just more of the overhang area there.
I think the only pertinent stuff was really the room.
The side of the house.
Possibly the whiskey bottle, the location of where the guns were in the house. I think them showing that the house wasn't tidy is not a good thing.
On November the 30th, when you first entered the home to secure the home for the search warrant, were you aware if the stove was on or off?
There's only one answer to this one. It has to be on.
Yeah, I don't recall.
That's our other officers are here. That's all. Nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
Cross.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Initially, when you got to the house, you said other officers had already arrived there, correct?
Correct.
What was happening with Jennifer the first time you saw her?
She was being hailed out of the house by another detective. By hailed, I mean being told to come out of the house.
And at the time, I'm sorry.
Yeah, she complied and came out.
She complied and came out. At the time when she was coming out of the house, being hailed out, she was on her cell phone. Is that fair?
You know, so when I got there, I don't recall exactly what she was doing when she came out of the house. I just got there as she was walking out of the house. I don't recall if she was on her cell phone.
While she was walking out of the house, there were guns drawn. There were guns drawn, correct?
Correct.
How many police officers had guns drawn towards Jennifer Crumbley as she walked out of the house?
I couldn't say for certain. When I got there, she was already being told to come out of the house. So at the time, I wasn't really focused on who had their guns out. I was focused on watching the house and making sure nobody else came out. So I couldn't say how many people had their weapons drawn.
Would it be fair to say it was more than one gun?
Yeah, correct.
More than three?
Yeah, there was multiple detectives and officers there when I got there. Again, I don't know how many of them had their guns drawn. I know that I had my gun drawn.
You did have yours drawn?
Correct.
And pointed at Mrs. Crumbley?
No, so when I got there, she was already coming out of the house. I was, like I said, I was more focused on, I believe I was near a tree on the side of the house, so at that time I don't think I had my gun pointed at her, no.
After Mrs. Crumbley came out of the house, and she did come out, correct?
Correct.
She was handcuffed.
So I didn't take part in her being taken to the vehicle, so I'm not sure if she was handcuffed.
And that's fine. I'll ask a different witness then. So after you got to the house, you saw her come out, saw the guns drawn. Did you see Jennifer Crumbley any further that day when you were in the house or otherwise?
After we had executed the search warrant, she was brought back into the house with James, and I saw her inside of the house. I didn't have any further communication with her, no.
I just want to be clear about the guns and gun cases, boxes, some of the things we saw on the screen. If you need me to put an exhibit back up, let me know.
Okay.
Okay. So the Sig Sauer 9mm gun, the case for that gun, you saw in the master bedroom, open on the bed, correct?
Correct.
And there was a box of bullets, or an empty box of bullets, next to that empty case, correct?
Correct.
In that case, the gun was not there.
Nope. When I initially came into the house and then we conducted the search warrant, it was an empty box.
And you know, and if you're not the right witness, let me know, that James Crumbley had gone to the house and discovered the Sig Sauer was gone from the house.
Yeah, so when I went to the house, I had no knowledge of anything that had occurred prior to me getting to the house. Like I said, I just observed the box where I saw it initially when I did the search, and then after. I don't know how it was placed there or when it was.
So when you were, I just want to be clear, the Sig Sauer was ultimately not in the Crumbley home.
Correct.
The Kel-Tec and the Derringer were found in the Crumbley home. Is that a yes?
Correct.
They were found in a gun safe.
Correct.
And they were found in the gun safe that was in the cabinet in their bedroom.
Correct.
And there was not ammunition stored with the Kel-Tec or Derringer.
Yeah, so the safe, which we saw the pictures of, had the two firearms and some ear protection. There was ammunition found in that same dresser area behind it.
Okay, but not in the same, not within the the exact location of the safe, correct?
Yeah, it was behind. So I can show you the picture. You can kind of see the picture. The picture has the safe, and then behind the safe, there was some clothing, and underneath the safe there was the two magazines. There was the gun holster. Then behind that, you can kind of see a box that did have ammunition. I don't recall what kind of ammunition or how much, but there was some located in the bedroom.
Okay, and that's ammunition that goes with those two guns, not the Sig Sauer.
Yeah, so the ammunition that was the empty box on the bed was 9mm. And to be honest, I don't recall what ammunition was found behind the safe, but there was ammunition found behind the safe.
Okay, and then I just want to be clear about one other thing. So there was a kitchen closet we saw where there was like a blender and some other appliances kind of on the floor. You testified that you found the box to the Kel-Tec in that little kitchen area. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, correct.
And that box while that box was in there was no gun in the box or anything along those lines.
Nope, it was the Kel-Tec box just had that cable lock, which was in the bag. That was all that was in there.
So the three guns that Jennifer Crumbley and James Crumbley had in their home, the three that we've talked about include the Sig Sauer, the Kel-Tec, and the Derringer. It's fair to say there were not any other guns in the home aside from BB guns or pellet guns.
Yeah, so I located the 22 Derringer, the 22 Kel-Tec, and then obviously the firearm, the Sig Sauer, was recovered at the school, and I didn't have any part in the recovery of the actual weapon used.
Well, to me it looks like they've got a lot of guns, but I can't tell the difference between a BB gun and something else. So I just want to be sure, aside from knowing about the Sig Sauer at the school and the Kel-Tec and the Derringer, all the other guns that we saw in the pictures, those were BB guns or pellet guns.
Correct.
And the casings that we saw on the ground in the snow, those were from BB guns or pellet guns.
Yeah, so the CO2 would be used to operate some of the BB guns that were found in either the shed or the bedroom.
And in the backyard, you could tell that they had shot BB guns there before because there's also targets up, correct?
I I recall the BBs that were located. There was the empty CO2 cartridges, which would indicate that they were used. I don't recall specific targets in the backyard, but I do recall the other things there.
And then when you were testifying, there was very brief testimony that there was a litter box. That was in the second bedroom of the Crumbley son, correct?
Yeah, when you walk to the right and left was bedrooms. That was the bedroom to the immediate right, and right next to that was the bathroom, and across the hall was what I think we described as the first bedroom.
And just very quickly, when you were executing the first warrant, the Crumbleys had a dog in the house.
Yeah, there was a dog in the house. I didn't have any dealings with the dog. I believe the uniformed officers went to the house first, and I think the dog was friendly, so we didn't have any issues with the dog.
And then there was a cat and a kitten. Do you recall that? And if you don't, that's okay.
I don't recall the cat and the kitten.
Okay, I have nothing further.
Redirect.
Just briefly. Detective, why did you approach the home with guns drawn?
Yeah, so I mean, again, we didn't have a whole lot of information about what we were going into. I mean, obviously we had just come from the scene of a shooting.
So the information you were given, well, you knew that there was a mass casualty event at Oxford High School.
Correct.
And you found
Your
out...
Honor, I would just object to the leading questions.
Just trying to orient the witness to where he was and why.
I'll take that. Yeah, question answer, please.
Okay. So you had already been at the Oxford High School?
Correct.
Okay. And you knew what had happened there?
Your Honor,
Okay.
I would object to the leading.
Well, that was a yes or no. Did he already know what had happened at Oxford High School? That was certainly...
Leading questions often are yes and no questions.
Approach a house with his gun drawn, right?
And the assignment to secure 112 East, you told us that you were given an assignment by Lieutenant Hicks?
Correct.
Okay. And at that time,
More
did you know
leading.
what you were going to find there?
No.
And what information did you have at that point?
That the shooter resided there, and to go to the house and secure the house prior to the search warrant being drafted. There wasn't a whole lot of information given at the time. Everything was kind of quick moving at that moment.
Okay. Now this is Exhibit 200 on the screen here. You were asked about the .22 ammunition. So in that locking case with the 000 combination, there was no ammunition in that case, correct?
No, there was not.
But you did find ammunition in this same location.
Yeah, so I guess you can't see it, but it was underneath the.
So I'm moving
you
to
can kind of see where the two magazines are. There's a box behind it. It's like
gray, red, and black.
Yeah, yep, that's the box to ammunition. I don't recall what specific caliber was recovered, but it was a box with ammunition. It's right behind the holster right there.
Okay.
Does that mean that James was lying when he said he kept the ammunition in a completely separate place? The guns.
Step down and you're excused. Who is the next witness going to be?
They have a little barn door to let witnesses in and out.
Short, long, medium?
Long.
Long?
I mean, I don't want to read. Not short. So if we could take a brief 10-minute break, might be a good time.
Okay.
If the court is so inclined.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
The court is inclined to give the prosecution breaks, but has not been inclined thus far
All rise to the jury.
to give the defense breaks when they want one, specifically right before cross-examination. They're more inclined to give breaks during natural breaks during the court proceedings. Okay, how many of us are like tidying up around us as we're watching this? We're like, I better clean the house a little bit more. You never know when the cops are going to take pictures of the whole thing. Ooh, note. A juror note.
As long as this juror can be fair and impartial, I think. See, there's an issue.
Do you want me to ask?
I would ask, only because we've had witnesses from Princeton testify, so I'd ask that we inquire into the juror.
Okay, I'm gonna read the question.
Judge is going to read the question. It was a note from the juror.
Man.
A juror says.
Your Honor, we have made a concerted effort to not say any of the places of employment or businesses for any witness. So just.
Yeah. Well, someone said it though.
I
was a
believe
witness.
opposing counsel did, but we've made an attempt for all of the witnesses not to identify specific places.
Your Honor, I didn't mean to identify. I didn't even realize that the prosecution. There's no order preventing the release of the name of where Mrs. Crumbley worked. I didn't violate any order.
I'm not suggesting that. Your Honor.
I think that saying the work location triggered number 15 to send us this note, and it sounds like she works indirectly with someone who is with Ms. Crumbley's former employer. She doesn't say that she knows anybody from there. But after the break, I'm going to bring her in and ask her.
That's a fairly close connection.
Yeah, she doesn't say she knows anybody, but she just... I actually am appreciative when these jurors say that I maybe know someone. I think they're doing what they're supposed to. So.
Juror 15.
Right?
I just want to make sure I didn't do anything wrong by saying the name.
You didn't do anything wrong.
Okay.
I didn't suggest you did.
Yeah, that's what
I was just trying to give
we got any sorries in there?
Yeah.
It's
that's the reason that the juror recognized.
Got it.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll be back.
All right.
Everyone's like headed out before the judge is even up off her seat. Okay, so juror 15 sent a note through the bailiff to the judge saying that during the testimony from the defendant's former employer, during the questioning and the mentioning of the location, they realized that they work indirectly with the employer. So there's going to be some questioning on that, probably off camera. Wow. I just realized that it appears that the bailiffs are wearing body cameras and they're filming every time they transport the defendant.
Yeah.
Jurors have been in the press a lot lately. So because there are still firearms sitting out on the table, the bailiff will stand there the entire time to make sure they're secured. I guess all the evidence is guarding all the evidence, but the firearms are top security. You'd think the issue would have come up during voir dire. Yes, voir dire, depending on how you say it, Nicole. Possibly, but I think when they mentioned the location of where he works, that was what triggered her memory.
Oh.
So we can't really fast forward this part. Amanda H., thank you. I reached out to Amanda via text when she shared the information about her child's school and lockdown, but now they're all clear. Still don't know what's happening. They said PD was everywhere. Well, they can't be too cautious, right? Pronounced voir dire. Voir dire. I think we accidentally deleted that, Nicole. I'm not sure why. Voir dire instead of voir dire. Sorry, I'm reading chat and just catching up. Let's see. think half of chat is cleaning right now. Mrs. R.A. came home. She came home. She's back. Kids are here. Angela says, ironically, I'm playing a police simulator game while following this trial with you. Jenny, that's scary. That is scary. I think they said the location. Someone was mentioning something about Princeton. I'm not sure if that's an area, a city, a town, or a company. It helps that so many of you have texted me on the burner phone, so I can just instantly pull up your number and reach out to you and like, hey, is everything all right? That helps a ton. As long as you tell me what your YouTube username is. Oh man, I need to do taxes as well, Ohio Lisa. I'm not looking forward to it. Voir dire is French to speak the truth. Okay, so Nicole, how do you get gyro out of that? Do we know what happened to juror number 5? I don't think anything happened to him. I think no one has been excused on this one. Reverend Beasy, I was able to figure it out. Judy, pew pew is a term we use here on YouTube because the platform does not like the shorter 3-letter word that rhymes with fun. Megan always doing taxes while listening. So mostly someone else's though. All right. So I had a big lunch. Probably because I was on my own, so no one told me not to. But it's nap time now. I think we've only got a 10-minute break here. We've had lunch already. Our lunch break, we worked through it. So this is a 10-minute comfort break. We expect people to come back here in just a few minutes. Pamper Glamper, do you guys... Here's what I can do. I can force a commercial to happen during the break. But if I do that, everyone will get a commercial, or most people will. Or YouTube can just choose times to give people commercials. I have not been forcing commercials at all. I realize sometimes YouTube will issue a bunch of you a commercial at the same time. Brown Barn just had an ad interrupt you. So YouTube just chose now was a good time to send ads to people. And unfortunately, that's out of my control. If you are fortunate enough to be able to pay for premium, you do get 0 ads. I'm curious I'm going to try this. I've never pushed an ad before, but we have a break right now, and I want to see if it will stop the ads that come during the other times. Okay, so I'm going to push the button, but this is just like a test. Okay, so here we go. Hey, this is RA. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I just kind of wanted to throw some 2 cents because I'm very interested in the defense kind of throwing the whole video games are bad and evil. Like, it's just mind-boggling, this whole case, isn't it?
It's crazy. It is bizarre. I know a lot of people are watching an ad right now because I just pushed an ad out right as you called in.
Oh my
as a
goodness,
test.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. They're all coming back. They're all coming back. But
It's just like, because I've been an addict to video games myself, like not in the extent of how you explained your addiction, but I've been playing them since I was a child, right? And so it's just curious, like, oh, well, the parents allowed him to play these video games, therefore, they were already teaching him at a young age to do it. Like, I'm not understanding how it makes any sense, and I'm really on the fence with this case.
Yeah, it gives us a lot to think about. I think I did some thinking. The other day I got challenged on the assertion that this was the first time this has ever happened, and I think it's safe to say this is the first time a parent has ever been charged for a child's actions in a mass shooting at school. But it's not correct to say it's the first time that a parent has been charged in a child's where a child has shot someone at school. Singular.
It's crazy because they tried him, wanted to try him as an adult, and this might come off as offensive. I might pull an Ayden here, because it just feels like a big kind of circus. Like they're throwing, oh, look at these videos, look at what he did, let's recount everything, and then pin it on the parents. It's like, it almost feels like they really wanted to just go to trial and show all this, and just, I don't know.
Yeah. It gives me a lot to think about. I'm on the fence. I part of me wants wholeheartedly to say you can't charge someone else for somebody else's crime. Okay, how can I be held guilty for somebody else what they did? But at the same time, you've got parent-child relationship and responsibilities, and the way the law's written.
Understandable.
I'll be thinking this one through for a while, so I appreciate all the feedback and different perspectives.
I think we all do, but those were my thoughts, and I'm going to go ahead and let you go because I'm pretty sure they're coming back in the court any moment.
They probably will. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Bye.
No problem. Bye.
All right, I'm going to do a quick poll on the ad to see how that worked, because I want to know. And then what I want to know more is for those that periodically get interrupted by ads when they are not pushed by me, which is the first one I think I've ever pushed. Do you still get interrupted later on? Or does YouTube say, oh, you've seen it now, we're not going to interrupt you later? So what I'm asking is, would it be better for me to push an ad during a break when nothing's happening to make sure that ads don't happen to pop up from YouTube during court so you miss something? So I'll do a quick poll. And there are going to be a couple answers, so please read carefully on the answers before you click. So, careful.
Call from Michelle.
Hello, Michelle. How are you doing?
Good. Oh, wow, I got through.
Yep, first try.
I am watching. No, I tried yesterday. But this is not about the case we're speaking about. I used to be a plumber. Your drain thing, see how long your chain is on that. Because sometimes if the chain's too long, it will get caught underneath.
I was worried it was too short and that it was not letting it close all the way.
Or it could be either way.
Okay, we got tangled
so
up
you
on
might
itself
not
or
have to buy a
something.
new one.
We are going to be destroying both those bathrooms and putting new ones in.
Gotcha.
But
I mean, it's an easy fix.
It is an easy fix.
But just to stop the running from driving you crazy, that might be an easy way.
All right, I'll check that. I have not. It hasn't been bothering me right now, so I'll listen if it keeps doing it.
Perfect.
I appreciate it, Michelle.
All right,
Thanks for
thank
the
you.
tip. All right.
Bye.
Bye. All right, I'm almost done with the poll here. So I'm going to say, did you get an ad? I'm talking about when I just pushed it. No. Okay, here we go. Hopefully this makes sense. Read before you click. Don't just click. Don't just click right away. Did you get an ad? There are three options. Yes, I don't have YouTube Premium. No, I don't have YouTube Premium. Or no, I have YouTube Premium. Does that make sense?
Call from
Marcia.
Marcia, how are you doing? This is Recovery.
Hi, how are you, Scott?
I'm doing really well.
So I wanted to call and just to mention something. A caller had mentioned that raising a child is the parent's main responsibility. I agree until a certain point, because it takes a village. So if the parent and the school don't work together,
right,
it is a problem. My teachers, my kids' teachers, become my best friends for the year. I know it sounds weird, but this is how it works in my house. So when I go in to meet the teachers, I tell them right away that they are to be respected in school as I am at home, because they do help me raise my children.
Okay.
So if there's no respect from the child to the teacher, and you can't expect the teacher to do miracles.
Yeah. So if it takes a village, and I like that analogy, because I myself growing up was influenced profoundly by neighbors and leaders in youth organizations, scout leaders, you name it. There were a lot of people that influenced me growing up and had an impact on my life. If it takes a village, is there one person that the buck stops at? Is there one responsible person? Meaning, should the parents be held accountable?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. The parents are always accountable, always. There's no doubt. You can't even discuss that. But the thing is, when you say it is only the parents' responsibility, or whatever happens in school is the teacher's responsibility, that's just wrong.
Yeah.
If we don't work together as a society, our children will never make it.
I'm with
So,
you.
for example, the day, if let me just put it this way, my child at 6 years old, my son, he, praise the Lord, I caught it, but he was taking a Play-Doh plastic knife to school, and I asked him what was going on, and he never came to me to complain about anything. And he said that a kid older than him, so a third grader, was beating him up, and he could not defend himself. So, I'm sorry, I went to the school. First of all, I called the pediatrician. ASAP, I got him into counseling.
Right.
And I went to the school, because it is now the school's responsibility. From the moment I leave my son at school, it is the school's responsibility to keep my child safe.
They are
When
custodian.
that doesn't happen,
They are the custodian.
exactly. I'm not there, so it's their responsibility. When that doesn't happen, I'm going to go to the school.
Yeah.
It's also my responsibility to make sure I talk to my children and I know everything that's going on with them, with their friends, between them and their friends, between them and their siblings, because I have a 12-year-old girl and they don't get along either. So,
Normal siblings, yeah.
Siblings, so, and they get so frustrated with each other. So we always have to talk and know what's going on with them in order to protect them and in order to improve them. One of the main reasons I believe is affecting one of the main situations that's affecting our children is parents working 2 and 3 jobs. We have to decide what's more important, put food on our table or spend time with our children. And that's extremely sad.
That is a tough decision, because I mean it's for some people it's not a choice. For some people it's
not a choice, exactly. And when you don't have family around to help you, it is very, very tough.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for taking my call.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Good talking to you. We'll see you.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. I turned off the audio here just for a minute. Looks like Judge is coming back. crank the audio again.
Are you waiting for me to tell you you're good to go?
I'm going to close the poll out.
Oh, no, this is no. I was talking to the camera guy. I don't know if he's
I didn't know if you were going to talk. You're on. I didn't know if you were going to talk about the juror. That's what I was waiting at.
Oh, yeah, you're waiting for the jury to come in. Okay. All right.
Well, the one particular juror that we talked about before you left.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes.
So the poll was 50% of people didn't get an ad and don't have YouTube Premium. 25% got an ad with no YouTube Premium, and the other 25% didn't get an ad and do have YouTube Premium. So only a quarter of you got the ad. That's interesting. Stacy Wheeler, welcome to the gallery. Thank you. Good to have you as a brand new member. Also, Jennifer Hartwell, brand new member. Thanks for joining us. Once you join us, you can never leave. So welcome. Hope you like it here. Appreciate you. Make sure you take a seat by typing !seat and help yourself to the emojis. A couple of you have asked this question about the shooter being charged as an adult. I'm frustrated with the state getting both ways, where they get to charge him as an adult and then also charge the parents because they're responsible for their juvenile son. I think they should have to do all or nothing.
Oh wait. Oh. I thought you had them all coming in.
No.
No.
Hello, number 15.
Okay, we're trying to get everything situated here. Let's turn on this one here.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so you sent me a note indicating that you perhaps have a work relationship with some of the...
And now they killed the feed. Do we have another one? Nope. They killed all the feeds. I was hoping we were going to hear that, but no. So we don't get to hear the juror. Did anyone else get a lovely ad for Puerto Rico? No, I've heard that we got a safe ad. Somebody got like a JCPenney ad. You got a Puerto Rico ad. Who got the best ad? That's what I want to know. You can check out anytime you want, but you can never leave. Love the Eagles. All right, let's see. Nikki. Sorry, the family's in the background. Nikki is the one who brought this up. I can't get over the logical hump of Ethan being charged as an adult while his parents are still being charged as though he's a child. Appreciate that. We might be able to take one more call while they question this juror. Just 1 second.
Dana loves Zumba.
Dana loves Zumba. How are you doing? This is RA. We've got moments while the judge is talking to juror 15. What's on your mind?
What up, RA?
Oh, you know.
I just wanted to give a perspective to you for somebody that actually suffers from mental health issues, and I pretty much have my whole life.
Okay.
You had that on, plus my ADHD. So, this kid was, he's one of those people that actually had both of his parents. And there was one of the people that said earlier that it takes a village. Mm-hmm. So for somebody like me, for example, whose mother is active duty military and was in the Navy and was out all of the time, and a single mother at that, she wasn't in the know on all these things, and I didn't want to tell her anything, even especially when I was a teenager.
Yeah.
So in those situations, when I didn't have her around, you know, it's hard because when you're in middle school and everything like that, and when you're being as heavily bullied as I was, there were times where I just wanted to walk in front of a bus.
Oh, man. I'm sorry.
And I grew up around guns and all of those things, and I was always taught, you know, but those guns were always kept under lock and key. I never knew their code. The code was always changed.
Yeah, responsibility.
And if they weren't under lock and key, I didn't know where they were.
Yeah. Well, does Zumba help
but
now?
It's still good. It's still good ownership on their part, teaching him the safety of them, though.
But the judge is back, so we have to go back. Thank you very much. I probably need to start doing Zumba. I've heard good things about it. So, but thank you for the call.
Yeah, it takes a village, though, and an army.
Thank you. We'll see you. Bye.
Mm-hmm. And I've had a request for more menu items for lunch.
More menu items for lunch.
So I've been working in the courthouse for over 32 years. I can see you all doing the math. I know you think I must have started here in the 6th grade. But in 32 years working here, we have never provided lunch to a jury. So it's kind of a big deal. And we wanted to do that so that we wanted to accommodate you. We know this is a stressful trial and you're taking time out of your private life, and we've asked you not to read a newspaper or to do anything.
32 years, they've never given lunch to a jury.
We also don't want you going down to the cafeteria because it creates too many opportunities for inappropriate reaction. Not necessarily you with someone else, but someone else with you. We don't expect you to be here with us very long, only about 5 more weeks. In any event, we're going to add a couple of menu items. And the alternative would be to bring your own lunch, which is what a lot of jurors do. But I think we're adding a salad or something. I don't know. Something. Anyway, we're doing our best. Okay?
It's the first time in 32 years they've fed a jury.
If you think it's really bad, for some reason you could bring your own lunch. But I don't want anything to happen. People do silly things and could approach you. And okay, all right. Who's the next witness?
Sergeant Matthew Pesky.
All right, could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about the is the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, could you pull the door toward you, have a step up, have a seat, state your name for the record, and spell your first and last name.
Matthew Peschke, Matthew
Just like it sounds.
All right. Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell me or tell the jury how long you've been employed by the Oakland County Sheriff's Department?
For 20 years now.
And you are currently a sergeant, correct?
I am.
And what's the scope of your assignment and duties at this moment?
My assignment and duties at this moment is I'm a detective sergeant in the Special Investigations Unit at the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
Oh, I want to direct your attention to November 30th of 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Can you recall where you were when you heard about the shooting at the Oxford High School?
I was at the Pontiac substation.
Okay, and can you tell the jury what you did? How did you hear about it?
My partner at the time, Kevin Thomas, came into my office, told me there was an active shooter at the Oxford High School.
And what did you do?
I grabbed a vest and I got to my car and I left for Oxford High.
Okay. Did you lights and sirens as fast as you could? Did you join the caravan or did you?
I went lights. I didn't have sirens at the time.
Okay. And about how long after that did it take you to arrive at the school?
Maybe 20 minutes.
What did you do when you approached the school?
I went in through the entrance by the pool.
What did you observe when you drove into the? Could you get to the parking lot of the school?
I got into the parking lot. I double parked at that point, and I went into the school.
Okay. And can you
park?
tell the jury about what time that was, if you know?
I don't know.
Were you aware of whether or not the shooter was in custody?
I had heard on the way over the radio that the shooter was in custody.
Okay. At that point, what did you know about injuries or fatalities?
I knew that there had been 1 or 2 homicides at that point and injuries. I wasn't sure how many.
Okay. So you said, which entrance did you go into?
I went in by the pool.
And what did you do?
At that point, I located other members of the sheriff's office. There was I did a search of that pool area with a couple other deputies. We went back, reported to command, which was being made at that point. We went back and searched a couple hallways in that pool area again, looking for survivors, witnesses, victims, anything like that.
Okay. Did you find any students?
No.
All right. What was your understanding at that point of where they were, where the students were?
From what I had heard is a lot of students had ran away from the high school to the Myers. and other students were being escorted out that were still in classrooms by other deputies.
Okay. What you referenced a minute ago about command. Do you recognize this person sitting next to me?
Yes.
And who's that?
It's Lieutenant Willis.
All right. And what was his role there that day?
He was, he became the officer in charge. He was one of the command, reporting command that we go to.
So when you say command, were you finding Lieutenant Willis at that point? Was he instructing you, or was somebody else instructing you?
Captain Hill was also there.
Okay. So after you cleared the pool area and another hallway with officers, what did you do next?
At that point, I was advised by command, the structure, to go to the house and the residence of Ethan and secure.
We've decided that I've asked that we not say his name, so we refer to him in these proceedings as shooter.
Sorry.
That's okay. My fault. I should have explained that to you. You were told by command to go to the residence, and first, were you told whose residence it was and who lives there, or anything about the house?
We were told to go to the shooter's residence, secure it, preserve it for evidence, and there was a search warrant being drafted.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes.
Do you know, if you can recall, how long did it take you to get from Oxford High School to the shooter's residence?
Just a couple minutes, I think.
Okay. Did you go by yourself or with somebody else?
No, I was in my own car,
Okay.
but I went with Deputy Steele, or Detective Steele at the time, Detective Stoyak, and Detective McPherson. And I
Okay.
believe there was a marked unit already at the house.
And you were instructed to do what when you got there?
To get any occupants out, secure it, look for if anybody was injured, destruction of evidence, anything like that.
Okay, you mentioned a search warrant. Were you told that there was a search warrant, or they were attempting to get one? What were you told?
Search warrant was being drafted. It was not signed yet in order for us to begin our search.
Okay. Is this something that you've done frequently in your career?
Yes.
All right. And what do you typically do when you arrive at a residence of any kind and you know there's a search warrant they're attempting to get a search warrant? What's the protocol?
The search warrant gives you authorization to enter the house, and to search the house, more or less. So when you arrive on scene, normally as you're entering, the guns are drawn. You don't know what's in there. You don't know about animals. You don't know anything like that. You go in, you clear the house, make sure all occupants are either taken out or preserved in an area with other people, and then from that point, you hold the house and you preserve it. Normally, I make sure nobody's in there, and then we leave and have somebody watch the house. But not leave the area. We stay in the area until the search warrant is done by someone else.
Okay. When you were instructed to go to the house and do this, what did you have knowledge of regarding the shooter, his parents, what led up to it? What was your knowledge at that point?
I had knowledge of the shooter's name. I had knowledge that high school students were killed and injured, and that was pretty much about it.
Okay.
At that point.
Thank you. Did you have any knowledge about who else lived in the house?
No.
Okay, so you knew almost nothing. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
I knew nothing when I went to the house.
Okay. When you arrived on scene, what did you observe?
I observed a male out walking in an area by it was like an awning, and then I observed a female coming out onto the porch.
All right. Do you see that at some point? Did you learn that female's name?
Yes.
What was her name?
Jennifer Crumbley.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you describe something she's wearing?
She is on a tan sports coat.
You made the record reflect he's properly identified the defendant here.
The record will so reflect.
Okay. What did you do when you drove up to the house?
I drove up to the house. I put on a vest, and we lined up at the door, and we went in.
Talk to me about why you put on a vest.
This is an active shooter scenario. This is, I'm protecting myself with my vest. I don't know what I'm walking into.
Okay. And when you say we, who else was with you at the time?
That was McPherson, Detective Stoyak, and Detective Steele.
All right. Did anyone have their guns drawn?
Yes.
Who?
I did, and I'm almost positive everybody else did.
Why are you positive of that?
That's normal.
When you say normal, what do you mean? Is that protocol, or is that, because I think for a lot of us that's not normal. So I'm trying to get you to understand, to make the jury understand why you would do something like that.
Well, like I explained, we didn't know what we were going into, so we were just making sure we were protecting ourselves.
Is that something you do frequently when you approach a house to execute a search warrant or to clear the house?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do next?
Cleared the house, and at that point, we came back outside.
Okay. At that point, did you know whether or not the defendant and her husband had been at a substation, or did you know anything about any statement they'd made?
No.
Okay. Did you know that if they had seen their son or not?
No.
Okay. So, what did you do with, or ask the defendant to do, if anything?
Can you rephrase?
Yes. At some point, you had an opportunity to interact with the defendant, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how that happened?
She was seated in the back of a patrol car in front of the house.
Whose patrol car?
Weingart's.
Okay. And at some point, was she in the back of another patrol car?
I never saw her in the back of another patrol car. Deputy Zajac was also on scene in a marked car.
Okay. So what was the first interaction you had with her?
When she was in the back of Deputy is it Weingart's? I believe it's Weingart's, yeah.
Okay. And what did you do, if anything?
I advised her she wasn't in custody, and I originally jumped in the driver's seat, but then I walked around to the back seat and I opened her door.
Why did you do that?
She's not in custody. I just wanted to have a conversation with her.
Okay. Did you leave the door
I object.
open
If she's in handcuffs in the police car, she's in
Did
custody.
she express a preference about whether it was opened or closed?
She'd like it open.
All right. This conversation takes place for about 49 minutes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you talking the entire time?
No.
What else were you doing while you were talking with her? Were you doing anything else? Were there breaks in that conversation?
There may have been breaks near the end of it where I was looking for further instruction.
Okay. Were you always standing right beside the car?
No.
Okay. And did she have any requests?
A cigarette and her phone.
Did you accommodate those?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, I'm going to play what's been marked as People's Proposed 342. It's the in-car video that Sergeant Peschke just
Here comes video.
Introduced.
Your Honor, I have no objection.
Okay, 342 is a minute.
I do have a really quick question if we can approach very, very, very quickly.
How about you just approach at the normal speed and then talk quickly once you get up there? Would that work? See if we can watch a little bit. Oh, now we can't even do that. And they are no fun. And our cameraman is busy playing lens cap with his hands. So Senate advocate. Yes, I got to give a shout out actually to Amber. Amber, one of our great mods, Calypso's Vixen, contacted me and let me know right when that happened, and she sent me a document that I tweeted out, and it got like 1 billion views. Amber, thank you very much for letting us know. Yes, the judge from the Treehouse murder trial.
So I do want to just put on the
disqualified
record
himself.
that while this is a lengthy video, it is 49 minutes. It's a critical, we believe, and so I just am asking for the jurors' patience in viewing it.
There might be some boring parts. Is that what you're saying?
I don't believe I do not believe there are any boring parts, but that's me.
Lulls.
I think even
the judge like it's boring.
The reason for the entire video is even during the period where there's no conversation, it's an opportunity to view and observe the defendant. So I just want to put on the record why I'm playing the whole thing.
Okay.
Your Honor, we have no objection. We stipulate to the exhibit.
Well, in the interest of completion, too, it's good to play the whole thing. So.
Okay. All right.
Ready to watch the video? Here we go. Sorry. Okay, I'm gonna have to mute this. I cannot play music, guys. There cannot be music. Please, officers. Okay. No cuffs. No cuffs.
Sergeant Peshke, do you know about what time this starts? I mean, actually not about what time. Do you know what time that she gets in the car?
2:56.
Not exactly.
It's right there on the screen.
Okay, that's okay. So what, can you tell us what the time says?
It's 14:57 at
I mean, I know my son was the one that shot the schools, but I'm not quite sure like why we're in the back of the cop car.
Well, right now,
If it's boring, we can watch the judge watch this as well. Because she's like thoroughly engrossed in the video.
all I know is we're detaining you until investigators can get things figured out.
Is there like some air back here?
Nothing else backing up to do.
This is the defendant. This is Jennifer Crumbley in the back of the car. This is at the home when the police first responded to the home after the shooting.
Still on. I think they got shut off.
I don't believe she has her cell phone with her now, right? This started at 14:56 when she got in the car. So we've got about 40 minutes left, 42 minutes left. Detained is not arrested. I'm only pointing out that in both cases you're not free to leave. They're playing the entire video for the rule of completeness, so the jurors don't think that we skipped something that was important. This way they won't feel like they have to watch it in deliberations if there's nothing in it. There's probably going to be some discussion here later on when the officer who's on the stand comes in and sort of opens the door and starts talking to Jennifer. That's what we're listening for. Mom of 3 says, me being nosy, I checked the coordinates. Yes, the coordinates are GPS coordinates for the house, which they no longer own. I think we've only seen one time where they played something on high speed. Like actually played it at higher speed. And that might have been... Let's see, what trial was that? It was not the Border Patrol dude. You see the helicopter... You can hear the helicopters flying overhead. Possibly news, possibly police. Seems too low unless they live right next to an airport. They could live next to an airport.
I don't know if I can tell you that.
The current witness is in the front seat. He's going to come around and open the door here in just a minute. I don't think at this point that she was aware of any, what the casualty count was.
What's your date of birth?
4178.
Okay. Were you handcuffed when they brought you out of the house?
Not, well, they handcuffed me at the front door.
Okay. Well, so being that, fine, hold on. There wasn't there. Anybody told you what's going on?
I was at the substation and I saw my son and answered questions and I know what he did.
Okay. Alright, so you understand, you're not in custody, you're just, right now, we need to check your house for evidence. Okay. Would you be willing to sign a form? For us to check, we can go through your house? Okay. Is his room far in the back? Ethan, is your son's name Ethan? Okay. Is his room all the way in the back?
No, he's got, there's 2 kids on either side of that.
So he has 2 bedrooms?
Yeah, because his bedroom got so out of control, he moved to the guest room, and then that got out of control, and I haven't got a chance to pick it yet.
Whose room's all the way in the back?
Those are mine. Me and my husband.
Okay. What's your husband?
James.
Is that Ethan's dad?
Yeah.
Biological?
Yeah.
Okay. Does he own a firearm?
Yes.
Ethan does?
No.
James?
James does.
Did you see that box that was on your bed in the back bedroom?
I haven't had a chance to go back there yet.
Okay. What's a good phone number for you?
248-76.
Did Ethan have a phone?
He did.
What's that?
It's stored in my phone. I don't know off the top of my head. My phone's in the bumper of that police vehicle, if I can get it.
Okay. And your husband's name is James?
Yes.
James, same line?
Yes.
Who's Hazor?
Who?
Hazor? No? Okay. Okay. How's your son this morning?
I left to work early, and James said we got in a fight last night, but it was good grades, and they were bad. And got onto him, and step away from him, and then this morning on the way to school, James said he seemed fine, he apologized, and it was normal. There was nothing abnormal. Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing.
Audio's rough.
He left just like normal? Did he walk?
No, we can't kill him.
Oh, okay. All right. Did James hear?
He's in the back of one of your guys' back.
It's in the back of one of your cars.
When did you get home from work?
The minute he told me there was an active shooter after high school, and we couldn't get a hold of Ethan, I left. So I don't know what time it was. Like, I don't know what time it is right now.
Okay. So
we went right to the substation.
All right. So you were gone this morning before Ethan left for school.
Yeah.
And James took him. What time did you leave?
Well, wait a minute. James took him first. I woke up late this morning. I left after.
Okay. Were you sleeping in the back bedroom?
Was I sleeping in the back bedroom?
Yeah.
I mean, that's where I sleep. That's where I woke up.
Right. But so I guess it's kind of hard for me to ask you because there's a gun box on your bed.
Yeah, that's probably when we found out there was an active shooter. We were at the school early this morning because the counselor found some drawings on the paper and said didn't seem concerned to stay at school. And then we found an active shooter. James came home and opened the gun box, and the guns gone, and we had the bullets hidden in 2 separate spots, and the bullets were gone, and instantly it's like, oh shit.
Okay.
I think that's what we did with this.
Okay.
And I drove straight. Because we called Logan County and told them what we thought, and they called us out to the substation. That's where we were.
So
we just got back from there.
So you guys noticed the gun was missing this morning?
No.
So I guess explain it to me again.
Didn't know about it until we heard there was an active shooter.
Okay.
And we were just at the counselor office because Ethan was drawing some weird images on some paper. And then all of a sudden there's an active shooter, and James flew home, and he's like, I had the gun hidden, and I told him where I hid the bullets, and they were both missing. So sometime I don't know.
Well, it had to be sometime today. Did you sleep in that back bedroom?
Yeah.
So
and I woke up in there, and there was nothing abnormal.
Right, but the box wasn't on your bed. Did you make your bed?
No.
Okay, so if the box is on your bed, so what I'm just trying to get a time span when he could have picked up the gun.
I don't think he could have. Not this morning.
Unless, do you think, is it possible that James maybe check the box with a handgun and put it on the bed?
Well, yeah, I told you.
Okay.
Yeah, after we found out.
That's the part that I was.
Yeah. After we heard there was an active shooter, and after we talked to the counselor at the school today, he came here during this whole time this was going on, and that's when he noticed the gun was gone. That's when he called you guys.
Okay. What kind of images was he drawing?
It's on my phone. I didn't look at that closely because it's on the bumper of that.
It's on the bumper of that car. Yeah, I'll grab the phone. I mean, are they?
Well, now that when I was at the substation, I looked at them more closely. They're a little disturbing. Well, they're very disturbing because look what he just fucking did.
Okay.
Sorry.
No.
I don't even know what the hell I'm thinking. I'm kind of in shock. Like, he's never been in trouble. He's never done anything. Like, he's never done anything wrong. He's a good kid.
Right. Well, we are too, and I mean, this is kind of like a intentional.
This is fucked up.
Yeah. So.
Like, my son just ruined his life. I'll probably never see him again. Like, what the fuck?
Right. How old is he?
15.
I'm sorry. No, I wouldn't. The green one?
Yeah.
Well, what time do you think you were up at the school today to see the counselor? Do you know which counselor it was?
Hopkins.
Hopkins.
And now that I look at him closely, and this was just, we literally left the school. I went back to work, and then this started happening.
I'm going to take a picture of this, okay? Is this on like homework?
It was on a math assignment that they were supposed to turn in.
What did he say when you saw talking to him today with the council?
He said he was sorry that we lost a dog. His best friend got sent to an OCD facility treatment thing, and my mother-in-law passed away, and he said he was dealing with a lot of stress, and he was just putting thoughts on paper. It's the first time we've ever seen anything like this, or he's ever been caught.
You've never seen anything like this before?
No, and he's never like, I don't know.
Did you know that he knows how to like handle a firearm?
Yeah, because we take him to the gun range.
Okay. So you teach him
That's our hobby, that we go to the gun range, and that's what we do.
Is that the only gun you have in the house?
Well, the one, aside from the one that he took to the school, yes. There's like BB guns, but.
There's BB guns, and then I think it was a .45 caliber that was at the school.
That was a 9mm.
The 9?
It should have been.
But you don't have it, like, what is it, Glock?
No, it's a SIG something.
Okay, a SIG.
Which we just got on fucking Sunday. Friday. And we took him to the gun range so they can.
Oh, you just bought it?
Yeah, I mean, we've had another one for a long time.
Okay. What's the other one?
It's my husband knows. I don't know.
You don't caliber?
It's a 22, I think.
Okay. Okay.
And then we went out and we.
Has he been, like, talking to you about it? I mean, so he had bad grades, but I mean.
They weren't horrible. We just had to notice his geometry got to an E. I mean, I'm not a math person. I just told him to get a D-, I'm happy.
Right.
And then, I looked on his power school last night and I saw an E and I said, so your grade gets brought back up. There's no gun range, there's no phone, there's no nothing. I looked at those were two trigger points. And then he was mad last night, this morning he seemed fine.
Okay.
It's not the first time he's been in trouble for his grades.
Right. Okay.
I mean, he was a good kid.
Right.
Like, he just doesn't do anything. He, like, stays at the house, and I don't know. He loves his animals, and I never would have.
Well, I'm not. I mean, this is I don't think he's a bad kid. I think he might have just been upset about something today.
I never even thought he would have any mental issues. Like, he's never exerted any type of anger. He's never exerted anything. Like, he's just like one of those mellow, laid back kids. Like, we've always had a hope and he'll talk about stuff. Like, I don't get it.
Right.
I don't get what happened.
Okay. Right. Well, I mean, like you said, what grade was he in there?
They're not going to release his name on the news, are they?
This probably, it won't be for a while, but, I mean, this is, I'm sure your neighbors are already talking.
Right.
Here,
I know.
You know, I mean,
When I got handcuffed outside my front door, that was great.
yeah. C-R-U-M-B-L-E-Y. You guys own or?
Have about another 30 minutes of this.
And then there's 7 injured. I believe one of them was a teacher. Yeah, the teacher was critical. Do you know which teacher he was having? Do you know who he was having a problem with? Well, I mean, like his grades.
Spanish? Yeah, we never complained about it.
Who hasn't complained about it?
So like, what was like a teacher last year? I don't even remember her name.
Was it the same school even?
Yeah.
Jennifer, if I could have you, when you take a second, why don't you take a second? Did you ever complain about anybody in school? That being bullied?
I asked him for everybody's next to school, and he said yes.
Did you have friends?
No, the one best friend he had was sent on Halloween to an OCD treatment facility in Wisconsin out of the blue, and that was like his best friend. And so he didn't really have anybody outside of that, so I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. If you could sign this for your house, just gonna go in, and I would like to get that gun box. Just see if any other weapons are missing.
My husband also was running.
Does he? Okay. I'll get that.
I have a cigarette.
Wish I had one.
No, my husband's got one.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
We'll get that.
And maybe a jacket.
Yes. Well, what we're gonna do is we're gonna roll this window up and get the keys going.
No, I don't want the key. I can possibly go there. Okay. I just really want a cigarette. Okay. And I don't even really smoke.
Okay. Just a second.
Looks like, let's see if we can go full screen on 7 here. Looks like she got her phone back. So now she's on her phone. Did a wee bit of texting.
I know you're trying to get a hold of the man. What are you texting for on this radio traffic about coming back out?
I was just wanted to relay code that we're doing, and then we're gonna do a letter check.
Yes, please be nice in chat. Sorry, I've been watching. I haven't seen anything, but I see people saying that the chat was being mean. Let's be polite. Give everyone the respect that they deserve. And sometimes the respect they don't. This is a 45-minute long video that was taken outside the Crumbley home. The defendant is in the backseat of the police car, detained, not in custody. That's their words. This is after she's been to the police station. And the police have come to the house. They're doing a preliminary search of the house for weapons. Asked a few questions.
floor is clear. We're coming back to the main lobby. Copy. If you get your people go to the energy company. Roger. You going up? Yeah. It's good exit right there. If anything. I didn't want to smoke your car. No, it didn't. Go ahead. Actually, just have. Yeah, right there. Yes. Thank you. Perfect there. Okay. Is that him? Yep. He's gonna.
I think she's smoking there. I think they.
No, just keep it open.
I'm gonna go here with Matt, and I have to show it.
No co-counsel today. Don't know where they are.
Hey, Ken. Carol, I can't talk. Did you hear about? Anyway, it's on the national news. Yeah. I'll shoot you on that.
I'm sorry?
No, I'll talk to you later.
Can you repeat that?
Hey, Mom. I'm in the tower, so I'm open. Northeast, please put keys and taken out. I mean, I'm seeing before on the road, so I'm open. Please put keys radio at 37. You're slowly opening out.
That was loud.
Yeah, we're going to hold time for the military there on heat patrol, not that too, just because we have our first crew out in the middle of that.
That's a good thing, sir. Keep it on our heat patrol. I don't want to be advised, there was a pass for northeast radio that was taken out, and had all that advised for first heat.
I'm good with that, thank you.
That's 100, thank you.
You guys, if you get a comment deleted, just take as an opportunity to take a step back from chat a little bit. Maybe your conversation got a little heated. It might be the other half of the conversation that caused it to get deleted. Either way, let's be a little nicer to each other. Questioning the mods on their decisions is a quick way to get timed out. They're too busy to answer those. Purple Unicorn, did I miss you coming in? Welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. Got about 15 more minutes of this video, roughly.
department is going to be coming in with large vehicles. They're going to come in off the Ring Road where 411 posted, and they're going to come in where 1571 is posted. Let them through if I want to come through. I'm good.
The defendant asks questions about, or was answering questions about the firearms in the house, about herself, about her husband, about her son. Said there was never any trouble in school. He was having some trouble with some grades, possibly Spanish class. No signs that anything happened.
Sorry? Growing up.
Sorry, that's small.
Oh, well. It's all good.
Yeah, my biggest fear was that he was going to turn the gun himself.
I believe she's still sitting with the door open. She appears to be smoking as well. She's asked for a cigarette and seems calmer right now. At one point, the shooter was found and arrested at school. He came out of the bathroom. I believe he unloaded the firearm, put the bullets on, or put either the bullets or the firearm on top of the garbage can, and put his hands up and surrendered, like laid down on the ground. Tracy, she did say no issues at all, and then the officer talked a little bit more. She did show the officer the picture of the assignment that they had just been to the school. And I think
Personal cars and marked cars. Next to the main entrance, we get those moved for the command control to come in.
I think the officer, when he saw that assignment, thought more of it than possibly anyone else who had looked at it did. Son was sentenced as an adult, charged and sentenced as an adult. This trial, we expect the state to rest later this week. Haven't heard how long exactly the defense is going to take with their case, though. This trial will be on all week, Kevin. The judge said 5 more weeks to the jury today. I think she was joking there. With the state resting this week, I can't imagine the defense takes more than a week. One-man army. This is a criminal court. So this is the state charging her with this crime.
Next one is on the radio. Thomas Children Village, 59,980, ending 59,980. Good, how are you? For a little bit. You look down, guys? You're bringing back out, please. Yeah, and there's no other way to get out? I don't know.
Defendant's being charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter.
I don't know. I would. Yeah, I really don't know. So this is a house around here is a place of interest. So. Yep. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yep. Thank you. Have a good day.
Pretty sure they're not going to call each other to testify against each other. That would seem odd. Mother is going to testify.
Everything bomb squad is actually been activated. It's going to be on the way here in a minute. They're here with all the speed and PLC.
Should be less than 10 minutes left on this video. Right, there's a spousal privilege that you cannot force him to testify, so it would be highly unusual. plus facing his own charges. Unless he was going to fall on the sword for her. I don't know why he would do that.
I am using my cell phone opinion.
I think we've already heard the pertinent parts of this video, meaning it was the discussion with the witness who's on the stand right now, and talking about the firearm, talking about no signs leading up to this, no mental health issues. I think that was the pertinent bit.
They're coming in on Main Street here. Hello, here. 10-1, I have residents at 135. You will be let them get down there. Yeah, that's why it's make sure you get them. 10-1.
Labman, the judge ordered them or assigned counsel to each one because they currently are being represented by partners in the same law firm, and that could be problematic. Last couple minutes of this. They're no longer partners? Camel, I hadn't heard that they broke up. I mean, that they split up the company. Are you talking about the law firm? The law firm broke up, or the parents broke up? So is Mrs. Smith going to represent them both? The other attorney is representing James. So they broke up the company for this. Is that what happened? They dissolved their company so they could keep this case. I'll have to do some research on that to find out what that full story was. Thank you guys for the updates. Appreciate that. I can't tell if she's deleting messages here. Judge is looking at messages herself. So, Judge puts her phone back on the desk.
You looking back there? Go ahead. Who's over there? Lieutenant Jennings, Lieutenant Glover? Yeah, give me a few minutes, I'll get back to you. Who's it? No. Give me a call.
Didn't take her phone because she's not in custody. She's only detained. Originally, they did take her phone. They gave it back to her. What did he say? He said, "You all right back there?" She said, "Yeah." Laura Bronson just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much, Laura.
This might take a little while. But what I'm going to do, I didn't realize you'd already talked to a sergeant earlier. So with all the chaos going on, there's a little bit of a misunderstanding on everybody's part. So what I'm going to do is, I can't technically let you go back in the house because they want to do a search warrant. So what I can do is if you guys want to go get a cup of coffee, go get a drink, leave. Sergeant Bryan said he will call you as soon as the search warrant is done on your house. But I can't let you go back in right now.
So there's some miscommunication.
That's what Detective Stoyak's also told your husband.
She can't go back into the house.
Do you have your car keys? No? So you don't keep guns in the car? Okay. So, yeah, I mean, do you want to think about it for a second, or wait until your husband, or, I mean, what do you?
I need to get my car keys. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the whole neighborhood probably thinks like we're monsters. And
That's why I'm going to kind of get you out of here instead of just having you sit on here.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Is that okay? Yeah. All right. So give us just a minute.
I need my.
A jacket. Yeah.
I don't care about jackets. I got hoodies in my car. I need like a charger from batteries thing.
Okay. Do you have a charger in the car?
I don't know if I took it in with me or not. It'd be plugged in if I didn't. Okay.
So we'll just have a guy who'll go in with you to make sure that everything's cool, and then Sergeant Brown will call you in the house.
So she's going to go into the house.
There's 2 cats, but they don't get out.
I didn't see it.
Well, you're not going to see, one's kind of a kitten, and that's my son's cat.
Okay.
It's one being asked me to take care of it.
Okay.
But I'm obviously not going to be seeing him for a while. I don't even know.
Well, he's at Children's Village, so.
Yeah,
I know, but.
He's responsible for family's work nightmare, and that ultimately looks back on us because here we are.
See, I didn't know that you had asked for an attorney either.
Yeah.
Do you want an attorney just for your son, or?
I just don't. I work for a company that has attorneys, and was there when I rushed out, and he said, "Don't talk to anybody without an attorney present." So he texted me, and I was there. So I don't even know. I don't. This is something you.
They questioned her without an attorney present after she had asked for an attorney.
Yeah, why don't you come out and I'm going to let you make the decision.
Yeah, I think.
Stacy, thank you for the 6 months of support. Looks like we're finally done through that 49-minute video.
The defense has no questions.
Nothing from the defense.
Sergeant. Yes. You may accept that.
Thanks,
Who's the next witness?
Judge, I think we can get through one more witness, but we do need to address a matter outside the presence of the jury first.
Okay. I'm going to give you 5 or 10 minute break. We're going to see how. I guess there's an interesting.
All right, for the jury.
So now we're back to Mr. Hand Palmland's cap.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Palmland's cap, who keeps the camera on. This is the jury's leaving.
You may be seated.
Please please let us listen to this one.
Judge, we have Robert Catalis here from the crime lab.
Robert Catalis?
Yes. So it's my understanding the defense counsel is objecting to exhibits 13 and 22. So we need to have a ruling on those. I would ask that the court instruct the media not to film those two photographs because it does have imaging of a minor.
Okay.
So we could go through on the screen, but I don't want to broadcast.
They've been very cooperative. If you can just give them a heads up right beforehand, because.
Yes.
Did you say 13?
And 22.
So two images we should not be able to see. MCAR, welcome to the gallery.
Your Honor, the defense is objecting based on relevance and that they are too prejudicial. The prosecution knows these are too prejudicial based on the fact that they're telling witnesses in the courtroom that these are about to be put on the screen. They're so prejudicial.
Telling the father of a murdered victim.
I think that would be appropriate.
Your Honor, so the first photo, number 13, shows a deceased child in the photo. It's just not necessary. This jury has heard horrific evidence, seen horrific evidence, and to see more photos with dead children we believe is unnecessary and prejudicial. And the second exhibit that's at issue is number 22. There's a very large pool of blood, and there's just, again, no reason that it needs to be shown to this jury. It's way prejudicial.
I guess I would have to say that this would seem to be a pre-trial issue. I didn't think that there were issues like this remaining, but I haven't seen these pictures, so that doesn't help.
The prosecution.
I can show you right now. I'd like to respond to the objection.
Well, I'm going to let you respond to the objection, but this feels like not a mid-trial type of issue. But
Your Honor, the exhibits were identified for me mid-trial. So when I saw this, I notified Mr. Keese the first day of trial when I saw this that I was objecting to these two.
Okay, I just didn't know. It would seem like something that would be subject of a motion in limine because we had motions in limine with regard to some other exhibits. That being said, here we are. I haven't seen the pictures, so.
Sure.
There are so many thousands of pages that if I filed a motion in limine and the thousands of pages I got, this court, that's all you would have done for 3 years is hear motions every week.
What do you think I did here?
I know that, but I'm saying it's impossible for the defense to file motion in limines on every single piece of evidence we got. 99% of what they gave me, they're not even using because it's not relevant.
Okay, so despite the fact that I don't want to, can I please see the pictures?
May I, Judge?
Yeah, okay.
Judge has to look at these.
I can show you the printout.
But I want to make sure they're not they're not screened. I want to make sure
they're not.
Well, then just to be sure.
Whatever the best way is.
Just hand her the pictures.
I'm focused on the seal up above your knife.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. It's hard to rule if I haven't seen them. The family knows. The family's seen them before, right?
And Judge, we have spoken with the victim's family before the trial, before the Miller hearing, before the exam.
I have no doubt.
This is proposed Exhibit 13. This is the view of the 200 hallway. Robert Catalis is the crime scene investigator. He's the supervisor of the Oakland County Sheriff's Office Crime Scene Laboratory, or Crime Scene Unit, rather. He will testify that this is the path that the shooter took.
Is that tape?
That's Hannah, St. Juliana, and further up is Madison Baldwin, Judge. Just so the court is aware, we have literally hundreds, if not thousands, of photographs to draw upon. There's only one. There's no close-up photographs. There's no autopsy photographs being sought to admit. This is a homicide case. This shooting is relevant to this case. Death is an element that the people must prove, and we must prove that the end result of gross negligence is what happened on November the 30th. This is People's 13.
Are there two children in this video?
Yes, Judge, and we intentionally didn't have a close-up photograph of Ms. Baldwin.
Well, this doesn't seem to be exceptionally gruesome or anything like that.
We did so intentionally. Okay. So that's 13. That's admitted, Judge?
Well, I'm going to hear what else you might have to say.
Okay.
Wait, 13?
And 13, it also shows proficiency in which the shooter had with the firearm because the placards indicate defects in the wall and shell casings. Testimony will come out of the number of shell casings that were recovered from this portion of the hallway. The video has already been admitted in a previous ruling. The video, Judge, it moves through this portion of the hallway very quickly. So, again, 13, we intentionally did not choose unduly gruesome, prejudicial photographs. We choose only one photograph that is necessary to show the element involved. So that's 13.
This is not gruesome. It doesn't show an actual injury. It does show the path of the shooter, and death is an element causing death. It shows the number. Do those show the various shots, or are those spots?
Shell casings as well as defects. Another way to put it is bullet holes in the locker room walls.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm going to admit that.
Thank you, Judge. That's 13. Exhibit 22.
I don't think this is
Judge, this is the bathroom in which Justin Schilling was executed. Well, we have the video. There's no video of the bathroom itself. We don't have a photograph of Mr. Schilling, Judge. This shows the relation to number 49 there, if the court can see that in the placard there, as well as 50. There's a bullet defect in the wall in the bathroom as well. That table that you see is the top of the trash can. That's where the shooter put the firearm. That, in fact, was a murder weapon. This is relevant to show the eventual path and where the shooter ended up. And again, it is a homicide case. We intentionally chose only the photographs necessary. There was a drone that was flown through the Oxford High School, so we could have potentially extracted thousands of photographs, but we didn't.
What's your response, Ms. Smith?
I think I've already made my record.
All right. I again, I think this is relevant. This is a case about causing death. That's one of the elements, and I don't think it's excessively gruesome.
Thank you, Judge.
So I'm going to make that picture as well.
And we called Mr. Callison last minute. Let me just make sure that he's ready in the hallway. He'll be ready.
Okay, he'll be the last witness to
Yes,
them,
Judge.
right?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
I don't know, that I have a hard time thinking the reaction that they're going to have.
Let me ask you, before last night I let them all go, and then because I thought we were going through pictures, Ms. Williams called them all back and told them to come an hour earlier. It ended up being a good thing because of the weather. But are there any aside from the issue with regard to what you filed and they're going to respond to? That we've already discussed some on the record. Are there any issues before? Because after this witness, I'm going to tell the jury to leave. And certainly, if they had been here at 8:30 this morning, they would have sat for 2 hours before they saw the witness, which is not good. So
I believe after going through the email that Ms. Smith sent to our office, I don't think there are any other objections.
Okay.
But of course, Ms. Smith could.
Are there any other issues aside from what you filed and they're going to respond to that we've already made a partial record about?
Not at this point.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to know before.
Your Honor, I'm saying that, but I also don't know what their. I mean, I know somewhat what their plan is, but I don't want to have you yell at me later that I'm not bringing up an issue.
I'm not going to yell at you. I just want to get the jury on their way. I'm trying to manage the situation, and they would have sat here for 2 hours this morning.
Judge, I think that the question is the exhibit list that we provided. Is there any objection to any of the exhibits on the exhibit list?
Yeah, I just want you to.
Yes, there is, but not with not. There's an objection, and I've already let you know this, with respect to the way that the prosecution has redacted the journal, which in part has been deemed admissible by the court. So I believe that's an objection.
Portions of it.
Portions of it. Mm-hmm. I am just making sure that I will be able to impeach and cross-examine on portions that are redacted by the prosecution currently right now. The prosecution.
Who are you impeaching though?
The journal. the people have certain statements coming in, but the journal itself impeaches those statements even within the journal. So for impeachment, I'd like to be able to ask about other writings in the journal, even if they're not admitted as substantive evidence.
Okay, well, I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But,
That's in our last witness, Judge.
And then,
so.
Your Honor, let me just double check the witness list, or I'm sorry, the exhibit list, see if there's anything else. I think we have. Are you guys still skipping exhibits?
all I want to know is if there's any major issues, because, last night at 5:30, there was maybe a plan to go through 55 pictures. So if something like that were to come up again, I'd want to have the jury come in later.
I don't think so, Judge. If we can get started, we can have our last witness today.
Okay.
And then...
All right. I'm just checking. I don't like them sitting around. I don't like them sitting around changing my lunch menu. So.
Your Honor, aside from that, the one issue I put on the record, which you said we'll get to later, I don't believe there's any other objections.
Okay, so I'm going to bring it back in. Right.
Thank you, Judge.
Thanks, Judge.
Okay, I agree with the defense attorney here where she says, I'm sorry, Judge, if these pictures, you have to warn people in the audience that we're about to show these pictures, clearly the impact that picture is going to have on people is more prejudicial than possibly probative. So seeing pictures, knowing they're dead children, even if it's not excessively gruesome, I struggle with that. I don't know if that's the right decision, especially when, there's no, it's not like the defense is arguing that the kids did not die.
Specific photographs, and I'll ask the court at that point to request the media not to film.
Yeah, please.
That's not a fact that's in dispute. And there are a million other ways to get that point proven. Medical examiner. Stipulation. I'm pretty sure the defense would stipulate those deaths.
Excuse me, Robert Crumbley.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give is the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, please step up, have a seat, and state your name for the record, spelling your first and last name.
Squeaky, squeaky.
Robert F. Kotelis Jr., ROBERTKOTELES.
Okay, go ahead, prosecutor.
Thank you. Sir, how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office Forensic Laboratory.
And how long have you been there?
I'm in my 17th year.
Okay. In total, how long have you been with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
In my 17th year, so all
total 17 years.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Tell us, please, what is your specific title with the Sheriff's Office Forensic Laboratory?
I'm a Forensic Laboratory Investigator Leader. That's my HR name, if you will, but I'm the crime scene supervisor and the fingerprint supervisor.
Okay. When you say crime scene supervisor, what does that mean?
I have a team of 6 people that are on my team, and I supervise those 6 when it comes to any crime scenes that needs processing. Sometimes they may happen during the day. I would say that's usually my night job because I do latent prints during the day. But I lead that team to do crime scene investigations when called upon.
Now tell us, please, what's your background?
I have a forensic science degree from Michigan State University.
Okay. Now, how often would you say that you get called out to do a crime scene analysis?
It depends on what year it was or what time frame of my career. Currently, I'd probably say we average about 2 crime scenes a month. But you have to keep in mind that we only do major crime scenes. I have other teams that I send out to do I would say, lesser crimes that are already on the road. So as far as the major crime scenes, we'd probably do 2 to 3 a month.
Okay. When you say major crime scenes, what exactly does that mean?
Typically, they're going to be homicides or officer-involved shootings or criminal sexual conduct cases.
Okay. I'd like to direct your attention now to November the 30th of 2021. Do you recall that day?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
In what capacity were you working then?
I was actually in the lab working on my latent print work.
Okay. 12:51 in the afternoon, November the 30th. Do you recall what happened?
Yes, I do.
All right. And were you notified of the attack at the Oxford High School?
Yes, I received notification at 1:15 p.m. on that day to respond to the school.
Okay. And what was your purpose for responding to the school?
I was the on-call crime scene investigator for that day, so it was me to lead my team up to the Oxford High School for crime scene processing.
You said your team, is that you and the 6 individuals?
Yes, and at that time there was 8. I had recruited a biologist to assist us and also a laboratory technician.
Okay, so what sort of specialties are these individuals involved in that are on your crime scene team?
They're members of our forensic laboratory in the firearms unit, in the latent print unit, along with the biology unit.
So is it fair to say then you were called to the Oxford High School to process the scene?
That is correct.
What's the first thing you do when you arrive on scene to process?
Well, we were pretty much on standby because it was still an active scene. They were still getting intel, meaning my cohorts at the sheriff's office, of what had happened in there, clearing rooms, clearing the entire building. I didn't actually get in the building. I shouldn't say. I got in the building while it was still daylight to collect a firearm that was asked upon me. But as far as crime scene processing, it was well into the night when I actually got to walk through the scene to see what I was dealing with.
Okay, now the firearm, that would have been the 6-hour 9mm?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I believe we have a stipulation. I'm just going to, for the record, that's Exhibit 403, Forensic Laboratory Report, request number 6, confirming that was in fact the murder weapon from November the 30th.
No objection. Yes.
Yes. Is it previously admitted?
Not previously admitted.
But stipulated to.
Yes,
correct.
that's 403. Thank you.
403.
Okay, so sir, after you went inside the school to collect the firearm, what happened next?
Pretty much sat in my vehicle waiting on the AOK to go into the school, meaning that it was safe for us to go in and process the crime scene.
Okay, so once you're given that green light, what do you do first?
I met with Sergeant Zadrowski, and we went through, there was me and one other individual, Rachel Grace, and members of the Special Investigation Unit that went through the crime scene itself to see what kind of evidence and what we were looking at within the crime scene.
Okay, so would you call this sort of an initial walkthrough?
That would be a good terminology.
Okay, so once you do the initial walkthrough, what's your process then?
To go and report back to my team, to construct that team of what kind of services I needed from each one of them, kind of delegated out each of their jobs that they needed to do, and the chronological order that we were going to complete those tasks.
Okay, so what was your decision on that day?
As far as for each person?
Well, you walked through the crime scene, you had a feel for what you were looking at as far as crime scene process. So what steps did you take next?
After the initial walkthrough, photographs were taken. After photographs were taken, then what we have, what we call a 3D scanner. So it takes a 3D scan of the crime scene itself to document exactly where items of evidence and the bodies were located within the scene.
Okay, so sir, why is it important to you as a professional in this subset of law enforcement to document things as you see them?
So that we can keep the integrity of where they were located when I actually saw them at that time.
Okay. So I'm going to walk through just a small portion of the photographs with you. In some of these photographs we'll see yellow numbers or yellow placards on the ground with numbers. What are those?
They signify pieces of evidence that were found within the crime scene.
Okay. And when you process a crime scene, do you write a report afterwards?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And did you in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
May I approach witness? Sure. Just confirm, sir, this is People's Proposal 11. Confirm that is in fact the report that you have authored in this particular case.
Yes, it is.
Okay. People move to mid 11.
No objection.
11's admitted.
And sir, when is it that you write this report?
At a later date, after I had cleared the crime scene, after all the documentation was done, at the crime scene and then back at the laboratory, and then taking my notes and then constructing a formal report at that time.
Okay. And why do you do so? Why is it important to do so?
To kind of paint a picture of what I saw that day so that other people can hear and see what I experienced and saw that day.
Okay. And you mentioned photographs are taken and the evidence placards are put on the ground next to pieces of evidence. Do you also draw a sketch?
Yes, a sketch was not prepared, but what we used was a schematic blueprint of the school because of the vast nature of the school. Trying to get several rooms within one 8.5 by 11 piece of paper was virtually impossible. So we used a schematic to designate where the items of evidence were found within that school.
Okay, sir. I'm going to direct your attention to the screen here. This is People's 10. I don't believe there's an objection to the admission of this exhibit.
No objection.
This wasn't admitted already?
Not yet, Judge.
Okay.
This is
Do
People's
you have
10.
an objection?
No objection.
10 is admitted.
Okay, so this is the blueprint, at least of the portion of the 200 hallway where the shooting occurred. Is that right?
Yes, it's the entire school, the lower level there, but you can see the blue markings, our pen marks, that were signifying the items of evidence that were found within this crime scene.
So these pen marks, these are actually your pen marks, your notations.
Not me personally. Some of them are, but I worked with Rob Charlton, who was my, he took measurements and then he prepared the schematic along with me of where the items of evidence were found outside the classrooms.
Okay, fair enough. Now, Oxford High School has numbered hallways and each classroom has a number associated to it. Would that be correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And in the course of your reconstruction of this crime scene, were you able to reconstruct the path that the shooter took during the shooting?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So first, this is still People's 10. This is a zoomed in portion. This depicts the 200 hallway, and we see rooms 258 and 256 with a bathroom adjacent to 258. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So tell us, sir, why is this portion of 200 hallway significant to you as a crime scene investigator?
There were 2 victims that were found between rooms 258 and 256, along with a vast number of pieces of evidence.
Okay. And then this is still People's 10. This is just a zoomed in portion of the remainder of the 200 hallway after the hallway turns. And I take it that pieces of evidence were recovered in this hallway as well?
That is correct, along with one of the other additional victims was found in a patrol car that was found just outside of the school.
Okay. Well, sir, were you able to tell, or did you subsequently find out where the shooter was directly before he began the shooting?
Yes, I was given information that he was in the bathroom found just west of 258 in the 200 wing.
So that would be the bathroom at the top of the screen there?
Yes, if you can see the numbers, it's by 6 and 7 depicted at the top of the zoomed in portion of the photograph.
Okay. I'm going to show you People's 12. I don't believe there's an objection to this.
The cameraman just about had a heart attack.
12 is admitted.
And sir, what do we see here in this photograph?
This is the inside of the bathroom, inside of one of the stalls. One of the bathroom we're talking about near 258 were a backpack, electronic devices, a journal, and I believe there's a Gatorade bottle, amongst other miscellaneous items.
I believe this is...
It was later confirmed that these were the belongings of the shooter in this case.
That is correct.
Okay. Judge, the next photograph is Exhibit 13. I asked the court instructed me not to film.
I'm going to request that the media not film this picture.
Audio too?
I don't think there's not a problem with audio.
No, Judge.
No, just video, please. And still, no still or audio, video, okay? Thank you.
Now, in the course of your crime scene investigation, the photographs, you've seen these photographs before, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And these photographs fairly depict the path that the shooter took during the attack on Oxford High School?
That is correct.
Okay. So this is the bathroom adjacent to 258. People's 13, what are we looking at here?
This is a photograph taken just outside of that bathroom, showing down the hallway where 258 and 256 would be found on the left-hand side of this photograph. And you can start to see the evidence placards on the right-hand side with one of the victims lying on the ground on the right-hand side of the photograph.
Okay, so for the record, that's Hannah St. Juliana, and she's on the ground to the right side of the hallway. Is that right?
That is correct.
And further up in the photograph, there's another victim, and that's Madison Baldwin?
That is correct.
Now, sir, tell us please what you recovered of evidentiary value in crime scene analysis in this portion of the 200 hallway.
They're what we call fired cartridge cases and also fired bullets. So the fired cartridge cases will hold the actual unfired bullet in a semi-automatic weapon. The fired cartridge case is ejected out of the side of the weapon, which is typically out of the right side of the weapon. The bullet is expelled out of the barrel or the end of the weapon in the direction where that firearm is pointed.
So sometimes I refer to them as shell casings. Is that an appropriate term, or should I not use that?
I think it can be used interchangeably. A fired shell casing or a fired cartridge case.
Okay. And how many of those fired shell casings did you recover in this portion of the 200 hallway?
There were 14.
So every time that someone pulls the trigger of a loaded semi-automatic weapon, it ejects a fired shell casing?
That is correct.
Okay. So with 14 fired shell casings in this portion of the hallway, what does that indicate to you as the number of shots fired?
That there would have been 14 within this area.
This is Exhibit 14. This is still a portion of the 200 hallway before it turns, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And what do we see here in the screen?
You can see a few more of the yellow placards that are indicating the evidence that was found in that area before we get to the turn, heading back away from 258 and 256.
Okay, so this is Exhibit 15. Is this continuing down the path? So we saw on the map that the 200 hallway turns right outside 256?
That is correct. And I would move to the left, or I believe it's north at that point in time.
Okay, so is this picture then oriented down the long hallway of 200?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what do we see here?
Once again, it's fired. There's evidence that's marked by the yellow placards indicating the fired cartridge cases and fired bullets, along with a firearm magazine or a gun magazine that was located in this area of the hallway.
Okay. This is Exhibit 16. Now I want to direct you specifically to placard 35 there, the lower middle portion of the screen. You mentioned a magazine. What is that?
So a semi-automatic weapon, a gun magazine will hold those cartridges or the fired cartridge cases and bullets that are put together in typically the bottom of the weapon, and that loads the gun to be chambered, to have a round chamber to actually use that weapon.
Okay. Now, how many fired shell casings did you recover from the long portion here of the 200 hallway?
There were 18 fired cartridge cases.
Now, did you also uncover evidence that the shooter fired into classrooms as well?
Yes, I did.
This is Exhibit 17. This is a picture of what?
This is from the outside of room 247, and if you see it's in the middle of the picture, there's a pink rod we call trajectory rod, and that is to indicate where the shot was fired from and into. So this shot was fired from the exterior of 247 to the interior of room 247.
Okay. This is People's 18. What are we looking at here?
Another photograph from the outside of this is room 244. Once again, you can see a pink trajectory rod indicating that this bullet had traveled through the glass along with the 244 placard of this classroom 244.
Okay. Not already. People move to 16, 17, 18, Judge.
No objection.
16 and 17 and 18 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, I'm not sure if 14 and 15 were, but I have no objection.
Thank you.
14 and 15 are admitted.
This is People's 8. This has already been admitted. This is room 224, and Molly Darnell had already testified in this trial that this was the classroom she was in. But what do we see in this photograph here?
Once again, a photograph taken from the outside of room 224, and in this picture you can see that there are 3 trajectory rods that were into the door of this room, indicating that the bullets were fired from outside of the classroom to the inside.
Okay. And this is People's 6, again already admitted. This is the same classroom 224. What do we see in this particular photograph?
On the left-hand side, you can see it's the inside of the door with the same 3 trajectory rods just from the inside, and then in the back of the room, there's what we call a perforation in the window. So a bullet more than likely traveled through that window, perforated the window, and we were never able to locate that bullet. But that was one of them.
What about the placard right here in the middle?
There is a fired bullet that was found in the bookcase. It was found lodged in one of the books on that bookcase.
Okay, and then we see this defect in the file cabinet here.
That is correct. That would be a ricochet or a defect that was more than likely caused by a firearms projectile or a fired bullet.
This is People's 19. Sir, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what does this photograph depict?
This is a photograph of the inside of, from the outside of room 223. But you can see that there is a ricochet or a defect that's found in the door. And this is what we call a bullet that was in flight and it was tumbling. And it had come into contact with something else because it's not a circular pattern like we saw on the other ones.
Okay, people move to mid-19.
I believe we're past all the pictures. So now we're able to see.
20. This is room 220. What do we see here?
Once again, a photograph taken from the outside of the classroom, 220. You can see that there's one trajectory rod in the door of the room.
This is exhibit 21. People move to mid-20.
No objection.
20 is admitted.
And this is People's 21. What do we see here, sir?
Photograph taken from the outside of room 215. And you can see there's the trajectory rods. They happen to be orange in color this time. Into the window, found right below the number 215, showing the path of travel of the bullets that were fired into that classroom.
Okay, so the fact that they're orange instead of pink, does that have any significance?
No, we just ran out of pink.
Judge, I'd ask the court to instruct the camera not to film the next photograph.
Yeah, we're going to be putting exhibit number 22 on the screen. I'm going to ask that it not be videotaped and also that there not be any still pictures taken. Right? Or is it off right now? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. People move to mid-21.
21's admitted?
Okay. This is People's 22, sir. This has already been admitted. What are we looking at here?
The photograph taken from the outside of a bathroom that was found across from room 231, classroom 231. In this photograph, you can see that there is a large amount of blood, along with a backpack on the floor that's found just inside of the bathroom, along with some other evidence that was marked. I believe it's a cartridge that was found outside of the bathroom that was marked 49.
Okay. And sir, this is the bathroom where Justin Schilling was killed?
That is correct.
Look, do you see how his eyes went to that one juror over and over and over? There was probably a visible reaction there.
Thank you, Judge.
This is a photograph of the firearm that was collected by the deputies on scene.
Okay. And may I approach the witness? Sure. This has already been admitted as 403. Sir, just to confirm, that's the firearm that you were called into the school to recover and to take back to the Oakland County Forensic Laboratory? The report of hand is authored by Mr. Charlton.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Yep, I just want to make sure, yeah. So yeah, it looks like there is two fired bullets that were asked to be compared against the firearm.
Okay, and according to that report, the firearm depicted here in People's 23 was the firearm used in the Oxford High School attack November the 30th, 2021?
That is correct.
Okay. Sir, in your crime scene processing of the Oxford High School, how many times was that gun shot inside the high school?
32 times.
Your Honor, I just want to make sure 23 is admitted.
Yeah, 23.
I have no objection to it.
Okay. Yeah, it has to be admitted. It's shown, right? 23 is admitted.
23 is admitted?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. I have nothing further.
You have nothing further?
Yes, Judge. Thank you.
Cross?
We have no questions. Thank you.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
You're excused. All right. I'm going to release you until 8:30 tomorrow morning. It's not supposed to snow, is it? I think we're moving pretty well. So I'll see you at 8:30 in the morning. Any questions about the schedule? Everybody okay? Okay, we'll see you at 8:30. Everybody stay healthy and have a good weekend.
Everybody stay healthy.
All right for the jury?
Turn that camera, turn that camera. Oh, turn the camera. Oh my goodness. We're taking another one. We're taking another one. That is too much. Oh my goodness. Oh. We just about got full on pictures of every single one of the jurors.
Thanks so much.
Your Honor, I would just like to ask again with the prosecutor tonight, let me know who they're calling tomorrow. And I'm also asking if they are going to be done before the end of the week or by the end of the week, only because I have witnesses subpoenaed. I need to give them some idea. I have one witness who would need an interpreter that I've arranged, and so I want to make sure.
Language, deaf, what's that?
Language.
Okay, did we help you with that?
No, I just did it privately through an agency.
Oh, okay.
But I need to be able to coordinate to get the interpreter here.
Okay.
Judge, can we approach, please?
Okay, can I have the deputies bring her downstairs, because if not, I'm going to release the jury. I want to do one or the other. Is this something that we need to make a record of?
No,
with her?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so can you take her down? They're holding the door, right? Thank you.
Okay, do we get the hands? Show us the hand. Oh, we get the white noise. We're moving up in the world. The white noise and the exit sign. We get nothing. We get nothing. Good day, sir. All right. Okay, Tashi, I don't know specifically on this this firearm if it's capable of holding, if the magazines are capable of holding more than 10 rounds. Usually a 9mm holds at least 9 for a semi-automatic pistol, unless it's like a car or something else, KAHR, some of the smaller ones. 9mm, they sometimes stagger stack the bullets in the magazine, and they can hold. I know I've got a firearm that holds, I believe, 15. I'm looking over there like it's over there, but it's not. It's locked up in the safe. But anyway, one more plus for the SA. Let me see if I can, or the sorry counter. Just one second. Let's see where we're at. We're on. Lots 7 here. This here. Oops, we need to go single instead of double. There we go. And a plus. Okay, so we're up to 150. So 15 rounds. You've got at least 2, possibly 3 full magazines if they were 10-round clips. Let's see. They said they had 2 clips. They had 15 bullets each. Okay, so that's 2 plus. 15 bullets each would have been a full clip plus 1 in the chamber twice over. Let's see. Anyway, I'm not sure what's happening up here. They're sorting some details out, probably to do with scheduling or exchange of information. The state has been, honestly, I think, been playing a little bit of hardball with defense when it comes to turning over evidence and letting them know who they're going to call next. And I don't like it. I realize it's trial strategy, and they're like, "Oh, we haven't made the decision yet. We're not sure who we're going to go with." I'm not buying that. I think they've got their path laid out here pretty well. That there's very little deviation from the course they planned for this trial. Now, there might be some people that get sick, or there might be a witness that becomes unavailable, and that will cause for change. But for them to be like, we can't tell defense who's coming up next because we just haven't figured it out yet. I'm gonna say that's BS. And especially in a case like this, the bigger the case is, the more I think the state needs to announce what they're doing. Look at what's going to happen in the BK case, right? You get 50 petabytes. I forget. I think it's gigabytes or petabytes. I don't know. It's a lot of bytes. Okay, you get tons of data. Just an absolute ton of data. And if defense terabytes, there we go, 50 terabytes of I was going to say petaflops, which is more, but 50 terabytes of data. It's a ton of data. The defense has said this is like this is 6.5 million pages of data, equivalent to that. But some of it's in video form and everything else. I think we're done for the day. I'm going to jump right here and we'll keep the audio on in case something happens, but we'll see. That's a lot to go through, and if you don't know until the morning of what they're going to say, what they're going to use. How do you prepare a defense for that? I think it's appropriate for the state to not just dump everything on defense and say, well, you figure out how you want to defend him, but also present a little bit of this is our way forward. This is how we're going to move forward on this. Remember, my first entire hard drive was 20 megabytes. Living Ghost, I bet that was more space than you would ever need. You looked at that and you said, how? I'm only going to need half of this. I remember. You remember your first did you have to park the read head on the drive? On your hard drive? Did you have to park it when it was done reading? Manually, like enter the commands? This is going to get appealed. It definitely is. This issue, what we had first, this went to the Supreme Court in the state already, and the Supreme Court sort of declined to hear it. But once the decision's been made, once they've actually called, I was going to say called the case. Once the verdict has been issued on this case, here we go. We're back.
All right.
We're back just in time for the judge to say, I'm out of here. See ya. Right, she's out. Okay, so we're done for the day. Court is adjourned for the day. You're correct. It's adjourned for the day. We're going to start again tomorrow. I believe we start at 9. If somebody hears differently, please let me know. Remember when Bill Gates said we'd never need more than 56 kilobytes of RAM? Oh, man. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, we're done. We are done. We're all wrapped up. It is what? It's 4:30. We're out maybe 20 minutes early. That's not bad. Not sure what you guys have planned for this afternoon. I think it's going to be, I think we start at 8:30. The jury will be back at 9, I believe. So if we start at 8:30 or maybe 8:45 tomorrow, let's try that, 8:45. And if I see they're going to come back earlier, I'll just start early. Does that work? I really wanted everybody go home. I'm going home today. No, we got that earlier. I need a new cell phone and have the 256 gigabyte internal. Yeah, compare that. You've got a supercomputer in your pocket compared to what we had before. Oh, is Brandy live right now? If Brandy's live, we may want to jump over there before I might build a portal in my spare time here. Looks like, show me Brandy. There she is. Brandy is, oh, no, there she is. Okay, so Brandy's live. We're going to jump over there in portal. Jury's back at 8:30, so we're going to start at 8:30. Does that work tomorrow? 8:30 in the morning. And it's going to be hump day. You don't want to miss the hump day yell. You've got to be here on time. Also, we're going to do the birthday song. So if you have a birthday coming tomorrow, make sure you're there on time for that. All right. We're good here. We don't need this on anymore. Sorry, not sorry. Up to 150. Not bad. Not bad at all. It's been a wonderful day. I appreciate all of you being here. I've learned a lot. I appreciate the calls, especially the people who disagree with me and have great information and are eloquent the way they present it. It makes me think. It makes me really stop and think. I don't know where I'm going to end on this case. I thought I was pretty secure in my position when we started, but I've had to do a lot of soul searching and contemplation. You guys are amazing. This is the best place to watch true crime. It is because of you. I'd like to thank my amazing moderators who helped make this just a fun place to be and to hang out and to watch true crime. Thank you. I could not do this without you. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow morning at 8:30 in the morning. Not 8:30 in the afternoon, 8:30 in the morning. And we're going to continue with our Wednesday stream. And I'll rest my voice so I can do the hump day yell. It's going to be great. You guys be good to each other. We'll see you tomorrow. We're portaling to Brandy's.